chat. We are live with yet another huge event, the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025. ये वो इवेंट है जहां से दो स्पॉट कैंडिडेट्स के जाने वाले हैं। एंड क्या पता गुकेश का जो अगला चैलेंजर है वो हमें यहीं पता लग जाए। मेरे साथ है सहज भाई इन स्कूल ब्लू बॉय टी शर्ट। वेलकम सहज भाई। क्या लग रहा है भाई, आज क्या टूर्नामेंट एक्सपेक्टेशंस है आपकी?
भाई फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ग्रीन है।
अरे भाई कलर ब्लू लग रहा है मुझे भाई, सॉरी माय
भाई
बैड माय
ग्रीन
बैड।
है, डार्क इट्स लाइट ग्रीन बट यस, बट ब्लू ही दिख रहा है। अरे वाह,
हाँ,
इट्स
एक्चुअली
एक्चुअली
वो ऊपर,
ग्रीन, आई
वो
स्वेयर।
ऊपर ग्रीन ना, आपके नाम पे ग्रीन है तो मे बी इट्स लाइक अ ब्लूइश ग्रीन, दैट्स व्हाई वो ब्लू लग रहा है कंपैरिजन में।
कुड बी कुड
हाँ।
बी कुड बी, यही तो स्टाइल है। बट या भाई बहुत बहुत बढ़िया मैच है। आई थिंक गुकेश भी खेल रहा है, which is another, I would say, not so surprising thing for us, but of course if we consider the how how the event is supposed to go, गुकेश को कुछ क्वालिफाई करने की जरूरत नहीं है, एंड में जाके खुद से ही खेलना है। तो विल बी वेरी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टू सी कि भाई गुकेश कैसे परफॉर्म करता है यहाँ पे। एंड besides the our top guns Pragg, Arjun and Gukesh, एक और नाम साहिल भाई मैं लेना चाहूंगा, वो है एडिस गुरेल, who is playing
हम्म।
against Vincent Keimer today. I mean, and he's already 2600, what, he's 13 years old, 14 years old, something like that. And भाई
या
वो नाम मुझे यहाँ पे बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट लग रहा है इस टूर्नामेंट के लिए। एंड आई वुड से relatively a tough opposition for Vincent Keimer.
या आई एग्री एंड ऑफ कोर्स गुकेश कुड टोटली पुल ऑफ अ बॉस मूव, या हर तरीके से क्वालिफाई कर ले, लाइक ग्रैंड स्विस में टॉप 2, वर्ल्ड कप में टॉप 3, रेटिंग स्पॉट भी ले ले, ताकि हर तरीके से ही क्वालिफिकेशन। कौन है चैलेंजर? कोई है ही नहीं भाई। दैट विल बी अ बॉस मूव आज भाई।
बिल्कुल भाई बिल्कुल, बड़ा मजा आने वाला है। आई थिंक इट्स 12:15 ऑलरेडी, सो वी शुड गेट द फर्स्ट मूव्स डन वेरी वेरी क्विकली, क्योंकि 15 मिनट का डिले है। 12 बजे मैच शुरू होने थे, एटलीस्ट सी टी टाइम के हिसाब से कह रहा हूँ मैं आपको। तो आपके हो गए 3:30, साढ़े तो 3:45 पे वी
पौने
शुड
चार
गेट द फर्स्ट
या
मूव्स। पौने
And
चार
there
एंड
it
वी
is!
हैव इट।
There it is! भाई it is E4 by Jeffrey Young against Pranav। क्या पता है सेरेमोनियल मूव हो, आज ज्यादा एक्साइट हो रहा हूँ मैं, मुझे लग रहा है।
नहीं एक्चुअली
ओ नो।
काफी, हर बोर्ड पे आ गई हैं
हाँ।
मूव्स, हर बोर्ड पे
ओ
मूव्स आ गई हैं।
सो वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग साज भाई, पॉन टू E4। सो पहला सवाल मेरा आपसे है चैट, कितने सारे प्लेयर्स हैं? वी हैव Pragg, we have Arjun, we have Gukesh, we have Nihal, not to forget the other strong player, Vidit and others, and बाकी country के, Firuzja, Kamer, Nodirbek, Anish, Levon, Nepo, Mamidyarov, MVL, Hans, Fedosiv, Sindarov, Yuyangi, Vidit, Rapport, भाई हरे कृष्ण भाई, it's just insane. So first question, no idea कौन कितनी फॉर्म में है, who do you think wins FIDE Grand Swiss 2025? Chat your prediction and साथ भाई आपकी।
भाई गुड क्वेश्चन। देखो ऑल्सो एक्सपेक्टेड फ्रॉम यू फॉर श्योर, बट मैं देखो जो ऑब्जेक्टिव आंसर है वो तो यार प्रग होना चाहिए, बिकॉज प्रग हैज हैड द बेस्ट ईयर ऑफ हिज लाइफ। आई वुड से ही इज नॉट 2785, आई मीन दैट इज क्रेजी। तो प्रग इज द सेफ चॉइस फॉर श्योर फॉर मी। But apart from that, again, I would say कि I root for the underdog. So Edis Gurel will is another player I would definitely watch out for. मैं नहीं कह रहा कि वो जीतेगा, but कह रहा हूँ इस सब he's a player I would definitely watch out for, because ये player कुछ भी कर सकता है यहाँ पे।
True, and of course, not to forget, last time Hikaru and Vidit जीते थे, तो Hikaru maybe was expected, और Vidit was a bit of a surprise। जैसा अनीश और विदित के लाइव टेस्ट में उन्होंने कहा, अनीश कहते हैं कि do you think you were lucky to win that event, like a little bit lucky at least? वो कहते हैं no, and then it's like a false, and then he's like, I knew it was a bit of luck, but I think of course he played fabulous chess in that tournament. But the point is कि it was not expected, at least अगर आप अपने टॉप 2 प्रेफरेंस लिखते, मे बी विदित वुड हैव बीन नंबर 5 देयर और समथिंग। So the fact
Yes.
is, in this tournament, open tournament है, you play different players. Sometimes in the final round, you get paired against somebody who's weaker, and somebody gets paired against, let's say, Arjun or Nodirbek. So बहुत random elements है। इसका मतलब कि भाई कोई भी यहाँ पे क्वालिफाई कर सकता है, कोई ऐसा नाम जो मैंने सुना भी ना हो भाई, ऐसे कंसिडर भी ना किया हो।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल भाई। एंड नॉट टू टेक एनीथिंग अवे फ्रॉम अनीश, बट ऐसा टूर्नामेंट जीतने के लिए थोड़ा सा लक आपको चाहिए होता है, बिकॉज
हम्म।
यू नीड द राइट पेयरिंग, यू नीड द राइट कलर। ये सब चीजें आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं है। बाय द वे, जेफरी शोंग टेक्स D5, व्हाट?
भाई
दैट इज फ्रेंच एक्सचेंज ऑन द बोर्ड ऑलरेडी। प्रग के जीतने के चांसेस अभी ना थोड़े 20% ड्रॉप हो गए हैं, लेट्स जस्ट पुट इट लाइक दैट।
भाई वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, बिकॉज चैट तुम्हें समझना है, प्राग का पहले ही राउंड में 2650 लगा है, एंड दिस इज अ 11 राउंड इवेंट। सारे जब हम टूर्नामेंट यूजुअली खेलते हैं तो पहले राउंड में आपका क्या मतलब, कौन सी रेटिंग वाला प्लेयर लगता है यूजुअली? यू फील लाइक यू आर अ क्लियर फेवरेट, आराम से जीत जाओगे, एक दो राउंड थोड़े वार्म अप करने के लिए मिल जाएंगे। यहां पे वार्म अप है ही नहीं भाई, डायरेक्ट गेम।
एग्जैक्टली, एंड दैट्स व्हाट मेक्स दिस टूर्नामेंट सो डिफिकल्ट, क्योंकि अगर आप नॉर्मल क्लासिकल इवेंट खेलते हो एज अ 24-25, तो मेरी 24 हो गई है, बट व्हेन आई वाज अ 2500 प्लेयर, यू मैक्स यू वुड एक्सपेक्ट इज अ 1900 2000, अगर बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग कोई क्लासिकल इवेंट होता है। यहाँ पे 2640 का प्लेयर आपको पहले राउंड में लग रहा है, तो वो माइंड सेट, that preparation is very, very, very important. But of course Pragg is used to it, and of course the all the top players are used to this level of play. But पहले राउंड में it can be a bit challenging.
या सर भाई, एक्यूरेसी लगा दो, बढ़िया भाई, 100% एक्यूरेसी है प्रग की भाई, बहुत बढ़िया भाई, मजा आ गया भाई देख के। एंड ऑफ कोर्स साज भाई, वी कैन गो टू द गेम ऑफ अर्जुन अगेंस्ट मैक्सिम चिगाएव, बोर्ड नंबर 2 एज वेल। वहां पे क्या चल रहा है? टेक अस टू द ओपनिंग मूव्स, 1c4 भाई अर्जुन।
Yes, so English opening, reversed sort of Sicilian भी कहा जाता है उसे। वेरी नाइस चॉइस आई वुड से बाय अर्जुन, बिकॉज ये तब खेला जाता है जब ओपोनेंट को कंफ्यूज करना होता है आपको, बिकॉज आपके पास बहुत सारी डिफरेंट ऑप्शंस है सेकंड मूव पे। लाइक यू हैव नाइट F3, यू हैव E3, यू हैव G3, यू कैन ऑल्सो, साहिल भाई, डिड यू नो दिस, यू कैन ऑल्सो प्ले D3 here.
वाओ।
It makes no sense to play a move like D3, but it is actually a move, and a lot of players do employ it. But he went with knight C3, knight F6, knight F3, knight C6, and now he goes for G3. So the fianchetto setup, typically speaking, he's inviting this D5 break, जिसके बाद बहुत I would say काफी known position आ जाती है. But now it's Chigaev's decision whether he wants to play D5 or he wants to keep the position closed, or to play bishop B4, bishop C5. Perhaps he can also do his own fianchetto with G6, bishop G7. Anything is possible. The ball is in Maxim's court.
भाई मुझे लग रहा है, चैट करेक्ट मी इफ आई एम रॉन्ग, ठीक है, मुझे लगता है अर्जुन ये 20-25 साल में गेम जीत जाएगा, बिकॉज उनके ओपोनेंट की रेटिंग 2600 है। तो जब भी अर्जुन के ओपोनेंट की रेटिंग वो देखते हैं ना 2600 है, तो सडनली ही टर्न्स इनटू एन एब्सोल्यूट बीस्ट। एक 2600 मतलब, लाइक आई कांट इमेजिन कि 2600 रेटिंग वाले किसी से भी दुनिया में इतना कांपते होंगे अपार्ट फ्रॉम मैग्नेस। या मतलब ही हैज अ फैबुलस रिकॉर्ड, लाइक विन 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 करते रहते हैं। सो हिज ओपनिंग प्रिपरेशन इज गोइंग टू बी आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड। सो कुछ ना कुछ क्रेजी होगा यहाँ पे चैट। एंड ऑलरेडी आई थिंक देयर इज अ मूव, नाइट टेक्स E5 व्हिच इज पॉसिबल। सहज भाई, हाउ, व्हाट इज दैट मूव?
Ooh.
व्हाट?
Bhai, I'm still trying to make sense of knight takes E5. No idea what it is. What? Pawn mar raha hai to सीधा, but I'm sure you can get the pawn back somehow. He doesn't take it. So, Sahil bhai,
वाओ।
what was the line? So actually, let's go through it. If I go knight takes
या
E5, black is supposed to go knight takes C3, only move by the way. You cannot
या
go knight C6 for some reason here because of queen F6. Look at this.
वाओ।
Checkmate in one, and your queen is hanging. 8 चालें हुई हैं बोर्ड पे. What is
वाओ।
this? So knight
वाओ।
C6 जो सबसे लॉजिकल चाल थी, not possible. You're supposed to capture back with the B pawn, ताकि knight E5 के बाद आप D4 खेल सको. Bishop D6,
हम्म।
pawn takes, bishop takes, and okay. This fizzles out into like a very
या
simplified equality, which is not what Arjun is hoping for in this
या
position. So he goes for short castle, and then he plays D3.
या तो काफी सॉलिड स्ट्रक्चर है। आई थिंक अर्जुन, यू कैन ओनली सी चैट, 8 मूव में 3.5 मिनट गेन कर चुके हैं क्लॉक के ऊपर। सो उनकी जो ओपनिंग प्रिपरेशन है वो हमने नॉर्वे चेस जैसे टूर्नामेंट्स देखी थी, इज एब्सोल्युटली ऑन अ डिफरेंट लेवल। तो यहां पे अगेंस्ट अ स्लाइटली वीकर प्लेयर, I mean, he's gonna dominate in the opening, play very quickly. So बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाला है साज भाई। H6 वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। आई थिंक ब्लैक यहाँ व्हाइट को थोड़ा ओपनिंग से बाहर निकालने की कोशिश भी कर रहे
Exactly, and
हैं।
once he plays a move like H6, apparently the follow-up is very weird for white. At least अगर मेरे को पता नहीं होगा तो I would not be able to find this over the board. The follow-up is knight takes knight, queen takes knight, and you push B3. भाई आदिबान
वाह।
यहाँ कैसे आ गया?
भाई अधिबान हर जगह है भाई, अधिबान हर जगह है भाई, हमारे दिलों में है अधिबान भाई, हर जगह है। बट आई एग्री विद यू, नाइट D5 इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट बिकॉज यू आइडली डोंट वांट टू कैप्चर ऑन इन द सेंटर एंड अलाउ द क्वीन टू कम इन। बट ओके, आई वांट टू डर द बिशप and I can't move it anywhere because E3, F4, G5, H6 सारे square covered है। Bishop D2 I could do, but it's not really a great square. So maybe I want to play B3, but I can't do it until knight is hanging me. That's the idea.
Yeah, that's very nicely put, because even if you play bishop d2 Sahil bhai, I would want to play bishop c3 उसके बाद। तो इन अगर उस
हाँ।
बिशप को उसी डायगोनल पे रखना है तो घर पे रखो ना, घर बिशप्स
हम्म।
आर लॉन्ग रेंज pieces, so makes sense when we think about it in hindsight, but yeah, tough thing to find over the board. And by the way, h6 is played on the board.
Yeah, H6 on the board, and Arjun having a slight thing, so maybe ये उनकी preparation में नहीं था. So as he considers all options, let's switch to the game of our Priya Amin Basim. I mean Gukesh B bhai, let's go. Gukesh against Etienne Baccarat. Gukesh के हैं black pieces. He's already gained 2 minutes on the clock, and a Caro can opening खेली उन्होंने साथ भाई. Very interesting.
Caro-Kann, another opening you play against e4 where when you want to play for a win. Of course यहाँ पे white draw के लिए खेल सकता है अगर आप pawn takes pawn मार देते हो, फिर उसमें भी लेकिन fighting positions आती हैं। एंड गुकेश ने काफी, आई थिंक टाटा स्टील में भी उसने ये एम्प्लॉय किया था ये सेटअप। सो आई नॉट समथिंग आउट ऑफ हिज व्हील हाउस फॉर श्योर, बट we know कि he's out here to win. He wants to win the first game. He wants to start off with making that statement भाई कि I know I'm the world champion, but still there is a lot that is left to be proven here. So black goes bishop f5, knight f3, e6, bishop e2. The short variation, black goes knight e7, short castle, h6, knight d2, and knight goes to d7. Sahil bhai, I think we are still very much in mainstream theory here. Black का general idea is to play g5, पुट द बिशप बैक मे बी टू h7। ये और इस नाइट का जो प्लेसमेंट होता है ये हमेशा थोड़ा कंफ्यूजिंग रहता है एटलीस्ट फ्रॉम माय
Hmm.
पर्सपेक्टिव, बिकॉज नाइट ये f5 पे जा सकता है और g6 पे जा सकता है। एंड लेट मी टेल यू, इन बोथ सिनारियोज इट इज नॉट एन ईजी रोड फॉर वाइट। लाइक हमें ये नहीं पता
Hmm.
होता कि पीसेस को कहाँ रखना है, और ये सिंपल जो डिफरेंस है f5 और g6 का, यहाँ पे वाइट का आइडिया कंप्लीटली चेंज हो सकता है, completely.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
I would say pretty smart choice by Gukesh to try and get him in some complicated opening territory जहाँ पे वो गलती कर सके, जल्दी से। But we'll see what happens. Knight d7 on the
Yeah.
board, अब back row सोचते हुए।
एंड नाइट यूट्यूब पे उन्होंने 3.5 मिनट लिए, सो दैट्स अ गुड साइन कि बैकग्राउंड थोड़ा सा मे बी इट्स नॉट कंप्लीटली अप टू डेट, एंड मे बी उनको याद करना पड़ रहा है. एंड आपने कहा सहज भाई कि गुकेश हमारे वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है, हम जानते ही हैं सबके सब. सो एक रिसेंट बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग कमेंट था, जब नोदर बेग से पूछा गया था कि समथिंग अनपॉपुलर इफ यू वांट टू से, तो क्या कहोगे आप? एंड चैट किस किस को पता है नोदर बेग ने क्या कहा? पहले यस या नो कहो भाई. डू यू नो व्हाट नोदर बेग सेड? साथ भाई सिर्फ यस और नो, डू यू नो?
I know what Northern said, but chat से पूछना चाहिए। Chat, do you know what Northern said? Because it was controversial for sure. And chat,
सो
आपके thoughts क्या हैं?
तो चैट में मैक्सिमम लोग जानते हैं, बट जो लोग नहीं जानते हैं जैसे हिमांशु भाई एंड सो ऑन, तो उनसे पूछा गया था कि टेल अस समथिंग कंट्रोवर्शियल. वो कहते हैं कि गुकेश अपना वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप टाइटल जब अगली बार खेलेंगे तो डिफेंड नहीं कर पाएंगे. एंड ये उनका कमेंट था, एंड इस पे गुकेश ने रिएक्ट भी किया. बट पहली चीज, क्या आपको लगता है गुकेश डिफेंड करेंगे? चैट एंड साज भाई, व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
यार देखो, इट्स आई एम श्योर नोदरबेक इज सेइंग दिस बिकॉज वो चाहता है कि वो कैंडिडेट्स में
हाँ.
क्वालिफाई करे। और जब आप कैंडिडेट्स में क्वालिफाई करते हो, आपको पता है, आई मीन गुकेश भी जब कैंडिडेट्स के लिए क्वालिफाई किया था, वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए क्वालिफाई किया, उससे भी मतलब ही आल्सो सेड ना कि आई
हाँ.
वांट टू विन द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप। सो आई एम अस्यूमिंग दैट्स द एंगल हियर, दैट्स वेयर इज कमिंग फ्रॉम। आई नो द चॉइस ऑफ वर्ड्स थोड़े कंट्रोवर्शियल हैं यहाँ पे, बट लेकिन वी अंडरस्टैंड द सेंटिमेंट। ही वांट्स टू विन इट, ही थिंक्स के ही कैन टेक डाउन गुकेश। Whether this happens or not, depends a lot on how the first few rounds go. And also on the fact that bhai, if Nadirbek also qualifies for the
या.
candidates itself. And Gukesh का response ये था ना, भैया पहले candidates तो qualify कर लो, फिर उसके बाद बात करते हैं।
I think what he said was basically is कि I think there is one more step there until we reach that discussion. But उस रील पे टॉप कमेंट वही था, गुकेश
हाँ
पोलाइटली सेइंग भाई पहले
भाई,
क्वालिफाई तो करो.
मैं भी यही सोच रहा था, पता है, मैं भी
भाई.
सेम चीज सोच रहा हूँ भाई, पहले क्वालिफाई तो कर लो फिर बात करते हैं इसके बारे में। बट या, some heavy words by Nordirbeck. And of course, I mean, Nordirbeck is a world championship contender. He has proven himself so many times. He's one of the top players, elite players. Whether he's world championship material, I think that's left to be seen. That is
And
definitely
also,
left to
I
be
think
seen.
great point. I think जितने ये सारे players हैं ना, if you look at Pragg, Gukesh, Arjun, Nodrbek, even others, yeah, I think they're all similar, somewhat similar in strength and
Hikaru.
so on. भाई,
Hikaru.
I mean youngsters भाई, youngsters. Hikaru youngsters में आ जाएगा, भाई वो पापा बनने वाला है भाई. I don't think he'll be youngster now. So what I mean is like they are similar in strength. सो व्हाट हैपेंस इज कि जो बिग डे को जीत सकता है ना, ऐसे इंडिया, इमेजिन इंडिया पाकिस्तान मैच, जो उस दिन स्ट्राइक करता है ना भाई, तो सबसे बढ़िया स्पॉन्सरशिप उसी को मिलती है. सो इट्स द सेम थिंग. आई थिंक गुकेश हैज अ knack for striking when it matters. Think Olympiad, think candidates, think World Championship, yeah, and think
हम्म.
even Norway chess में, even though he didn't win, he defeated Carlsen and Grand Chess. So I think इंपॉर्टेंट डेज पे स्ट्राइक करते हैं, जब तक वो स्किल नहीं होगा ना, प्रेशर में आई थिंक क्रम्बल करने के चांसेस रहेंगे. यू कैन नॉट बिकम वर्ल्ड चैंपियन.
Very, very nicely put. I think I do agree with your statement. पहले आप candidates qualify करो, when the players are selected, then we can talk about it. But तब तक के लिए I think ये एक ऐसी tweet है, ऐसी एक reel है जो एक साल के अंदर बहुत वायरल हो सकती है. Doesn't matter if Gukesh wins or not. ठीक है, दोनों केसेस में बहुत वायरल होगी for very different reasons. But yeah,
हाँ.
मतलब कमेंट तो बढ़िया मारा उसने, from a commentator's perspective. But लेकिन let's see if it actually happens.
इमेजिन वो जल्दी जीत गया, क्वालिफाई कर गया कैंडिडेट्स के लिए, एंड देन सडनली वो इंस्टा रील्स आएंगे सबकी सबकी, भाई ही सेड इट एंड ही डिड इट, एंड देन
Oh,
नोटिफिकेशन,
yes, exactly.
मोटिवेशन रील्स, एंड देन वो ऐसे वो नोटिफिकेशन समथिंग टैन, नोटिफिकेशन समथिंग टैन, एंड वैसे रील्स बनेंगी मस्त मस्त वाली भाई. सो ग्रेट.
मजा
आई
आएगा
थिंक
भाई.
आई रियली अप्रिशिएट नोटिफिक सेइंग दैट, बिकॉज बहुत मस्त कंटेंट बनेगा. पर फिलहाल कंटेंट से आते हैं चेस के ऊपर, बिकॉज सहज नाइट बी3 एंड जी5. हमें बचपन में बताया गया था किंग साइड के पॉन्स पुश नहीं करनी चाहिए, डेवलपमेंट करनी चाहिए. भाई तो कहां है डेवलपमेंट? इंडिया की कई सड़कों की तरह ये भी थोड़ा सा रिस्की लग रहा है मुझे.
भाई रिस्की तो है, बट ये ऑल्सो वेरी नोन टेरिटरी है ब्लैक के लिए. ये ऐसे ही खेलते हैं इधर, यही प्लान होता है यूजुअली. ब्लैक को कासल करना होता है, ब्लैक होल्ड भी कर सकता है क्वीन C7 लॉन्ग कासल करके. बट सिंस बैकरो ने A4 खेल दिया ना यहाँ पे, तो लॉन्ग कासल करने के चांसेस अब कम हो गए, बिकॉज ऑलरेडी वो प्रिपेयर कर चुका है कि अब जैसे अब लॉन्ग कासल करोगे, मैं A5 A6 फेंक के कुछ ब्रेक करने की कोशिश करूंगा पोजिशन में. तो ऑलरेडी वो
हम्म.
स्टार्ट हो गया. तो आई थिंक वो शॉर्ट कासल करेगा. बट मे बी गुकेश थोड़ा वेट करेगा टू सी कि वो पीसेस कैसे डेवलप करता है, or and at the right moment he goes for the short castling. Now as
ट्रू.
far as why the bishop is on G7, right now it's bad because it's blocked by its own pawns. But लेकिन difference इसमें ये है कि black कभी भी F6 खेल के break कर सकता है position. When you
हम्म.
take an F6, I can capture back with my bishop, push G4 and find some counterplay in the center. So let's see if this actually goes well for Gukesh. So far, I think Gukesh is ahead in time. Yeah, he's already gained 2 minutes, so he hasn't thought at all in this position. He's still very much in his opening preparation. So looking very good for Gukesh.
Yeah, and 10 minute का है, that's a huge edge already. And chat, you are correct. I think this is a longer time control. So you have 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, then 50 minutes for the next 20, and then 15 minutes for the remaining games. So it's a format जहां पे आई वुड से गुकेश का ये ड्रीम फॉर्मेट है. गुकेश से अगर पूछते हैं ना भाई सपने में, यू हैव 3 विशेस और 1 विश, टाइम कंट्रोल के लिए, दिस इज व्हाट ही वुड हैव विश्ड फॉर, राइट? दिस इज वेयर ही शोज हिज बेस्ट चेस. तो आई एम गोना से ही इज वन ऑफ द क्लियर फेवरेट्स टू विन दिस एंटायर इवेंट.
I think that's a very, very good point. Very good point. Because he loves classical chess, and 40 moves के बाद वो 50 मिनट का जो एडिशनल टाइम गुकेश को मिलेगा, वी नो कि कोई कॉम्प्लिकेटेड सी पोजीशन होगी. गुकेश विल नॉट लेट इट सिंप्लीफाई दैट अर्ली ऑन, एंड विद दैट एक्स्ट्रा 50 minutes he can complicate it further and he can outlast his opponent. That's his main skill, right? He can outlast, just जैसे मैग्नस करता है वैसे ही गुकेश भी, he can just outlast them. And yeah, from that angle
Yeah,
definitely looks like he's one of the favorites for sure. Sahil bhai, maybe shall we look at any other game, or should I stick to
yeah,
this
yeah.
one?
I think
Maybe
I would
let's go
love to
back
have.
to Jeffrey versus Pragg, because वहाँ पे कुछ updates हुई हैं and I think the position is
हाँ.
simplifying soon.
Let's go एंड उसके विदित की भी चेकआउट करेंगे. सो फॉर नाउ आई थिंक वी सॉ टिल एक्सचेंज स्लाव का स्टार्टिंग एंड बिशप B5 आया बोर्ड पे,
हम्म.
एंड डेवलपमेंट C4 D5. भाई ये नाइट तो पिन हो गया भाई, दे दो फ्री का मुझे.
भाई ये तो ड्रॉ हो गई.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
ये तो ड्रॉइश लग रही है मेरे को.
यार ऐसे मत बोलो यार,
ड्रॉ.
प्रग को जीतना है ब्लैक से.
आई नो बट जेफरी का टाइम देखो, 10 मिनट का फर्क है. ही इज ऑलरेडी वेरी मच इन, आई मीन ही हैज मोर टाइम देन ही स्टार्टेड ऑफ विद. नंबर वन, पोजीशन भी थोड़ी इक्वल सी लग रही है बिकॉज पॉन्स काफ़ी ज़्यादा एक्सचेंज हो गया, अभी नाइट भी एक्सचेंज होने वाला है. एंड जेफरी प्रिपरेशन में है, दैट मीन्स उसके पास हर चीज़ का भी रिस्पॉन्स होगा एटलीस्ट फॉर द नेक्स्ट 2-3 मूव्स. तो थोड़ा
हम्म.
मुश्किल लग रहा है मुझे यहाँ पे प्रग के लिए जीतना. इट्स पॉसिबल कि दिस इज द स्ट्रैटेजी. भाई व्हाट डू यू डू? आई मीन आई एम गोना आस्क यू एंड आई एम गोना आस्क द चैट, राइट? सारे इंडियन प्लेयर्स आर नोन फॉर सॉर्ट ऑफ पुशिंग फॉर द विन इन एनी पोजिशन, राइट? बट वॉट डू यू डू अगेंस्ट अ प्लेयर लाइक दैट? यू ट्राई कि भाई पोजिशन एकदम से इक्वल हो जाए, बिकॉज देन इफ यू पुश, देन आपकी पोजिशन खराब हो सकती है। दैट मे बी दैट्स द
साहज भाई,
स्ट्रैटेजी।
strategy गई out of the window from the 50th floor. Can we jump to Divya's game? Because मुझे लग रहा है ये फर्स्ट और सेकंड का गेम कुछ ज्यादा ही दिमाग खराब कर रहा है मेरा भाई. What is happening in Divya's game?
अरे
Oh
ये क्या
my
हुआ?
God! What?
Let's go from the top. So d4 knight f6 c4 e6, we have d5, okay, takes Carlsbad structure, bishop f4 bishop f5 e3 c6, very normal so far. White plays f3, maybe a
F3 भाई.
slight surprise for Puranik here.
भाई पुराने नहीं रुपए कराया होगा पिछले टूर्नामेंट में.
Nah. Knight
ओके.
h5, bishop b8, rook b8, g4, wow, queen h4
वाओ.
check, king d2, knight g3. भाई अगर आप hg3 मारते हो तो h1 मर रहा है, एंड आप gf5 मारते हो तो g1 भी मर रहा है. सो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, जस्ट टू शो दिस टू एवरीवन हियर. अगर यहाँ पे पॉन ना होता तो बिशप b5 चेक होती मेरे पास. ये पॉन है मेरे
हम्म.
पास, सो इट्स नॉट वर्किंग. So white goes gf5, brilliancy on the board. Wow.
वाओ.
Knight h1, knight h3, bishop d6, first inaccuracy by Abhimanyu here, and he took 1 minute in this position. A huge difference in according to the bar. +1 ka difference aaya, and here Divya makes a slight inaccuracy and plays bishop to g2. Apparently queen e2 is stronger here, and then queen g2 se marna hai aapko ye, which seems a bit weird. But bishop g2 and short castle, and this is the position on the board.
And the best move is actually Queen E1 offering the Queen trade. And I think I do like Divya's position if a Queen trade ho jata hai, because I will get the knight. I have a huge center. Although it's very, very double-edged still. Yeah, which color would you prefer, chat? White se खेलोगे, black se खेलोगे? Saj bhai.
Bhai, if you are choosing black here, you are lying to yourself. I have to say, you are just lying. Bhai, ये तो मतलब, if you like Abhimanyu as a player, then I'll choose black. But otherwise, I think white. It is only.
Saj bhai, बोर्ड थोड़ा सा हिल गया है भाई. सहज भाई. सहज भाई. You're lying to yourself भाई. भाई इतना झूठ नहीं बोलना था सहज भाई. सहज भाई. हाँ, बैक बैक
मेरी
बैक
आवाज आई
सहज भाई
आपको?
बैक. हाँ भाई, you're back, you're back.
I'm
हाँ
saying
बढ़िया.
that I am choosing white here. No questions asked. 100%, 10 out of 10 times. What do you think?
No, I agree. I think I like the, I mean, as long as queen यहाँ पे किंग पे अटैक ना है, that's why क्वीन E1 जो इंजन की फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस I really love. अगर यहाँ पे क्वीन जाती है, I think it's completely winning for white. I'm gonna win the night. क्या ही बढ़िया पीसेस, सेंटर बढ़िया भाई, स्टेट सेंटर दोनों मेरे पास है. I think this is just completely done. Yeah.
Right. So maybe after queen e1, Abhimanyu को queens exchange नहीं करनी चाहिए, right? He should play queen
हम्म.
f6, queen h6, some just avoid the queen trade, क्योंकि अगर जितना आप एंड गेम के पास जा रहे हो उतना आपको वो पीस जो आपका कम है उसकी अहमियत आपको ज्यादा दिख रही है. तो ऑफ कोर्स यू
Yeah.
वांट टू stop the exchange of queens as much as possible in this scenario. But so far Divya is thinking, अब अभिमन्यु का टाइम अभी भी 1 घंटा 40 मिनट कैसे है यहाँ पे? That's what I don't
भाई.
understand.
भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ, देखो ये कुछ क्रेजी लाइन साथ में बैठ के देखी है. दे आर नाउ प्लेइंग इट ओवर द बोर्ड. बहुत मजा आने वाला है. एंड दिस गेम इज गोइंग टू बी स्पाइसी. एंड चैट, एज वी मूव बैक टू द गेम, जल्दी से स्ट्रीम भी लाइक कर दो भाई. आई नो कैमरा नहीं है, बट हम दोनों आए हैं भाई, और हम दोनों एंटरटेनमेंट करेंगे आपके साथ. एंड होपफुली इंडियन 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 नहीं भाई, इंडियन विंस
इंडियन
दिस टूर्नामेंट
इंडियन
भाई.
अरे आप इंडियन
इंडियन
को ही
खेल रहा है
जिता
क्या?
दो. इंडियन
इंडियन खेल
इंडियन
रहा है क्या?
खेल रहा है क्या?
खेल नहीं रहा है यार, खेल नहीं
अरे
रहा है, वरना
यार
जीत जाता
इंडियन
भाई
यार
यार.
क्या
Oh no.
करता है तू?
Right. By the way, let's go to Vidit's game. Can we have a look at his game against Donchenko? Because वहां पे भी कुछ crazy चल रहा है.
Oh, this is my pet line. This is my. I actually have a lot of games in this position in Queen D3. Many games, and actually यहाँ पे जो प्रॉब्लम होती है वो डॉनचेंको को पता थी. दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम हियर. यू प्ले D5 just to let everyone know this is Sicilian 4 knights opening. Queen D3 is a sideline. I would say relatively a new sideline. 1-2 साल से ही फेमस हुई है. यहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम ब्लैक की ये होती है कि ब्लैक को D5 फेंकना होता है, और ED5 के बाद यू मस्टंट कैप्चर बैक ऑन D5. यू मस्ट नो नाइट B4. This is the problem
Hmm.
for white so far. But Vidit knew this. He went queen g3. Actually, no, Vidit didn't know this. Vidit's ka time is 1 hour and 31 minutes.
But I think he took time for Queen D3, Sahaj bhai, and also D4. So he was trying to remember it beforehand. I think once he came to this position, he played Queen G3 in 43 seconds. So maybe he
Hmm.
was trying to make sure that he remembers all the lines first. But yes, maybe it's not something he has seen recently. Like ऐसे कल रात को नहीं देखा है उसने. कल रात को
I
Netflix देखा
think
था कुछ.
so. I think so. Also, Alexander Donchenko ki jo next move hai, that's also not simple because you must know Bishop C5 here. Actually, I
Hmm.
had a game in this in Budapest this year. लास्ट राउंड था कुछ तो 6 days का, वहां पे मेरा अपोनेंट पूरा एकदम प्रॉपर तैयारी करके आया था एंड ही न्यू बिशप C5. आई प्लेड A3, ही टुक एंड उसके बाद एकदम से पोजीशन बहुत जल्दी इक्वल हो गई थी एंड देन वी अग्रीड टू अ ड्रॉ. तो
But let's say
ये जानना.
Bishop
क्या?
C5, A3. What are we taking though, Sahaj भाई? यहाँ बहुत कुछ मर रहा है भाई.
यू टेक
Because
नाइट D5, ये भी फोर्स्ड है भाई, बिल्कुल
oh
बहुत बढ़िया
wow.
सवाल किया आपने, ये भी फोर्स्ड है. नाइट D5 मारना है पे, नाइट D5 सॉरी क्वीन D5 एंड देन यू मस्ट नो नाइट B5 एज ब्लैक
अरे
एज
बाप रे.
वाइट. ब्लैक गोज शॉर्ट कासल नाइट C3 एंड नाउ अगेन वन मूव which is queen D6, directly exchanging
And
the queens and it's
And
equal.
by the way, if we go back, this is knight c3 हमने खेला. Why not knight c7? Why my noob brain is saying भाई queen और rook को fork है तो भाई ले लेते हैं ना यार.
गुड क्वेश्चन, वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन. चैट से पूछते हैं, चैट व्हाई नॉट नाइट C7 इन दिस पोजीशन?
Because VD
व्हाट डू
भाई
यू
सिंपल
थिंक?
फोक नहीं लगाते भाई. VD भाई सिंपल चेस नहीं खेलेंगे भाई, क्लेजी चेस खेलेंगे. उनको पॉन नहीं मिल रहा है, उनको पॉन्स बहुत पसंद है एक्चुअली. रुक नहीं चाहिए उनको.
A1 क्या होता है भाई? A1 is nothing क्योंकि let's look at there is a fork on the rook and the queen. क्वीन को कहीं पे रखना है जहां पे आपका रुक ना मर सके. ईयर गैम्बिट तो भाई बाद में आएगी. अब
अभी बहुत टाइम
वो
है.
तो बाद में आएगी, वो तो आ जाएगी भाई, आप टेंशन मत लो. बिशप D6 गुड आंसर, बट मैं नाइट D5 मार सकता हूँ उधर. देखो बिशप D6 पे नाइट D5, बिशप G3 पे अब मैं नाइट F6 चेक देके फिर बिशप मार सकता हूँ, देन यूर अ पीस
हम्म.
डाउन. So bishop d6 is not the right move. The only move here is given by Arav Ghia. Queen e4 check. Exactly. Once you यहाँ पे किंग को चेक है, व्हाइट को डिफेंड करना फोर्स्ड ही है एंड देन यू जस्ट प्ले रुक b8 एंड यू आर फाइन. डर तो
साज
अभी भी
भाई
लग रहा है बट
बट
यू आर फाइन.
डर लग रहा है बिकॉज बिशप H6 भी आ रहा है. इट्स स्टिल वेरी क्रेजी एक्चुअली. आई
नाइट एच
डोंट नो.
फाइव अपेरेंटली.
वो अच्छा बिशप पिंड है, बिशप पिंड
बिशप
है.
पिंड है
ओ
भाई. क्वीन
बिशप
जी
पिंड है.
फाइव क्वीन G5 खेलना फोर्स्ड है एंड देन यू जस्ट इग्नोर दिस नाइट एंड यू प्ले बिशप B6. भाई आप मेरा नाइट
भाई
मारो, मैं आपका नाइट मारता
भाई
हूँ.
अगर ब्लैक को पता नहीं है ना, ये टोटली ब्लैक कुड लूज यार. टोटली बिशप B6
या
नॉट इजी.
फॉर श्योर फॉर श्योर फॉर श्योर. व्हाई नॉट बिशप F2 भाई? बिशप F2 तो सीधा फ्री का बिशप हो गया ना. बिशप F2 में तो सिर्फ किंग क्वीन F2. आपने पॉन मारा, मैंने बिशप मारा, तो मैं आई विल बी अहेड इन मटेरियल. दैट्स व्हाई. बट राइट नाउ डोंचेंको
एंड
थिंकिंग.
साज भाई उसके बाद भी भाई इट वाज नॉट. आई डोंट नो इफ यू गो बैक टू द वेरिएशन, बट उसके बाद भी इट वाज क्रेजी यार. मतलब इन दैट
या आई
वेरिएशन आई
कैन गो
थिंक.
देयर, आई कैन गो देयर. दिस इज द
हाँ.
पोजीशन.
सो यहाँ पे नाइट B5 एंड क्वीन C2 मारना है भाई. भाई आई डोंट नो हाउ इजी दिस इज. यू इग्नोर एवरीथिंग एंड C2 पर मारना है.
क्वीन H5 पे G6 अपेरेंटली. या मुश्किल तो
भाई
है बट इतना ढूंढ लेगा तो क्वीन C2 भी ढूंढ ही लेगा. आई थिंक इतना ढूंढ
हाँ
लेगा
क्रेजी
तो.
है.
बट
मतलब
क्रेजी
पॉइंट
तो है
नहीं.
भाई.
हाँ ये लाइन बहुत, ये गेम बहुत क्रेजी उसी चैट. सो लेट्स मेक श्योर वी कीप एन आई ऑन द विदित गेम बिकॉज बहुत मजा आने वाला है इस गेम में. एंड इसके अलावा मेक यू आल्सो चेक आउट द निहाल सरीन चैट. इंडिया के सारे धुरंधर ये टूर्नामेंट खेल रहे हैं एंड मे बी द ओपनिंग मूव्स ऑफ द निहाल गेम आल्सो, साज भाई.
Ooh, what do we have here? Okay, so we have Spanish, Roy Lopez opening, Knight F6, Berlin खेला वो, and Nihal says no Berlin endgame, no anti Berlin, मैं खेलूंगा D4. भाई आ जाओ, let's bring the fire on the board. Black goes E takes D4, short castle, A6 and bishop A4. Now I just want to clarify this for everyone in the chat. ये position ओपन स्पैनिश से आई है. सो आई एम गोना शो यू अनदर मूव ऑर्डर एंड देन आई एम गोना शो यू हाउ इट्स सिमिलर. ओके, सो बिशप B5 के बाद अगर ब्लैक A6 खेलता है व्हिच इज द मेन मूव, व्हाइट गोज बिशप A4, नाइट F6, शॉर्ट कासल, दिस इज स्टिल द मेन लाइन. ब्लैक गोज बिशप E7. अब यहाँ पे D4 करके एक चाल होती है which is very very popular and it's considered to be sort of a sideline जो आप तब खेलते हो जो आपका ओपोनेंट प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं होता. एंड इफ यू पे अटेंशन, ये एग्जैक्ट पोजीशन बोर्ड पे आई है निहाल के right here. Like instead of he took ED4 here and it's the exact same position. मैं दोनों ना ये switch कर रहा हूँ बोर्ड पे एंड सेम पोजीशन ट्रांसपोजिशन के थ्रू बोर्ड पे आई है. तो व्हाट हैपेंड इज कि निहाल ने बोला तू बर्लिन खेलेगा, मैं तेरे को ओपन स्पेनिश में ट्रांसपोज कर रहा हूँ बाय फोर्स, सो यू विल बी अ बिट अनकंफर्टेबल देयर इवन इफ यू नो इट,
हम्म।
यू माइट नॉट know it right now. So it's a
हम्म।
smart choice by him. He plays e5, black goes knight e4. So far, both players look like they are definitely in preparation. Although Swane का time थोड़ा सा कम है अभी भी, but I would still say that any Spanish player would know this position at least for the next 4 or 5 moves. c3 played.
या इट्स गोना बी अमेजिंग एंड ओ C3 खेला, सो ही डजंट टेक द पॉन, सो यहाँ पे पॉन सैक हो रहा है क्या भाई, क्या सीन है?
c3 एक नया आइडिया भाई. आर वी साहिल भाई, डू वी नो निहाल का कोई सेकंड है साथ में जो चेन्नई में था, वही है या फिर?
भाई मुझे पता नहीं यार, आई एम नॉट श्योर एग्जैक्टली
बिकॉज
सेशन
अगर
नहीं
वही
में
है
कौन।
तो इट लुक्स, मैं रिवील कर सकता हूँ या नहीं जो चेन्नई में था?
आई डोंट नो भाई, आई डोंट नो, मे बी नॉट
चलो,
यार, मे बी
चलो
नो
नहीं
इट।
करता हूँ, मैं नहीं करता हूँ, ठीक
हाँ,
है. बट
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 इन
ऑल आई
जनरल
एम
आई थिंक
सेइंग इज
कौन सैक।
कि दिस लुक्स लाइक वन ऑफ द थिंग्स दैट ही वुड डू. बट वेरी वेरी कूल, रियली लाइक इट, सैक्रिफाइसिंग द पॉन. लेट्स सी क्या होता है.
या मजा आएगा, एंड निहाल सरीन also fighting it out, and maybe one look at Hari Krishna also. Not to forget, he is the second for Gukesh, was the second in the last World Championship, and he is also another Indian player rated out 2700. And ये वाला के बारे में क्या कहोगे साज भाई? This looks a bit more calm.
1 second, I'm just putting the game up. Ooh, okay, very hurry type position. Let's start from the top. So we had Queen's Gambit accepted on the board. Knight f3, Knight f6, e3, e6, pawn mara, very very logical. c5, very logical again. बिल्कुल mainstream position आपके बोर्ड पे. Short castle, Knight c6 and Knight c3. Generally speaking, यहाँ पे आप dc5 मार के आप एंड गेम में भी जा सकते हो जहाँ पे आपके पास स्लाइट पुल रहता है. एंड Hari doesn't go for it. He goes knight c3, a6, and knight to e5. I would say this is a newer idea to me. I would love to check यहाँ पे stats क्या हैं position के. So Sahil bhai, in this position, queen e2 and dc5 are the most popular moves. जहाँ पे around 120 games I'm seeing. Okay, 118 for queen e2, 106 for dc5. But knight e5 के सिर्फ 4 games हैं. So
Hmm.
some new territory here. Black takes on e5. Already this is a new position. D takes e5, queen d1, rook d1, knight d7, and f4 on the board. So maybe some preparation done on this end game by Hari.
Yeah,
I
and
like Hari's chances.
yeah, and Ankit bhai chat में कह रहे हैं कि I know that, so Ankit bhai knows, so that means we don't need to look at this game too much, Saj bhai. So let's go back to the game of Gukesh. Ankit bhai को सब पता है भाई.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, so we have Gukesh on the board. Okay, so some updates
Oh,
there. Knight b3,
yeah.
g5 हुआ था board पे. a4, bishop g7. This is where we left it. Rook e1, short castle, h3, and b6 by Gukesh.
And even now the bar prefers FIDE. Gukesh के पास healthy advantage है clock के ऊपर, so that's not a sign of worry. And again 99 accuracy white की 99.2. I don't think इतना नीचे जाने वाला है ये साथ भाई पूरी गेम में, in this time control especially.
Hmm.
And do you think, by the way, chat, important question for you and Saad bhai, also you, do you think कि time pressure will be an important element in this entire tournament? Or do you think it will be maybe the odd game where we'll see a problem with time pressure and usually game, pure chess में decide होगा?
I think pure chess में ज़्यादा होना चाहिए because you have 1 hour and 40 minutes and then you have 50 minutes extra as well. बहुत रेयर होता है इन सिनारियोज में जब आपका टाइम प्रेशर आता है, बट अगर वो आएगा तो इट विल बी अ वेरी बिग फैक्टर. आई मीन कैंडिडेट्स में भी हमने देखा था टाइम प्रेशर बिकेम अ फैक्टर. बट या आई वुड से योर रियल चेस वुड मैटर मोर, एटलीस्ट फॉर मी. आपको क्या लगता है साहिल भाई?
I think I agree with you. I think maybe it will be, let's say, 1 in 5 games, yeah, जहाँ पे time will be a factor and बाकी सब में नहीं. And also I think
हम्म.
पहले rounds में तो it will be even less of a factor because I expect कि जो stronger players है they will usually just steamroll the weaker. Okay, not steamroll, but let's say mostly get over the resistance that the lower rated players can offer. And the fact कि 2650 lower rated player है tells you कितना tough tournament है ये chat. And just to point out the stakes, 2 लोग यहां से कैंडिडेट्स के लिए क्वालिफाई करेंगे, सो यू कुड बी लुकिंग एट द नेक्स्ट वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप मैच, गुकेश वर्सेस हु. सो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, 2 स्पॉट है. लास्ट टाइम विदित क्वालिफाइड यहां से. साहस भाई एंड चैट, आई थिंक नाउ वी कम टू द क्रिटिकल क्वेश्चन. ठीक है, अब तक हम सिर्फ हमारे बातें कर रहे थे, चेस वेस चलता रहेगा, बट
हम्म.
इंडिया से हु डू यू थिंक देखो दोनों स्पॉट जाएंगे इंडियंस के लिए वेरी अनलाइकली, वी हैव टू एडमिट कि दोनों स्पॉट इंडियंस को मिलेंगे, इज वेरी अनलाइकली, द लाइकलीहुड इज कि एक इंडियन को मिलेगा स्पॉट दो में से। हु विल बी दैट इंडियन प्लेयर? चैट योर आंसर एंड साज भाई योर आंसर।
um tough question because I have to choose between Pragg, Arjun and Gukesh right now. And
आर
Gukesh
यू
तो देखो
श्योर?
ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाई कर चुका है।
गुकेश नहीं होगा, बिकॉज गुकेश विल लाइक ही विल नॉट
गुकेश तो
क्वालिफाई।
गुकेश देखो
हाँ
वेदर गुकेश विंस और नॉट दैट इज आउट ऑफ द क्वेश्चन, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट
हाँ
क्वालिफिकेशन हियर। तो प्रग और
हाँ
अर्जुन की बात आती है। Arjun, see, Pragg is having the best year of his life,
हाँ।
arguably speaking. However, Arjun is a maniac when it comes to lower rated players. या वो एकदम
हम्म।
monster बन जाता है, वो मतलब पागल है वो। I mean, don't take me in the
ये
wrong way, but
क्लिप कर दो
he is
भाई, क्लिप
absolutely
कर दो,
crazy.
क्लिप कर दो, क्लिप कर दो, पागल है
भाई,
भाई, पागल है
I'm
भाई।
telling you, Arjun is insane when it comes to playing against lower rated players. So it's a very tough call between these two. But if I have to choose one, I would say Arjun. Because I think because वो उसका स्टाइल ही ऐसा है कि वो लोअर रेटेड प्लेयर्स के अगेंस्ट बहुत अच्छा खेलता है, बिकॉज ही स्टार्ट्स दोस प्रॉब्लम्स अर्ली ऑन। प्रग भी खेलता है बट प्रग के लिए इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट कि वो पोजीशन आए बोर्ड पे एंड गेम लंबा चले एंड देन ही कैन स्क्वीज इट आउट स्लोली स्लोली। प्लस प्रग फिडे सर्किट से भी क्वालिफाई कर सकता है।
Yes, that's a
सो
great point. And also, वहां से I just saw it yesterday only, Sahaj भाई ने chat कि वो अनीश गिरी is the second ranked player in that FIDE circuit. प्राग उससे डबल पॉइंट्स पे बैठा हुआ है. So the number one cheerleader for Prague right now to win this event is Anish Giri. Because if he qualifies via the Grand Swiss, so Anish Giri is the favorite to qualify via the FIDE circuit. So ideally, I think from our perspective, अगर अर्जुन क्वालिफाई करते हैं, प्राग वहां से भी कर सकते हैं, तो मैक्सिमम इंडियंस। बट ऑल्सो सहज भाई, अगर कोई और इंडियन आप चाहते हैं अर्जुन और प्राग के अलावा क्वालिफाई करे, सो दिस इज द बेस्ट चांस दे विल हैव। बिकॉज यहां पे सिर्फ एक ही फॉर्मेट है। अगर मान लो वर्ल्ड कप में क्या है, यू हैव टू डिफीट दो स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर्स इन रैपिड एंड क्लासिकल एंड समटाइम्स ब्लिट्स। सो यहां पे आई थिंक दे प्रॉब्ली हैव द बेस्ट शॉट। सो अर्जुन प्राग के अलावा इफ वन प्लेयर यू हैव टू चूज, कौन होगा? चैट एंड साज भाई आप ही।
how could it how I mean I can't not say Vidit यार, I can't not say Vidit. I mean I would love to see Vidit in the same way। एक Vidit के साथ यार एक इमोशन जुड़ा हुआ है, I have to, I would love to see Vidit back in the candidates and I think go for that world championship spot। I mean बहुत बहुत crazy होगा वो। I think from a commentator's perspective, from a viewer's perspective, I have to say Vidit। and
या
who would you pick, Sahil bhai?
I would also pick Vidit, although I also want to see Nihal there. I really, really want to see that, but I think I also would choose Vidit there. And maybe we can go to his game because जो आपने position बोली थी, वो exact position board पे आई है. I think we can go through those moves, knight c3, queen d6 करके. And कई लोग chat में कह रहे हैं Vidit, Hari, दिव्या ब्लंडर, शी इज लूजिंग, विल गो टू द गेम सून। हमें देखी थी भी थोड़ी देर पहले, विल कम टू दैट सून। चैट बहुत गेम्स है, बहुत मजा आएगा। इवन दो वी डोंट हैव कैमरास, यहाँ पे इतनी गेम है ना कि कभी ना कुछ तो कहीं ना कहीं चल ही रहा होगा भाई। कभी
अरे
विदित
भाई
इज विनिंग, कभी दिव्या इज लूजिंग, कभी साहज इज डांसिंग, व्हाटएवर। हाँ साज भाई।
डांस तो मेरा होगा भाई। ओके सो बट ही गोज नाइट डी फाइव, नाइट डी फाइव, नाइट डी फाइव, नाइट बी फाइव, थ्रेटनिंग दिस नाइट सी सेवन चेक। ब्लैक प्लेज शॉर्ट castle, नाइट सी थ्री एंड नाउ क्वीन डी सिक्स प्लेड ऑन द बोर्ड। एंड आई वुड से विदित के यहाँ पे जीतने के चांसेस काफी कम है भाई, बिकॉज यू आर एंटरिंग एन एंड गेम। ब्लैक यहाँ पे क्वीन जी थ्री मार देगा बहुत जल्दी एंड देन यू आर लेफ्ट विद सॉर्ट ऑफ टू बिशप्स एंड नाइट ईच। एक हल्का सा इम्बैलेंस है कि मेरा सी पॉन है, आपका ई पॉन है, बिसाइड्स दैट एवरीथिंग इज sort of simple enough। I think this is not a complicated enough position to beat a 2600। तो मैं बोलूंगा कि यहाँ पे ड्रॉ के चांसेस काफी हाई हैं। What do you think, साहिल भाई? And what do you think, chat?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think on the other hand, I'm also hoping for a miracle. Although even if Vidit draws, I wouldn't be too worried because पिछली बार तो पहला राउंड हार के भी जीत गए थे, तो
Hmm.
this is already a much more pleasant start for Vidit. Even a draw would be fine. But yes, I think as of now he's contemplating कि क्या वेरिएशन यहाँ पे उनको बेस्ट चांसेस देती है। Because क्वीन ट्रेड के बाद, फॉर एग्जांपल, I mean क्वीन d6, बिशप d6, as you said, looks very, very simple. I don't know how you even develop. Yeah, let's say g3, bishop d7, bishop g2.
Hmm.
The only question is, how do you save this, Sahaj bhai? The pawn on
The
b7,
BC
let's say.
You just give it up, yeah, you just play bishop e5। आप मारोगे तो मैं rook b8 ले आऊंगा। I mean these are normal moves। I think ये निकालना मुझे
Hmm.
bishop e5 okay looks a bit difficult on paper, but अगर आपको आइडिया समझ आ जाए कि pawn sack करना है तो it's not that difficult, I would say। By the way, chat में बहुत लोग कह रहे हैं कि दिव्या ने ब्लंडर किया है। Shall we take a quick look to see what
Yeah, yeah,
happened?
yeah. Let's go. Let's go to Divya's game.
लेट्स गो। ओके, सो स्लाइट मिस्टेक बाय दिव्या, विल गो फ्रॉम द दिस पोजिशन। हम कासल पे थे यहाँ पे। वाइट प्लेस क्वीन एच वन, आई थिंक क्वाइट लॉजिकल। हम क्वीन ई वन कह रहे थे यहाँ पे, बट क्वीन एच वन सीम्स मोर मोर
हम्म।
लॉजिकल ऑन पेपर। Abhimanyu makes a mistake with rook f8. Apparently, +1 का advantage, and Divya plays rook
ओह
e1. Wait, what?
भाई, भाई, can we go back a move and chat? I have a question for you, ठीक है? What is White's best move in this? One of the best
Oh,
moves in this position. Chat, if you find this, भाई तो तुम क्या लाइव बर्बाद कर रहे हो भाई? कार्लसन बनो भाई, कार्लसन बनो भाई. What is White's best move in this position? If Divya found this, I would say she is going to cross Judith Polgar also, like 100%. Like I would genuinely bet money on that. So even though we can't nowadays, ban kar diya, but still, chat, what do you think is the best move for White?
जिसने क्वीन f1 बोला भाई, वो उसने गलत पढ़ लिया है। उसने गलत पढ़ा है। तो क्वीन f1 नहीं है भाई, क्वीन f1 नहीं है, कुछ और है f1 पे।
हाँ.
कुछ और है f1 पे। f4 is also, f4 is one of the best moves, yes, but that's not the move that Sahil bhai is talking about. It's bishop f1,
Yes.
Arush Doshi.
Wow.
Correct. It's a very difficult move to play. I don't even know what the point of this. Maybe to play queen g2 and have some pressure on the g file. ये bishop कुछ तो d3 से develop हो जाएगा. But not an easy move to play over the board.
It's insanely difficult. And Sahaj bhai, I think the idea is at some point to play queen to g5 and exchange queens. And once I
Hmm.
trade queens, I get the same structure back. जो मेरा था king d2 पे बहुत safe हो जाएगा. And suddenly, white is again close to winning. So it's all about exchanging. And rook b d8. I mean, Abhimanyu makes his own mistake now. I mean, understandable. This is a completely novel position. So पता ही नहीं करना क्या है.
भाई दोनों साइड जिस गलतियां पे गलतियां करे जा रहे हैं, बिकॉज आई थिंक दिव्या ने रुक ई1 इसलिए खेला था क्योंकि उसको ई4 खेलना है, एंड उसने रुक d8 इसलिए खेला क्योंकि वो ई4 को स्टॉप कर रहा है बेसिकली। आई अंडरस्टैंड वाई दे आर प्लेइंग दीज मूव्स, बट दैट्स नॉट द प्लान। इट्स वेरी क्लियर कि बोथ ऑफ द प्लेयर्स आर नॉट श्योर हाउ टू अप्रोच दिस पोजिशन।
Yeah.
यहाँ पे बहुत मजा आएगा, बहुत सारी गलतियां देखने को मिलेंगी। एक्यूरेसी चेक कर लेते हैं भाई। 15 चालें हुई हैं। दिव्या इज एट 89.8 एंड अभिमन्यु इज 85.6, so that tells you a lot that the
Yeah.
position is not
Yeah.
easy.
And look at Divya's clock, by the way. Yeah? I mean, the clock is a clear signal that she is completely in uncharted territory. तो बहुत मजा आने वाला है. And meanwhile, maybe we can jump to the game of Zephyr Zhong against Pragg. इस game पे तो हम आते रहेंगे, of course. Looks crazy. And Sar, will take us to the remaining moves. Ki, does Pragg have any chances or no?
So we stopped at bishop c4, queen e7 check. Best move according to the engine. Bishop e2, knight e5. That's the point. Short castle, knight f6. Simple development. White goes rook e1, putting an X-ray on this queen and the king. Black goes short castle and white plays bishop to f4. So far, no mistakes by either of the players. वाइट के पास एक स्लाइट मे बी 0.1 0.2 का एडवांटेज इस पोजीशन में, प्रोबेबली बिकॉज वाइट के पीसेस थोड़े ज्यादा डेवलप्ड हैं यहाँ पे। ये रुक ने भी एक क्वीन को एक एक्सरे दे रखा है, नाइट भी c3 पे आ रहा है। बट हाउएवर इन द लॉन्ग टर्म आई वुड से d5 का पॉन थोड़ा वीक हो सकता है ब्लैक के लिए, कि थोड़ा एक तो आइसोलेटेड है, दूसरा ओपोनेंट की टेरिटरी में भी है। तो ये पॉन थोड़ा बाद में जाके वीक हो सकता है। तो मे बी इन द फ्यूचर आई वुड से Pragg does seem to have some chances here. Although, Sahil bhai, I'm seeing a very crazy line here, which I would love to show you. The line goes knight f g4, and the only move for white here is bishop g3. अगर bishop g3 नहीं खेलते तो आपकी पोजीशन खराब हो सकती है। So bishop g3,
Wow.
black plays f5, knight bd2, again only move by white, और कुछ नहीं खेल सकते आप। And now g5.
भाई, भाई नहीं होने वाला भाई. नहीं होना भाई,
भाई
नहीं होना भाई.
पॉसिबल है ये। व्हाइट की चालें फोर्स्ड है यहाँ पे, यहाँ पे भी बिशप
भाई
e5
पता
नहीं
है
मारोगे तो पोजीशन लॉस्ट है आपकी, खराब मतलब
भाई.
खराब है।
Huh, but I think from Pragg's perspective, round one with the black pieces, like I mean, if he goes for knight fg4, that just shows like insane confidence. Yeah, matlab, it will really require something out of the box to decide, कि, okay, I'm gonna play this crazy because bishop develop nahi hai, rook develop nahi hai. I feel a bit shaky with the rook and the queen on the same file. साज भाई, वो मेरे को tactically ना ऐसा लग रहा है कि कुछ कभी exchange होगा और मेरी रानी मर जाएगी.
हाँ, नहीं नहीं, आप सही कह रहे हो। ऊपर से टाइम भी देखो ना, मतलब इट्स ऑलमोस्ट 40 मिनट डिफरेंस बिटवीन जेफरी शोंग एंड प्रग। बट यार कॉन्फिडेंस की बात हुई तो भाई मतलब आप ना बोर्ड से हट के स्कोर शीट पे देखो, वहाँ पे आपकी रेटिंग लिखी होती है, वहाँ पे 2785 दिख रहा है आपको, वो देख के कॉन्फिडेंस अपने आप आ जाता है। यू
हाँ.
नो
बट सेफिज योंग खुद 2730-40 रह चुका है भाई, 300 समथिंग,
Yes.
सो ही इज समबडी यू कैन नॉट अंडर एस्टिमेट इट ऑल, सो वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग पोजीशन। एंड कई लोग कह रहे हैं निहाल इज वर्स, निहाल वर्स नहीं है भाई, ही सैक्ड अ पॉन, सो विल कम टू दैट गेम सून। मीनवाइल कैन वी हैव a look at the Arjun game also before we jump to Nihal's game, because he actually did take on D5 Sahaj, that is crazy.
So we're going to Nihal's game, right?
अर्जुन फर्स्ट, अर्जुन में 95 हैपेंड, याद है हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि हाउ डिफिकल्ट
Yes.
दैट मूव इज।
And he plays bishop d2. Okay, he plays bishop d2. So we were discussing the move b3. किसी ने chat में bishop d2 लिखा था, by the way. Well done to you. यहाँ पे b3 was the best move according to the engine, but bishop d2 he plays. I think same idea because he wants to place his bishop on c3, play rook c1 and e5 के pawn पे थोड़ा pressure आ सकता है इस position में. Um, अर्जुन ने सोचा यहाँ पे कि he goes queen d6, bishop c3, rook d8 and knight d2 played. यहाँ पे सोचा उसने, he thought for about 13 minutes before he played knight d2, still maintaining a slight advantage in the position. But यार अर्जुन के गेम में ना जब तक वो imbalance नहीं आता ना तब तक मजा नहीं आता मेरे को, तो आई फील लाइक वो imbalance आने वाला है, वो knight e4 खेल के knight c5 मार देगा, अब मेरे पास दो बिशप, आपके पास बिशप और नाइट, फिर अर्जुन अर्जुन की तरह खेलेगा और यहाँ पे फिर वो हरा देगा.
भाई सही में आई लाइक अर्जुन पोजिशन अ लॉट, बिकॉज ये नाइट यहां जाके यहां मार रहा है, यहां जाके यहां मार रहा है, माही मार रहा है, घोड़ा उससे ज्यादा
हम्म.
मार रहा है भाई। मुझे फीलिंग आ रही है, आई थिंक अर्जुन इज गोना स्क्वीज दिस वन कंफर्टेबली, लाइक कोई प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं आएगी भाई। ऑफ कोर्स इफ ही लूजेस तो कोई ना कोई क्लिप जरूर बनाएगा, बट आई थिंक एट द एंड आई थिंक अर्जुन विल हैव अ स्मूथ विन। आई थिंक फ्लो में लग रहे हैं, पीसेस एक्टिव लग रहे हैं, देयर इज नॉट अ सिंगल बैड पीस इन द पोजीशन, एंड द नाइट इज गोना कम एंड डोमिनेट। सो would you say Arjun has good chances to win this one?
I think so, yes. As soon as we go knight e4, knight c5, that's an imbalance and Arjun loves imbalances. वो जितना जल्दी start करता है, जितना जल्दी वो मतलब he can create an imbalance, he does it, and then he feels very confident in those positions. So from Chigayev's perspective, I would try to avoid it. I would go queen e6 or something and just say, I'm going to keep my bishop, not give you this imbalance on the board. But that's his call. We'll see what happens there. Yeah, Chigayev in deep thought here. कोई और game? Sahil bhai, in the meantime?
Let's go to Nihal, yeah. Nihal maybe because वो pawn sack था, and he played c3 I think in that position, जो मुझे याद है, I think c3 उन्होंने sack
Yeah.
किया था and opponent ने मार दिया, या?
And then he plays rookie one.
Wow. Oh, sacking another pawn.
वही तो.
Wow. भाई निहाल वो टिपिकल वो होता है ना, वो जो दो पॉन सैक करते थे, वो बिशप c4 d c3 व्हाटएवर, लाइक cv2 बिशप b2, लाइक वो बच्चों में जब बचपन में सीखते थे वो, कि वो दो पॉन सैक करना, कौन सी वो नाम क्या गाय को क्या नाम बोलते हैं उसको भाई, नाम भी याद नहीं है मुझे उसका।
फिर से बोलना एक बार.
नहीं नहीं, जो बिशप c4 नहीं c3 d c3
Scotch
बिशप c4,
Gambit.
कौन सी गैम्बिट होता है क्या? हाँ सॉरी,
Scotch
मैं भी
Gambit.
गरीब आदमी हूँ भाई। सो ओ नाइस c5 मिस्टेक, स्लाइट मिस्टेक ऑलरेडी।
Okay, the theory is working. The prep is working. Knight c5 first time he sidesteps, doesn't take on b2. अब निहाल knight c3 मार सकता है इस position में, and he maintains at least equality in the position. Compensation तो है काफी, but it is also possible कि निहाल ने ये देखा ना हो, right? Because it's not the best move of the computer. So as possible है कि ये देखा ना हो और निहाल यहाँ पे सोच सकता है. But knight c3 तो simple चाल ही है नहीं? I mean, you're just
हाँ
capturing a
बट
pawn, developing your
बट
knight.
बिशप जा रहा है भाई, साज भाई थोड़ा बिशप जो मेरा अच्छा बिशप था वो जा रहा है, सो मे बी निहाल कुड बी अ बिट वरिड। डू यू थिंक ही कुड प्ले बिशप c2 हियर एंड जस्ट से कि भाई मैं तो गैम्बिट करने को आया हूं तो करूंगा भाई मैं आज?
भाई पॉसिबल तो है, बिल्कुल पॉसिबल है. यू आर एब्सोल्युटली
भाई
राइट. नाइट ए फोर मारने के बाद मे बी योर अटैक इज नॉट एज मच. बिशप सी टू इज डेफिनेटली पॉसिबल. सी बी टू, बिशप बी टू. नहीं, नाइट सी थ्री मार दिया उसने, नाइट सी थ्री मार दिया.
ओ
सो ही स्टिल इन प्रेप.
हम्म
Look, इतना जल्दी नहीं खेलता नहीं तो. 134 on the clock, so only 6 minutes spent. I don't think he has spent at any time in this position at all. So looks
या
looks looks very promising for him.
Yeah, Nihal Sarin of course had like a crazy Chennai Grandmasters. I think ऊपर नीचे बहुत गई थी उनके results, like couple of spectacular victories, couple of horrific blunders. So Saj bhai, I think will be very interesting to follow his journey here as well. I have all guns blazing with a two pawn sacrifice opening line. So बहुत मजा आने वाला है, and increment I think starting से ही है जहां तक मुझे आइडिया है, जहां तक Chad you can confirm with us, but I think increment move one से ही है। एंड एज ऑफ नाउ साज भाई, आई थिंक बार सबसे ज्यादा दिव्या की गेम में ही है आगे, एंड शी स्टिल थिंकिंग, सो विल नॉट गो देयर। चैट एनी गेम यू वांट टू फॉलो एट एनी पॉइंट यू कैन लेट अस नो, हम इंस्टेंटली स्विच करेंगे बिकॉज इतनी सारी गेम्स है।
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so I think we can stay here or we can go to Prag's. Prag तो सोच रहा है अभी, अर्जुन का अपोनेंट
गुकेश
भी सोच
गुकेश
रहा है अभी।
गुकेश में भी, हाँ।
गुकेश के गेम पे जाते हैं, ओके राइट। तो रुक सी एट प्लेड H3 B6 पे छोड़ा था हमने, ही प्लेड बिशप E3 एंड नाउ रुक C8, सो ही इज ऑल्सो
हम्म।
डिलेइंग C5। सिर्फ गुकेश का बोर्ड ही ऐसा है जहाँ पे कोई भी पीस, कोई भी पॉन अभी तक एक्सचेंज नहीं हुआ है। तो ही इज ट्राइंग टू कीप ऑल ऑफ दोज एक्सचेंजेस फॉर अ लेटर टाइम। भाई गुकेश एकदम लंबा गेम खेलता है हमेशा, so that's one of his best skills. That's why this type of time control favors him so much. Rook C8 ka plan very simple. He wants to play C5 and break through in the center. Again, white cannot capture on D5 because that would harm the integrity of the center. And if you don't capture, maybe I can push C4 at the right time, push A6 B5 at some point as well, or I can go C takes D4 and put pressure on the E5 pawn. All of this is possible. तो बकरों के लिए थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट है ये।
Bhai, at some point now, I think there's this maneuver which my engine really loves is Rook C7 and Queen to B8. Saj bhai, can you explain this maneuver? Because I think the idea is C5, which is understandable, but why is the Queen better on B8 in that case? क्या Rook double करने का plan है?
So let's say if white goes bishop a6, right? मैं rook c7 provoke करता हूँ c3 and
हम्म।
you're saying queen b8. Queen b8 यहाँ तो नहीं आ रहा।
हाँ,
Maybe
यहाँ में
there
भी
is
नहीं। I think in some cases I think it was
यहाँ,
Queen B8 and then maybe Rook C8 at some
let's see
point.
कहाँ पर आ रहा है, let's see कहाँ पर आ रहा है। So
हम्म।
c3 c5, let's play this
हम्म।
first and मैं कुछ normal चाल चलता हूँ like queen d2 whatever। तो यहाँ पे तो c4 आ
हम्म।
रहा है। पता नहीं यार, queen b8 थोड़ा weird लग रहा है मुझे।
हाँ,
अच्छा दिख
एग्जैक्टली।
गया
आई
मुझे,
वाज
दिख गया।
आल्सो।
बिशप a6 rook c7, if you play a5 then queen b8 is important, probably because you want to provoke white to play ab6 queen b8 खेलने के बाद। अगर आप ab6
हम्म।
नहीं मारते तो मैं ba5 मार के b2 के पॉन पे कुछ प्रेशर डाल सकता हूँ, probably this could be the
Hmm.
plan। तो
Could
a5
be.
का वेट करना है, फिर क्वीन b8 आएगा आई थिंक बोर्ड पे, बट लुक्स इंटरेस्टिंग।
Yeah. And chat stream like करो भाई लोग, let's go। and भाई एक बार ना इंडिया ओपन इन द चैट हो जाए भाई, because we are again entering that phase सहज भाई। if you look at the coming months chat, imagine करो September, it is Grand Swiss, दो स्पॉट कैंडिडेट्स के जाएंगे। अक्टूबर लास्ट डे को, अक्टूबर 30th whatever वर्ल्ड कप स्टार्ट होता है, वहां से तीन स्पॉट कैंडिडेट्स के जाएंगे। देन वो पूरा नवंबर चलेगा, दिसंबर तक, लिटरली ऑलमोस्ट नवंबर 30, नवंबर 27 तक व्हाटएवर। एंड देन दिसंबर में रेटिंग स्पॉट और सर्किट स्पॉट डिसाइड होगा कैंडिडेट्स का, राइट। एंड देन जनवरी में ऑफकोर्स टाटा स्टील इंडिया, टाटा स्टील व्हाटएवर। एंड देन ऑफकोर्स देन मार्च में इट इज कैंडिडेट्स अगेन। एंड वी गेट इनटू द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप साइकिल, जहां पे वर्ल्ड चैंपियन अपना ही है इस बार। So we get the
वाह,
all the fun of the cycle again, but final target भी अपना ही है। So it's like a beautiful cycle starting right about now. This is the first event.
एब्सोल्युटली भाई, बहुत मजा आएगा। एंड भाई चैट से भी सवाल और आपसे भी, साहिल भाई, डू यू वांट एन इंडियन चैलेंजिंग गुकेश और डू यू वांट अ सर्टेन प्लेयर फ्रॉम उज्बेकिस्तान, बिकॉज ऑफ इज्जत पे बात आ गई है।
By the way, I think I would prefer an India versus Indian purely because कि it just also shows कि कितना dominate कर रहा है इंडिया अभी चेस में। Although I think somebody like Hikaru qualifying, I think would be fantastic. Yeah, imagine Hikaru versus Gukesh. I mean वो world championship prep stream करेगा भाई literally. So imagine कितना hyped होगा वो match. And if Gukesh defeats Hikaru, that will be fantabulous. But I think overall India versus India maybe would be a slight preference. What's the case for you, Chat and Sahaj bhai? India versus India, yes or no?
आई आई वुड लाइक इट इफ इट्स इंडिया वर्सेस इंडिया, बट या अगर एक कमेंटेटर्स के पर्सपेक्टिव से, व्यूअरशिप के पर्सपेक्टिव से, ऑफ कोर्स आई थिंक हिकारू इज अ वेरी क्लियर चॉइस। फाबी इज ऑल्सो, आई वुड से, वी कैनॉट डाउन प्ले दैट, बिकॉज आई थिंक इफ एनी वन
Hmm.
हैज अ claim to the world championship title amongst the active players, it's Fabi, because he played against Magnus himself. He's been the consistently the world number 2 player for the longest time. Recorded a rating of what, 2850। कितने प्लेयर्स ने किया है आज तक? So this is of course Fabi is a very very big name there as well. So it would be between Arjun, Pragg, Fabi, Hikaru या फिर Nodirbek. I think between these five
Hmm.
players I would see someone.
Question chat. So do you think अगला कैंडिडेट पक्का इन पांचों नाम में से होगा? कितना प्रतिशत आप कॉन्फिडेंट हो कि अगला कैंडिडेट इन्हीं पांच नाम में से होगा? साथ में रिपीट कर दो 5 नेम्स।
Arjun, Pragg, Nodirbek, Fabi, Hikaru.
हाँ
इन
सो
पांच
हाँ
नाम में से एक
हाँ,
होगा वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप चैलेंजर।
कितना परसेंट
ये
श्योर हो साज भाई कि कोई और नहीं हो सकता इन पांचों के अलावा?
मतलब मैं आई वुड से I've learned from commentary that I should never say 100%, but I would say like 99.73% इन पांच में से एक
हाँ,
होगा।
99.73 से आया, मे बी वी कैन हैव समबडी सून ऑन द स्ट्रीम हु
यस सर।
इन्वेंटेड दैट नंबर साहज भाई, सो दैट विल बी अमेजिंग। बट कमिंग टू योर पॉइंट, आई ऑल्सो अग्री विद यू। बट इसका मतलब कैंडिडेट्स 8 प्लेयर का इवेंट है, सो इसके अलावा 3 और प्लेयर क्वालिफाई करेंगे, सो वो कौन होंगे 3? वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग एंड नॉट इवन श्योर कि ये पांचों क्वालिफाई
अनीश
करेंगे क्या चीज।
अनीश होगा आई थिंक, एक एक विंसेंट होगा। एक और प्लेयर बचा, राइट?
मे बी फिरूजा, नेपो। आई मीन
फिरोजा,
नेपो तो,
फिरोजा और नेपो,
नेपो
या
भी है भाई, कैंडिडेट्स तो उसका घर ही है भाई लिटरली। आई
बिल्कुल भाई।
मीन
फिरोजा और नेपो में से एक, हाँ फिरोजा और नेपो में से एक।
उसका
वो
हॉलीडे होम है भाई यार,
हम्म
कैंडिडेट्स।
लेकिन मेरे को लग रहा है अनीश भी करेगा इस बार क्वालिफाई। आई थिंक कैंडिडेट्स, आई थिंक अनीश लुक्स वेरी वेरी लाइक मोटिवेटेड टू आई थिंक प्रूव समथिंग हियर।
डू यू
सो
थिंक
फॉर
हैंस कुड क्वालिफाई?
रियली, अच्छा हाँ सर, इफ ही विंस द टूर्नामेंट देन ऑफ कोर्स ही
हाँ,
कैन। वो
नो,
अभी
इफ ही विंस
हांस
ऑफ
कुछ तो
कोर्स ही कैन, बट
लुइजियाना भी
डू यू
गया था
थिंक ही
अभी,
विल?
सुना मैंने। आई सॉ
He
दैट,
flew
इट
on a
वाज वेरी फनी।
private jet apparently, so interesting. But yeah, I think it's going to be a fantastic field regardless. But yeah, Saj bhai, ये tournament उस पूरे प्रोसेस का शुरुआत है. So coming back to the games actually, maybe we can go to Arjun's game because वहां पे कुछ तो crazy हुआ है. अपने एक king side bishop को त्याग दिया है उन्होंने. Can we go over the last couple of moves?
या सो आई थिंक वी वर ऑन दिस पोजिशन आफ्टर नाइट डे 2, एंड यहाँ पर he played queen e7, and then instead of playing queen e7 का point was simple to not allow knight e4 and knight c5 in the position. उसने बोला मैं आपको imbalance नहीं दूंगा, उसने कहा नहीं मैं imbalance लेके रहूंगा, लो बिशप c6। बोलो ना, अर्जुन की पोजीशन तब तक नहीं लगती जब तक कोई imbalance नहीं आता बोर्ड पे। ही
हाँ।
ऑलरेडी क्रिएटेड दैट कि भाई मेरे पास बिशप नाइट, आपके पास दो बिशप, आपके पास डबल पॉन्स, एंड लेट्स गो,
Hmm.
लेट्स हैव द फाइट ऑन द बोर्ड, एंड ही प्लेस क्वीन एफ4। ये अर्जुन टाइप की पोजीशन है, यहां पे मैं अर्जुन को 100% बैक करूंगा।
भाई डेफिनेटली आई थिंक अर्जुन लव्स दीज पोजीशन जहां पे रिस्क हो भाई, रिस्क है तो इश्क है, मैंने सुना है रिस्क है तो गेम है भाई, आई थिंक अर्जुन का मोटो है। बट फिलहाल के लिए आई थिंक क्लियरली सी फाइल इज अ ह्यूज प्रॉब्लम फॉर ब्लैक। वहां पे दो डबल पॉन्स है जो एंड गेम में कुड बी एक्सट्रीमली वीक। एंड अगर यहाँ पे एक बिशप, मान लो डार्क स्क्वायर बिशप अगर अर्जुन एक्सचेंज कर देते हैं, आई थिंक दैट कुड आल्सो इंप्रूव हिज चांसेस। ऑफ कोर्स ये किंग साइड के लाइट स्क्वायर्स को थोड़ा कंट्रोल करना पड़ेगा साज भाई। G2 H3, imagine the bishop coming to H3 all the way, and it could suddenly create some chances. So Arjun also has to be careful.
एग्जैक्टली, बिशप एच3 करके आप क्वीन ई6, क्वीन डी5 लाके कुछ मेट इन वन के थ्रेट्स दे सकते हो। बट या आई मीन इट डजंट लुक दैट स्केरी राइट नाउ, बट बाद में जाके स्केरी हो सकता है। यू आर 100% राइट ऑन दैट। ये कि इन द मीन टाइम अर्जुन भी रुक F c1 लाके यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रेशर डाल सकता है। एंड आई थिंक अर्जुन के केस में इफ ही मैनेजेस टू एक्सचेंज द क्वींस जितना जल्दी, देन वो मेट के थ्रेट्स खत्म हो जाते हैं, एंड ब्लैक की जो
Hmm.
प्रॉब्लम है C6 C7 पे, ये फॉर एवर रहेगी। सो
Hmm. True.
I think it's Arjun's best interest to exchange the queens as quickly as possible. But for now, we have an imbalance on the board. So let's go.
Yep. Trying to exchange queen से याद आया, coming to Divya Deshmukh में भी साहज भाई, वहां पे she did not find that bishop F1 idea या so on. She instead played rook to E2. I think idea अभी queen E1 का हो सकता है, but now gives Abhimanyu another chance. But what can he do? I mean, he has to break in the center. और यहाँ एक ही break करने का तरीका समझ में आ रहा है, वो है pawn to
वो है
C5.
C5।
But can he do it?
I think so, yeah. I mean, this is a pretty normal way to look at any positions. Basically, जहाँ पर भी white का ये F3 E4 का break आता है, हमेशा black को ये सोचना होता है, before white breaks, I will break. And ये
Hmm.
निम्सो इंडियन में काफ़ी common होता है, सैमिश positions में काफ़ी common होता है ये। I think the same principle is being followed here. So I think C5 is more or less expected because अभिमन्यु ने सारे pieces develop तो कर लिए हैं, right? रुक 8 पे
Hmm.
नहीं पड़ा हुआ आपका। Both rooks are on the sort of not really open files, but they are more or less active. So no other pieces left to sort of develop anymore. So C5 looks very very logical to me.
या एंड यहाँ पे टाइम अगेन दिव्या का बहुत पीछे, शी नीड्स टू प्ले अ बिट क्विकर देन दिस, बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा. एंड व्हाइल दिस हैपेंस, आई जस्ट वांट अ ब्रीफ लुक, Sahaj bhai, at the Anish game. If you can go there for like 15 seconds literally, what is the rook doing on h5 भाई? तो ये कहां से
ओके,
आया?
ये थी नाइट ऑफ थी, बाय द वे, नाइट ऑफ, सिसिलियन नाइट ऑफ, बिशप ई3 इंग्लिश अटैक, नाइट बी3, ओके, बिशप ई6 एफ4, ओके, स्लाइट डिविएशन देयर, बिशप ई7 एफ5, बिशप डी7, okay, some new prep there being played out in this position. Already 8 games only in this position so far. g4 खेला उसने, h5 good move, gh5, rook h5, a slight inaccuracy apparently. rook h5 के अलावा यहाँ पे बिशप c6 खेल के d5 खेलना होता है, but not an easy thing to spot over the board because free का pawn मिल रहा है, तो you definitely want to take it. But rook h5 मारा उसने, and now white seems to be slightly better, although I think practically I don't see why white is better. I would still say that position काफी complicated है, and दोनों sides को काफी अच्छा advantage है यहाँ पे.
Yeah, very interesting position. And Anish time पे थोड़ा पीछे, he needs to play a bit quickly. But okay, यहाँ पे I think time controls थोड़े convenient है, so maybe he also feels a lot more comfortable. And अगर हम आए गए non-Indian player से भी, one more player we should check out is Alireza Firouzja. Sahaj bhai has qualified to the candidates multiple times, but वहां पे strike नहीं कर पाते. But यहाँ पे तो खतरनाक position लग रही है भाई. What's happening? I think already knight on g5.
या नाइट ऑन किंग्स इंडियन से आई है पोजीशन, ये अमीन बासिम की एकदम पेट लाइन है. ही ओनली प्लेज किंग्स इंडियन, सो ही इज वेरी वेरी फेमिलियर विद दीज सेटअप्स. यूजुअली किंग्स इंडियन जब भी आप खेलते हो तो हमेशा वाइट का बहुत बड़ा एडवांटेज दिखाता है कंप्यूटर, बट वो जब भी आप चलते रहते हो एडवांटेज अपने आप कम होता है. लाइक फॉर एग्जाम्पल इन दिस पोजिशन अली रेजा हैज अराउंड 0.5 एडवांटेज इन दिस पोजिशन, बट चैट, आपसे सवाल, कैन यू गेस व्हाट दैट मूव इज, दैट द ओनली मूव दैट गिव्स अली रेजा दैट 0.5 एडवांटेज? अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू साहिल भाई, नॉट फॉर यू, आई थिंक आप निकाल लोगे, बट
भाई मेरा चेस कॉम एरो वैसे भी ब्लू एरो दिखा रहा है भाई, सो मेरे को
अच्छा
निकालने
अच्छा
की
अच्छा, ब्लू
जरूरत
एरो
नहीं
दिखा रहा है आपको.
है.
चैट, कैन यू फाइंड द मूव 0.5 एडवांटेज कंटेन करने के लिए? सिर्फ एक चाल है यहाँ पे, वो नहीं चली आपने तो 0-0-0 है. नॉट नाइट बी5, नॉट बी3, थिंक क्रेजी, थिंक क्रेजी भाई, कुछ ऐसी चाल जिसको चल के भी लगे ये मैंने क्या कर दिया पोजीशन पे. Yep,
एंड चैट,
multiplayer gaming. You are absolutely right. Bishop h5 for some reason is the only move in this position that maintains an advantage. अब क्या idea है इसका? Maybe queen f3, to
या
get the king closer to the queen, and something like that. But yeah,
साज
not
भाई,
an easy move to find.
ये देखो पॉइंट टू f4. लेट्स से आई वांट टू ब्लॉक योर बिशप, आई माय बिशप हैज टू मूव, सो टेक्स ऑन c5, नाइट टेक्स c5, एंड नाउ नाइट टेक्स h7.
What?
भाई, yeah,
King
king
h7.
takes, bishop g6 check, king g8 only move, and now queen to h5. And what's happening in this position? I mean,
भाई
God knows and the engine knows, bhai.
अभी भी इक्वल ही है, अभी भी
हाँ,
इक्वल है, चल रही है
exactly.
अभी भी.
And rook d8 में black better बोल रहा है भाई. How is he better? I have no clue भाई. Rook d8 slightly better for black भाई.
Some deep calculation needed, I think, for both players. But yeah, queen e7, basically after f4, bishop c5, knight c5, you should not go knight h7. Like it's nice and everything, but
Hmm.
of course it's practically very challenging for black. But according to the engine, at least you should go queen f3, which I
Hmm.
think makes a lot of sense. You can go long castle, and I'm knight h7 को भी बाद में plan कर सकते हो, when the situation has materialized a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, queen.
Yeah.
But what are the chances, Sahil bhai, that he plays bishop h5?
I think very high. I think very high. फिरोजजा यहाँ पे स्ट्रक्चर्स में प्रो है भाई. So he will find this for sure. And फिलहाल के लिए बिशप h5 is the only move, or he could be worse. तो worse तो नहीं होना है, उनको लॉस से शुरुआत नहीं करनी, because as of now फिरोजजा doesn't have a clear path to qualification for the candidates. And मैगना से
Hmm.
पूछा गया, for example, who are your strongest contenders at, let's say, the esports world cup या whatever, and he says Hikaru and फिरोजजा. And ideally you would would love to see both these players even in the classical format doing really well. So very interesting position, and we'll of course come back to this. As of now, Amin Basim बहुत पीछे हैं clock पे, almost 30 minutes. So let's go to the game of Pragg maybe. Yeah, we have a few developments there, Saj bhai.
Yep, Pragg indeed. So knight f3, bishop f4 पे छोड़ा था हमने, knight f3 played. He didn't go for that knight g4 वाला f5 g5 crazy plan जो था. Of course, it looks very very crazy now that I think about it. Bishop f3, queen d8 played, bishop d6, queen d6, and knight to d2. भाई ये जेफरी सोच क्यों नहीं रहा है?
भाई,
भाई एक
actually
घंटे He has 1 hour and 40. Okay, Rukdiet played by Pragg. भाई ये what is this 1 hour 40 minutes से तो आपने स्टार्ट किया था. 15 चालों के
वाओ.
बाद भी आपके पास एक्स्ट्रा टाइम है. ये 50 मिनट का डिफरेंस अगेंस्ट Pragg is no joke. So kudos to Jeffrey Chong because he clearly came prepared.
Yeah, कहते हैं ना कि how does it look like when your opponent falls straight into your prep? This is what it looks like at the top
Hmm.
level. Usually the opponent will find the best moves. They will not make a mistake. But time situation में इतना difference हो जाता है ना कि मतलब it gives you an edge. And right now, of course, 52 minutes and Pragg still has to play. Okay, we have more time going to be added to the clock, but it's after 40 moves. So फिलहाल के लिए Pragg को 25 मूव खेलने हैं 52 मिनट में, which doesn't seem like trouble at all. But Sahaj bhai, 45 मिनट तो लग गए भाई, 15 मूव खेलने के लिए. So it's still a bit tough.
Exactly. Exactly. And by the way, just let's also mention the fact that to play knight takes f3 in this position, Pragg thought for half an hour just on one move to play knight f3.
Yeah.
So definitely, I think not looking the best for Pragg here. I think Jeffrey is in a great situation. Sahil bhai, just give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. 1 minute.
Yeah. As Saj bhai is back, he's trying to offer his first, Abaso खेल रहा है क्या, by the way? Saj, सहज भाई का फेवरेट प्लेयर शायद नहीं खेल रहा है यार, मुझे लग रहा है तभी सहज भाई, हाँ नहीं खेल रहा, तभी सहज भाई सैड. बट रिगार्डलेस आई थिंक प्रग को थोड़ा फास्ट जरूर खेलना पड़ेगा. एंड वी टॉक्ड अबाउट दिस राइट कि टाइम प्रेशर इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर है कि नहीं. क्लियरली इन दिस गेम इट इज. एंड एक्यूरेसी वाइज भी यहाँ पे जेफरी जो आगे विद 99.4 वर्सेस 98.6 एंड ऑल्सो ऑन द क्लॉक. दैट्स अ ड्रीम पोजिशन टू बी इन as a against a top player, a world number 4, as you're playing the white pieces. भाई जेफिल जोंग इन द ड्राइवर्स सीट एटलीस्ट समवॉट राइट नाउ. सो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग. प्रसाद भाई, मे बी स्विच गेम्स, किस गेम पे जाना चाहोगे अब?
यार यहाँ से निकलते हैं because I think Pragg is not looking the best. I
या.
think let's go to Arjun's board and see what's happening there. Okay, after Queen F4, he's still thinking. Uh, Healthy 20-25 minute advantage for Arjun, so looking very very good. एक बार Gukesh game पे भी जाके देख लेते हैं if there's any
या.
updates. Rook
या.
C8. Okay, he played A5 and now C5 has been played on the board. So he does finally break in the center. And now White has to play Bishop A6. If you don't play Bishop A6, then आपका advantage slip हो रहा है यहाँ पे.
Yup, and ये जो D4 pawn center में है, we are putting pressure on it. Yeah, imagine अगर just take on C5, Saad, just to show how impressive this move can be. If White takes on C5, आप यहाँ वापस मारोगे and suddenly Black के पास ये बढ़िया pawn chain है. Knight G6 से E5 पे pressure डल सकता है and suddenly White is already wondering कि भाई क्या हो गया मेरे साथ. So one wrong
I think.
move.
Hmm.
Yeah, Saad भाई.
आई थिंक सिंपल पॉन मर रहा है ना यार ई फाइव का तो मर ही जाएगा तो मतलब
Yeah,
एक एक गलती आपकी एंड इट्स ओवर एंड ही इज थिंकिंग एज वेल सो लुक्स
yeah.
लुक्स क्वाइट गुड आई वुड से फॉर गुकेश सो फार.
And chat, stream like karo. Let's get to 400 500 likes quickly. Do not forget ki bhai, chesscom memberships up for grabs. Sajbhai, I think we start off with every 1,000 likes. Yeah, I think we lambi stream hogi sari ki sari. So every
यस सर.
1,000 likes, one chesscom membership, and as the days go on, maybe we'll increase it later on. But for now, let's jump to Vidit's game because queen trade nahi hone wali, Sahaj bhai, and I think we are readying up for a potential attack. Let's go and see kya moves hui.
So we left at queen d6. यहाँ पे he goes bishop d3 and Donchenko responds with h6 logical move. Just to remind everyone, bishop h6 pinned है, but आप वो मार नहीं सकते because आप queen g3 के बाद you're losing a piece. So that's not
Hmm.
possible. So he doesn't go for it. Of course, Vidit's not going to fall for things like that. He goes bishop f4, denying the queen exchange, and the game is on. अब Donchenko के पास सिर्फ एक चाल है. सिर्फ एक
Yeah.
चाल that keeps the things balanced, and that is queen to b6. Um, oh, I think probably the point is, Sahil bhai, that if I go bishop h6 now, there is bishop takes f2.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's why the queen on b6 is important क्योंकि आपने बैटरी लगाई हुई है यहाँ पे queen
Yeah.
f2 king f2 and just gh6 check gh6 and okay, black is more or less fine here. So bishop
Yeah.
f4 played and Donchenko thinking.
And if you place queen b6, for example, you can't castle queen side because f2 pawn be hanging hai. And also
Hmm.
b2 is also hanging. So it's a difficult choice. And apparently the best move is like bishop c1 back, one of the best moves. Do we see like a repetition? Queen d6, bishop f4, queen b6, bishop c1. Any chance?
No, I think Vidit is not going to go for a repetition. As a defending champion, of course not. I think he will keep the game going as much as possible. I think he can also go bishop d2, for example, in this position. He can also go knight a4 as well, which are also possible in the position. But yeah, it's a difficult choice. And judging by the time, it feels like neither of the players are sort of in prep anymore. So it will be a tough call. But अभी Donchenko के पास uh, वो situation है where he has to find the best move because he can also play e5.
Wow, that would be insane. E5, ये क्या idea साहब है? E5, what if I take?
If you take, then there's something is bad. Rook e8.
Ooh.
And your bishop is pinned. You have to go f4, touching the golden pawn. Black goes knight h5, and suddenly black is dominating in this position.
Wow.
Queen f3 में हो क्या
Because
रहा है? Oh, knight takes f4 यार, simple.
yeah, knight f4, queen e5, and black is just completely winning. So I
Hmm.
think going back, Vidit also has to be careful. And interesting game. I think what black does in this move really decides a lot of stuff. So important moment for Alexander Donchenko. कि क्या करेंगे? Does he want to push? Does he want to create complications? Because अगर अर्जुन यहाँ black होता सहज भाई and chat, I think we know what he would play.
Yeah, Arjun would have gone for e5 instantly, I think. But yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
so he's thinking any other game you think that we can go to?
actually, I think okay, Firuza is still thinking. He's not played just yet. I'm also checking if there's a development in the Divya game. Uh, no,
Can we
no,
take
no.
a
Oh.
can we take a quick look at Aryan versus Parham?
Hmm.
So in this position, this is actually my course, chat. This is bishop c4. This is bishop e3 is my course. Actually, this
Wow.
exact line is in my course. अब मेरे को याद नहीं exactly मैंने क्या दिया था यहाँ पे. I think the move was a3 if I remember correctly. But okay, he played g5 and a3. Knight b6 and queen. Yeah, this is my course. This position is in
Oh,
my course.
wow.
100%
Nice,
sure.
nice.
Let's go, white Delhi people. Following. Let's
एक दूसरे का भाई धंधा भाई चलाने में मदद कर रहे हैं भाई, वो भी ग्रैंड स्विस में भाई, दैट इज
बिल्कुल
इम्प्रेसिव.
और भाई पोजीशन भी अच्छी है 0.5 एडवांटेज है इन अ लॉन्ग कासल एंड ही इज गोना क्रूज थ्रू विद h4 h5 पर हमको हरा सकता है भाई ये जीता तो मॉडल गेम में आ रहा है कोर्स 100%.
नाइस, नाइस, नाइस. सो यहाँ पे आई थिंक फिलहाल के लिए क्वीन साइड कैसल सहज भाई, एंड आई थिंक व्हाइट को अटैक करने का बढ़िया मौका मिलेगा. ब्लैक को भी मिल सकता है एट सम पॉइंट, अभी रुक c8, नाइट c4, व्हाटएवर. बट इट्स गोना बी अ सुपर शार्प गेम एंड ड्रॉ के चांसेस बहुत कम. वी नो हाउ मकसूदलू प्लेज, यार ही आल्सो डजंट लाइक ड्रॉस.
या ऑफ कोर्स बोथ प्लेयर्स आर आउट फॉर ब्लड हियर बट या दोनों का टाइम थोड़ा कम है which मेक्स मी थिंक मे बी इट्स नॉट फुल प्रिपरेशन yet या जो सोचा था वो बोर्ड पे नहीं आया बट या गुड स्मार्ट चॉइस इन द ओपनिंग आई वुड से.
या एंड अगर मकसूदलू हार गए तो आज शाम को साहब भाई कोर्स देने वाले हैं मकसूदलू.
भाई वो
फिलहाल के
तो
लिए.
एग्जैक्टली भाई.
तो
चेसेबल का
साहब भाई
अकाउंट है
कहेंगे,
उसका तो भेज देना मेरे को मैं शेयर कर दूंगा.
साहब भाई कहेंगे भाई ये ईरान का कौन देख रहा है भाई हमारा मैच भाई सडनली. बट
Oh,
एनीवेज
by the way,
फिलहाल के. हाँ.
mistake by Donchenko. He actually did go for e5.
Oh wow, that is crazy. So e5 not the best move, but now Vidit has to find bishop to e3. Very important. First of all, bishop h6 pe, there is knight to h5 attacking the queen, and the queen attacks the bishop. So you can't take that pawn. So bishop e3 is the best and the only move for a slight edge.
Very substantial edge, I would say, because once you push e5, you have more control over the dark squares, and I think ये pawn बाद में जाके weak हो सकता है आपका, because you can go long castle, put the rook on e1, and somehow put pressure here. And इसको बचाने के लिए आपको f6 खेलना पड़ेगा. And when you play f6, like look at the formation of your king side pawns, right? सारे pawns black में fixed हैं, तो आपका ये जो light color का जो bishop है ये बहुत dangerous हो सकता है इस position में. So I think
Hmm.
with it got that break. Yeah, I think e5 was a bad choice.
Yep. And Saj King mod की तरह मेहनत करते हैं बिल्कुल. Chat, do like the stream. Let's get to 400-500 likes. And Saj bhai also, I looked at some lines. लेकिन सारी lines में if white needs an edge, he needs to castle queen side. So
Hmm.
queen side castle करते ही I can imagine some rook c8, rook c3 or whatever, like even b5, a5, just all in. So it could be a crazy position, and I'm not even sure if will go queen side here. Do you think he will?
I think so. I think नहीं तो bishop f4 खेलते इस position में ना वो short castle कर सकता था. बट वो बिशप F4
Hmm.
खेलता ना अगर उसको लॉन्ग कासल करना ना होता तो आई फील लाइक ही विल गो फॉर लॉन्ग कासल. यू आर राइट, देर आर चांसेस ऑफ अ क्वीन साइड अटैक, बट द प्रॉब्लम इज के बिशप E3 के बाद ना आपके दो माइनर पीसेस एक्सचेंज हो जाते हैं, तो दैट्स ऑलरेडी अ लॉट ऑफ
Hmm.
पीसेस, सो यू वोंट हैव इनफ पीसेस लेफ्ट टू कंडक्ट एन अटैक लेटर ऑन इन द गेम.
Hmm.
और भाई वो रुक C3 का जो सैक्रिफाइस भी है, लाइक इट टेक्स 3 मूव्स, यू हैव टू गो बिशप C6 रुक
Hmm.
C8 एंड देन प्ले रुक C3. मैं एक चाल में नाइट E4 खेल के उसको हटा सकता हूँ. तो
Hmm. True.
all of this, I think, feels quite comfortable for Vidit. He must be happy with this move.
True, true. And meanwhile, chat, as we look at all these games, it's a very interesting moment for Indian chess because we have somebody joining us, chat, somebody who's taken Indian chess forward for so many years and still continues to do so. Vishy sir, welcome to the Chesscom India stream. It's an honor to have you again here.
Thank you, Sahil. Hi, Saj.
Hi, Vishi sir. So happy to see you here again, sir.
Thank you. Great to be here. Yeah, nice start to the round.
Yes, sir.
Uh,
And so many Indians playing, right? I mean, it's like we're jumping from one game to the other every single second. Somebody's taking more time, somebody is making a mistake, and it's just so much fun to watch. And it's just like second hour of round one.
Yeah, very much.
so, Vishi sir, which game has been the most exciting for you so far?
I think Divya's game is,
Okay, let's start
first of
there.
all, yeah, what was it? Some preparation that was it joint preparation they forgot? Was it something somebody kept for the other? Who knows? Uh, I think that's a very good place to start. Um,
Okay, so we are here in this position. I think we can go from the top again. I think from this point on, maybe you can let us know, sir, because I was a bit confused after the F3. I have not
Give me
seen
one
an
second.
idea like this. Yes.
Yes, sir. Meanwhile, I'm making sure Sir has the Ninja link so that he can see what's happening on the board and chat. Vishy sir joining us. एक बार Vishy OP in the chat बनता है भाई. I mean, Saj bhai, I think for all of us, for every chess fan, I think Vishy sir, welcome back, sir.
Mhm.
I was just praising you actually.
Yeah.
So the crazy game here, and what do you make of it? And as you mentioned, it could be joint preparation as well. But practically, what do you feel? Who has the better chances right now?
Um, the question is, did Abhimanyu forget Bishop E7 or what happened? Because after Bishop E7, it is still kind of competitive. I mean, I've not seen this line Bishop F5 and Knight
Mhm.
H5 and so on. So my assumption is somebody forgot something,
Hmm.
and I think he may have just slid the bishop to D6 instead of E7, because if you protect the queen, then white loses much more time collecting the knight, and you can maybe do some C5, B5. I don't know.
Mhm.
It's a very computerish line, so I don't claim any expertise in that. But after bishop d6, suddenly you get the knight for free, and
In this position, right?
it
When you played
seems like
bishop
he's in
d6,
trouble.
yes.
But yeah,
So you mean here he forgot bishop e7 and instead of bishop d6 was better?
that's my guess.
Hmm.
That's my guess.
So what's the difference here if I played bishop e7 and if I still went bishop g2? Is there just knight? Oh,
Well,
because
then
the
knight
queen is
f2, because the
defended. Yeah.
queen on h4 cannot be pinned anymore. So
Yes, yes. We can show that on the chart. The knight f2, queen
yeah.
e1. The queen is defended here. That's why bishop e7 was
Hmm.
important. That's a good point. Maybe he played because he played this in a rush. He played with only a minute of thought. So I'm guessing it could be something that he
But
messed up on.
if it is some joint prep, then Divya would know that. So the question is, did she go deeper, find something she could use?
Hmm.
Kind of mysterious. Because Abhimanyu played very well in Chennai, and so he was also in good shape before this game, and
Hmm.
Yeah. And so I think so many Indians participating, and we literally missed an insane game. If we can jump to the game between Aiden Suleimanli and Karthikeyan Murli, Sahaj bhai, because the game is actually almost over already, and it's 99.4 accuracy by White against 91 for Karthikeyan. Can we go from the top? This is an
yes,
insane game.
Absolutely. So we have e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, and Aiden plays c3 here. Sidestepping a bit. Alapin, I'm guessing. Knight f6, e5, knight d5, bishop c4, knight b6,
Oh my
bishop to
God.
b3,
Okay.
and he
Yeah.
plays c4, bishop c2, d6. Okay, takes, queen takes. So far, I think this is still mainstream prep. Short castle, bishop g4, h3. So feel free to stop me anywhere you want because I'm not sure where I'm going here. So h3,
I
bishop
had not
h5,
managed to look
rook
at this
e1.
game. So, okay,
Yeah,
this
I'm
is an
looking.
old game of mine against Gawain Jones. I mean, just some of the moves.
Hmm.
Uh,
Wow.
Knight a3. I guess they go further and further these days. Queen
Queen
f6,
f6, b3, knight
b3.
d5.
Wow.
Wow, all prep. Knight. Oh, oh.
Wow.
Knight b2, knight.
Wow.
Okay, takes. Bishop d1, e6, and suddenly white is fine again. g4 found on the board. Bishop g6, a mistake by Karthikeyan. Apparently, bishop a3 was good in this position, which is, or bishop takes g4 for some reason. Wow. Okay. Bishop g6,
Wow.
bishop g5, queen c3. Is he losing this position?
Yeah, he is, I think.
Yes, it seems pretty horrible now.
But I mean, I'm sorry, sir,
Wow.
but it doesn't feel that lost to me. Why is this so bad? Oh, because there is no way to escape. Oh wow.
Oh, a4. By the way, it was the only move. So I think the king is the lone piece. I mean, the bishop on f8, bishop
Yeah,
rook on
yeah, yeah.
h8,
Bishop
bishop on g6.
bishop and rook just stuck there. ba4 is just a mate in one in this position, and if you go bishop d3 in this position, it is possible. Then there is bishop c6, and you're right. The
Yeah,
game is
still
over.
busted.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow. That was a good find there, Sahil.
So, I mean, this is just, I think, a
Okay,
case
wait,
of,
wait 1 second.
yeah.
Bishop d3, you're going bishop c6. And if I go bishop d6, it's rook takes b5.
Oh,
Not
wow.
a takes b5 because bishop takes b5, but you go rook takes b5, rook takes d8, and bishop b7.
Wow.
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 That is painful.
Wow.
Wow.
Yep,
Wow.
that is painful. It's painful to watch also.
This
Oof.
is this is
I
great
mean,
prep
today
and
already that's two examples of just computer preparation gone mad, right? I mean,
Hmm.
nobody plays knight takes a4 blunt, goes knight b2, and then confidently stomps forward. It's just not heard of. So,
Hmm.
wow.
wow, that is a fantastic game.
And it's always the
Yep.
youngsters. I think these crazy lines, and of course, Karthikeyan struggling in this position. Do you think he has any chance, or do you think this is just gone now?
This looks over. He might just resign in a few bit. But
Hmm.
what do you do after a4? There is simply no move. It's not that you're dropping into a dodgy ending. You're actually getting
Hmm.
mated. So
Yeah. Yeah.
there's no run. There's just no runway left.
True. True.
Looks like he's
So
still in prep also.
maybe I
It
think,
is
I think
conceivable. It is conceivable that
yeah.
having clicked so far, you click the last three moves to mate also. So it's not at all. Uh,
True, true, true. I think Karthikeyan is calculating it over the board will not be easy. So we'll of course come and check this game. Maybe, Sir Sahaj, we can look at the game for Gukesh, the world champion, battling it out, in round one. And he's of course playing the tournament which qualifies the contender for his world championship. So very interesting dynamic there. And this is the current position. So what do you make of the opening moves and the game so far?
So we still have some more moves to go through. So there's bishop a6, rook c7, ab6, and white plate c3 here. So what are your thoughts on the opening choice by Gukesh, and what are your thoughts on the final position?
Gukesh is happy to play the Caro-Kann sometimes. Many top players play the Caro-Kann when they're looking for some unclear fight. Bakro obliged with the advanced variation. So Caro-Kann advanced, e5. And Gukesh went for this very combative setup, which is knight d7, knight e7, h6, g5, sometimes queen c7, sometimes bishop g7, and so on. But here he managed to play b6, c5. And but I think Bakro knows what he's doing. He gives the impression of someone who knows what's the right setup. because in these things, if you play H4 somewhere and so on, it gets very, very sharp very quickly. But he seems to have controlled everything, and I think Etienne is definitely satisfied here. I suspect he is very slightly better, and there we are.
Yeah.
He
Everybody's
looks
also way
slightly,
on the clock. Yes, Arjun, please.
yeah,
It's
way
just
ahead. No,
pleasant. If I
no,
can put a bishop
Gukesh.
on b5, that's very pleasant. So
Hmm.
Hmm. Hmm, hmm,
You have the control over the A file. No c takes d4 business. One thing, I think c takes d4, you cannot play c takes d4, I think, because there's bishop c2. So you have to capture back with the bishop. Slightly uncomfortable, but I think it's still, you still
yeah, but
maintain that.
if you play c takes d4 now, I can play knight b takes d4.
And if I take on e5, if I dare to take on no, you have
I'm going
bishop
to take
b6
on
here.
f5 and take on b6, and I think that's
Mm,
the.
mm,
Of course, you could just move the bishop and try to take it later, and you could play bishop e4, for instance, and it's sharp. But I'm just
mm.
saying it's possible. Um, Also, after knight b takes d4, I'm threatening knight b5, and your rook is running out of c squares.
Hmm.
Oh,
Right.
true.
So you
And
may
also
want
knight d6.
to, yes. So black may want to make some move here first. I don't know, bishop g6 and knight f5 or uh, queen b8 or whatever.
So would you say that just based on the opening choice by Gukesh, a very fighting variation, would you say that he has managed to achieve what he set out to achieve, or do you think this doesn't look very pleasant for black?
It look like I said, the white player looks prepared, and if you get this kind of position, I mean, black is not much worse or anything. So now you play solidly and you let it go, and you see there's still a chance that something explodes. After all, if white is better, he can try to push, and so you react. But I mean, it's a normal game. Etienne was one of, I mean, he's been MBL second for many, many years. He's
Mm,
certainly knows his way around these sort of lines, and
mm.
he knows how to prepare for them.
And so for Gukesh, what do you think success looks like in this tournament? So if the tournament ends, what would he be satisfied by as the world champion? And do you think it's finishing in the top two? Is it just playing good chess? Does he, and his team have like a goal or just a subconscious thing that will make the tournament successful for him?
He's not been very successful in the last couple of classical events. Um, I suspect, he is not satisfied.
Hmm.
So yes, it's obviously a 1-2 finish would be nice for him, would give him back his confidence and so on. I mean, you only have to contrast what he's been doing with what Pragnananda has been doing, and
Hmm.
that is insane. He's just shared first in two classical Grand Chess Tour events. He's qualified for Brazil. Um, he's now his rating is skyrocketing. So I think Pragg comes very much more as sort of the big performer of the year.
Hmm.
For Gukesh, it's not terrible, but I'm sure he wants more. And it's a Swiss. You do what you can. You don't, in a Swiss, somebody else can always win a last round game, this, that, and that too with so many participants. So you don't want to obsess about a target. You want to play good
Hmm.
chess, maybe a rating gain, maybe a nice plus score, and he'll be happy. Beyond that, I'm just saying it's not in his control, but he should do what
Yeah.
he can set out to do, right?
Yeah. A very
So
important year for Gukesh. Yeah, Sajwai, please.
just a question for you, sir. I'm not sure if you heard about what Nadir Bek said in that interview about that controversial opinion. Are you aware of it? It came out like 1 or 2 days ago.
Yes, I'm aware of it.
So, sir,
It's
question
being
for you. What are
suggested
your
to me.
thoughts
It's
on
being
it?
suggested to me a lot. Uh,
What are
I
your
mean, it keeps
thoughts,
popping
sir?
up on all my feeds. And respect to these boys, they know how to make content. I mean, but uh, yeah, I was so innocent. No, yeah, is
Uh,
that a controversial thing? Very nice, very cute. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that controversial? Very cute. So, no, it's good fun. I mean, that's how the game is played these days.
True, true, true. And I think it will, of course, be an interesting match.
Especially after he lost to Gukesh in Sinkerfield. So,
Yes,
True,
yes.
true, true.
but it's all good fun. I think if they needle each other like this, it also spices up any potential meeting they have in this tournament and things like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't. Up there, who knows uh, what kind of match, what kind of opponent, what it'll be. But anyway, it's good fun.
Yeah, yeah, true. I think great content. I think we all love good content, spicy content there. And so I think you mentioned, Pragg had a fabulous year. And if we switch to his game right now, I think he's somewhat under pressure, maybe on the clock at least. I think 40 minutes versus 1 hour, 30 minutes. What do you make of this game? And what do you think Pragg is feeling right now?
He's slightly worse. Somehow it doesn't feel like he has nailed this equality bit. If knight
Hmm.
c4 comes, then there's a queen b3. This is not equal. It's still within range of some sort of liquidation, but it's not equal, I would say. Um,
Hmm. And so I think Jeffrey Jeong has played like 15, 16 moves of preparation, 99.5 accuracy right now. And as you mentioned, Queen B3, indeed, the first preference of the computer as well, putting pressure on that B7 pawn. And so Pragg, I think he's had a fabulous year. He's already ranked number 1 in the FIDE circuit. So he has multiple avenues to qualify. So I think he must be the most relaxed right now among all the other Indian players, in terms of qualifying for the candidates.
um, yes, always the people with most options have the least
Yeah.
compulsion, but yeah, you can't deny it. Also, his pathway is kind of secure because if he has bad results for now, he has still the 5 good ones, and that's locked
Hmm.
in. And so the
Hmm.
others have a lot more ground to make up. You're right. His circuit gives him the best. But let's not forget, it didn't just happen. He
Yeah.
won Bucharest. He won St. Louis. He's played very, very well, and that's why he's.
Sir, a bit of a technical question here, but I saw on move 12, Pragg thought for about half an hour before he took knight f3 in this position. Now, generally, I just wanted to get your opinion on this, that is it is it too much time to think half an hour on a singular move? Is there any rule that players should follow, or is this normal?
I don't think it merits any special thing. Ideally, you wouldn't have to spend half an hour on a move, but
Mhm.
on the other hand, it's not such a strategically complex position that later on you're going to be, even if you're in some time pressure, you can still make natural moves here. And how
Mhm.
difficult is it to play some bishop f5, rook c8, rook b8, and just hold it? So I don't, I don't attach any particular significance to that. I'm curious though why, uh, because maybe he was thinking of whether he should play knight g6. Uh, it's funny, he could even play knight takes f3, bishop f3, queen e1, bishop f4, and try to be very
Oh,
solid.
yes.
But of course, it's very easy sitting at home to give up other people's queens. But um,
So I am pro giving
yes,
mine also. So they, but yes.
equal opportunity, though.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, yeah, it's more or less fine. I mean, he is worse, but if he sits passively, he plays rook a b8. If knight e5, he comes back to d6. White
Okay.
needs quite some precision to pull this one in, so should not be too
yeah.
difficult.
Okay, so coming back to the main
Somehow,
position, he just played queen b3 on the board, attacking the b7
mhm.
pawn, or rook b8 is forced. Um, just based on the time and the position, would you say that Pragg is in some trouble, or do you think he's able to, he still has it under control?
No, he doesn't. It's not critical, but clearly he doesn't want to be defending a weak pawn with 40 minutes less. Uh, so, there's no getting around that. Something, and these are variations with very little complexity. It's just very simple play. You just need to know how to do it. And I'm sure this is not what Pragg wanted at home.
So I have a specific question for you, sir. If we can move to the Arjun game, because this is very, I think, stylistic. And at some moment, I think Arjun gave up his bishop for the knight. I think it was move number 13. So I'm very curious, would you also gone for this idea? Because you also have this preference of knights or bishops, or what would you would have played in this position?
You mean
Well,
here?
this is more complex. It comes up in many openings. You want the double pawns at the cost of the two bishops. Uh, this looks at the better end of things. Of all the, if black had a knight and it could come to d5. So if white had two knights and black had one knight, and black's knight could sit on d5, then the second c pawn is defending it, and then that's harder. So that then if I can hold the pawns and play f5, f4, and so on. Here with no knights, it seems that white might win a pawn or get some advantage. So in this case, I think I approve of the decision, so to speak.
I think Arjun will be very happy to hear that. And now the current position, Sahajbhai, I think we have bishop b6, I think, as the last move, sir. So which side does feel more comfortable? Maybe Arjun has the better end of this position now.
Oh, no, totally. Arjun's position is more pleasant to play. I think that is fairly clear.
Yeah.
But again, the question is, how should white proceed? I can take the pawn now on c6, or I can play queen e4 or something and try to get a useful move in before taking on c6. Also for black, what exactly, what I see now? Oh, no, it doesn't work actually. I was thinking bishop b4, but of course there's bishop f2. But if you play c5 and I come back, then it's very nice for me because your bishop is buried on b6. So black, I don't understand bishop b6 because black doesn't really want to play bishop c5. I mean, he doesn't want to play c5. But still, bishop g4, rook d6, rook f6, queen f6, black can keep targeting white. So it's not easy to play. White is better, slightly.
Yeah.
I would rather be white.
Here, knight c4 seems to be the best move. When the idea is to take on b6 and then take on c6, seems a bit, I don't know, impractical to me to
I
do
would
that.
never do that. After knight c4, is black playing f6?
Yes, black is playing f6.
Knight b6, I would play cb6 in a second. Thank you. Can take c6. I'll play bishop e6 and hold that. I mean, or I will claim that I can hold that. I find that
equalish, yeah. With
I
some
would,
advantage.
for me, that's a bit of a relief. Being able to collect that pawn and, or rather concede that pawn, straighten my pawn structure and everything. I could even take the a pawn. You play queen takes c6. I play bishop b7 and then try to play c5. There are a couple of ways to. It's a pawn, but it's an opposite colored bishop pawn. So
So you wouldn't
doesn't
go
set
for knight
my
c4,
heart
knight
aflutter.
c6. What if I told you after knight c4, f6, let's say queen takes c6? Does this look practically more challenging for Chigaev?
Yes, but then I go bishop b7. You go queen a4.
Yes, queen a4.
And I might give e4 a shot or something like that. I don't.
e4 looks very scary. Yeah, I have to find d4 here.
Okay, my heart is pounding here, so I don't want to bishop on b7. Looks quite scary.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
So
very interesting.
Okay, so should we switch to another game?
yeah, we can do that.
Anything that seems interesting to you?
Maybe Vidit's game, maybe. Yeah, I think he has a
Yeah, we
slight
haven't
edge
checked.
now. And so I think there was this nice move e5, and of course bishop e5, rook e8. So bishop drops back, and now he has castled queenside. So It seems like he has a slight edge. And what do you make of this position, sir?
Give me a second. I think Vidit is very happy here. It's exactly the small edge that he's usually quite good with. And there is some potential with some, if I trade down to major pieces, some small edge, I think he should be quite satisfied here. I
Some
also
rookie
have
one,
F3,
perhaps.
F3 G4 maybe, or rook G1 and F3, and then sometimes maybe knight B5, sometimes bishop B5, sometimes just G4. There are many plans.
Does white have to be worried about any queenside attack ideas in this position?
I don't see how. First of all, I have a strong threat, which is I can go rook H1, rook E8, and knight E4 somewhere.
Oh, nice.
I don't know that I want to do it immediately, but I'm just telling you, in case I play F3 and you somehow manage to prepare A6 and B5 and you're losing time, then I can play knight E4. If you take, I'll play queen E4, and then you have to make a further weakness on F5 or G6. And I just don't see where you're going to attack.
So, sir, you are saying
And if you play
F5 is
knight
a.
D5, I'll play queen C5.
So, sir, you are saying F5 is a bad move?
Yes, isn't it?
Yes, sir, because it's the golden pawn. So, sorry. Every time I see you, I mention this to you. But yes, F5 is actually wrong here. Yes. Actually, G6 seems to be much better in comparison.
Right. But that kind of position, I don't see any real attack for black.
Mm. Apparently,
I
sir,
mean,
after knight e4, knight e4, white should go bishop takes e4 in this position. My guess is probably to. I'm not even sure what the plan here is. But yeah, it says the same thing, f3, g4, played slowly.
I mean, this is assuming that I feel slightly threatened by your attack, which not yet.
Mm. Okay, you
So
don't.
I might even G4 and try to go for G5. I might be faster. So
To like straight away like this.
yes.
Yeah. So with it being the defending champion, of course, it's his favorite hunting ground, at least the tournament, at least. Like, what do you think he like? Are his expectations from this event? Is he there just playing normal chess? Is he thinking, maybe this is my best opportunity to actually qualify?
I don't see why it's a strong Swiss. He won it last time, but I don't see why he should have any particular expectations. He should just take it round by round and play. Also, I think Vidit hasn't had spectacular results, so he may also build up slowly to this. Is my feeling.
Yeah,
So
very
since we're on
interesting.
the subject, I feel like it's my duty to ask you if you could choose two players for us that you think have the best chance to qualify in the candidates. Who would those players be?
I'm going to say Pragg, notwithstanding his slight weakness today, but Pragg should be given his form so far. And I mean, it's been a very long time, so let's take Levon.
Oh, that's an
Levon.
interesting choice. I think he's also had an
Well,
amazing year.
he's in a very good mood. He's doing very well everywhere. Uh, doing well, qualifying for everything. He's just enjoying himself. So why not put your money on him?
And so
Nice.
talking about qualifying, so we know the location. Now it's Goa. Everybody knows it. So, sir, what does it mean to you see the World Cup come to India, especially in Goa? It's a fantastic city, amazing choice by FIDE as well. And so it's so exciting to see everybody coming to India now. Literally, some of them will be traveling twice in 3 months, like Chennai GM and now the World Cup. So for you, sir, what's your journey been like to this World Cup, and what does it mean for it to be happen in India now?
It's fantastic. It's really nice that we will have the World Cup in India and in Goa as well. Um, no, very positive. There have been So the World Championship that I won, well, in Delhi was later on called a World Cup. So the knockout event then, and then it became a smaller event when I won it in Hyderabad. So this, by that definition, is the third one in India. Um, but of course, this is the one which will be overrepresented by Indian players. There'll be just lots and lots of them, and that's very good news. And I think it'll be great fun for everyone to have it here.
Yeah. And so I think we'll have so many players participating. And it's the same question again, but do you have any favorites for the World Cup? Because the format is quite interesting. It's a knockout format. Any favorites there?
Ask me then. So,
Yeah, yes.
I was just expecting to say ask me then and then Pragg. Something like that from
yeah. I mean, even here, it's very hard to tell. Momentum on the first round is very important, and a good start. All these things are more important than so. And the thing is, there are so many games that even if you're doing well, it's not clear that you will be in the lead. So these tournaments have their own particular rules, their own particular vibe. Um, but you would still say the best players.
Yeah.
Nice. And
And I
also
don't know
one more
if
question for you, sir.
yes.
In October, you'll be taking on Gary Kasparov in again this time in chess 960 with rapid and bliss format. How are you
Mhm.
looking at that match? Is it more of a fun challenge or is it a serious battle for you?
Look, I'm going to try to do well. I am very happy to get this chance, and but I'm sure that once I'm sitting in front of him and so on, all the old vibes will come back, uh,
Mhm.
and the best fun is to play well.
Yeah, for
Okay.
sure. And so I think it will be a crazy match, of course. I mean, it will be not in the exact Indian time zone, but I think we'll be staying up to watch that insane match. It'll be so much fun to watch you there battle. And so I think, are you preparing for that match already or?
I have to look a little bit. I mean, I guess the player who's played the least 960 games. I mean, I've played a few. Um, but I think Gary has played like 40 or 50 already, and many of the others have played even more. Um, I will try to get ready. I mean, it's quite strange to go to an event and just try to improvise because castling is different, this is different, that's different, the
Yeah.
board looks different. So, uh, yes, I will try to think about what it's going to be like, look at some of the previous events and see how it went and so on.
So sorry for intruding, but has the preparation already started?
Yes, it has. I have mostly.
Nice.
I think I've sorted out the castling bit by now.
Nice. Very nice.
And so I think we also have the Karthikeyan game about to finish. If you want to have the final look, Sahaj, I think the game has simplified now, but I think it's just a piece down at the end. We had a few more moves, I think.
So it's bishop d3, bishop c6 like we thought. Bishop c5 only move takes. Bishop takes, rook c5. This is just a piece down, no?
Yeah, take and rook d6,
Yeah.
luckily, and you defend that bishop. So
Yeah, this is just a piece down. Game over. Oh, wow.
Wow.
So we will have the first result, I think, coming from. I don't think there's any other result that has been finished so far. So yeah, this is the first game to be finished in the Grand
You
Swiss.
had a few draws actually. Danny Dubov and Shirov drew their games.
Oh,
We
okay,
had
okay.
Matlakov against a few draws, but I think the first result
First
for
result still,
sure.
right?
Yeah,
First
yeah,
result,
yeah.
yeah. Okay, maybe we should switch to Pragg Sports. Some updates there. I think we were on this position, Queen B3, Black played Rook B8, H3, and then H6.
sorry, Sahaj, if you're going to convince me that these are exciting developments, h3 and h6. I'm going to laugh. So if that's all that's happened, I mean, what's next? King H1, King H8 or something? Just no, actually, King H8 is bad because when I go back to E5, you cannot come back to D6. I will take on F7. So
Oh,
Oh,
yes,
that
yes,
joke,
yes.
oh,
Wow.
joke
nice.
doesn't work. But anyway, you get the idea.
I
I
even
don't
put it
think,
on the
yeah,
on the
I
on the
don't think
board
H3
as well.
is exactly heart-stopping stuff. Uh,
Roasted.
I think
Lovely.
maybe we can check out the game of Divya again because we've had one move there and both players having 54 minutes each. And that was Queen to E1. And apparently, Queen H6 was the only move. Of course, you don't want to trade queens. And still, I think pretty interesting. Not sure who's better. So I think maybe the king has to run to the queen side.
um, that's hard to say because it's also well placed somewhere in the center, but it depends if black. Uh,
C takes D4 is the plan. Either you go king C2, I don't know.
Yeah, because the E pawn is pinned. So we have to do something. Maybe F. No, but F4. We lose the pawn, yeah?
I don't know if you're talking about who's more comfortable. I think black is more comfortable, right? You have all of your pieces in the same place. White has to be more precise. I mean, I'm sure Vishu sir can correct me here, but I would like this position more for black.
I think Abhimanyu's position has improved a lot. Let's put it
Mm-hmm.
that way. If I play something like King C2, then CD4, ED4, and I could even try and come and collect the F5 pawn and things like that. I can take the pawn on H2. You never know. That
Mm-hmm.
pawn on the H7 pawn may one day be useful. I would
Mm-hmm.
be slightly relieved with black that it has gotten this far.
Hmm.
Um, let's see. Can I go knight? Can I go F4, CD4, knight takes D5? No, I can't because
F4
D3.
here.
Sorry, F4, CD4, knight takes D5,
Oh, knight takes D5. Okay.
E3 check, and then some king C1 or something. But it looks loose.
Now that E3 pawn looks a bit annoying.
Yes. I mean, that is manageable because it's well blockaded, but the thing is, can I actually do something with those pieces? I don't.
I feel like this knight on H3 is very out of place, and because it's blocked by F4 and can't come to F2.
Yeah, but I think the whole point of Divya's play was this: she doesn't need the knight for a while. When it comes back, it'll be an extra piece, and that's supposed to be the logic.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Perhaps she had to be more accurate in the beginning. Or
Mm-hmm.
maybe Abhimanyu had checked Bishop D6 to high depth or something. I don't know. I don't think so, but um, I think Abhimanyu is probably much happier now.
I mean, just looking at the time alone, it feels like they're not in prep. Unless, sir, maybe you have some expert advice here. Do top players, elite players, think for longer periods of time just to make their opponent think that this is not preparation?
I think in this case, 25 minutes, which is what Abhimanyu has used, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Looks like very much in the range of what he would do if he was prepared. Um,
Oh,
so no, I don't
interesting.
particularly get any information from that. I
Hmm.
think even if he was well prepared, he would. 25 minutes is very reasonable. You don't want to blitz through anything because you can always make a slip.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Hmm. True. And so, I think critical moment for Divya here. She has to counter this somehow. And so, we are talking about exciting positions. I think the most in course exciting position is Nihal against Soen Rasmus. I think we have an opposite color bishop rook endgame. So, we're going to have a result maybe soon here as well.
Oh, yeah, this is done, yeah?
That's the thing. I mean, even the following all the Indians is not easy. There's so many.
So many, exactly.
Forget about following all the games. We're not even able to.
So yeah, this is I think fizzling out into a draw. Arjun, I think, is in the same position, correct? Okay, he played knight c4 here, which we were discussing earlier. The question is whether he, after f6, whether he takes the bishop on b6 or whether he goes queen takes c6 straight away.
Right.
Hmm.
Okay. Okay, Vidit seems to be having a very comfortable advantage. Maybe we can take a look at Hari's game against Anton
Yeah.
Demchenko. So what would
Sure.
you make of this position?
I would say black is okay. I mean, I'm going to play rook d7, rook d8.
Hmm.
Why is white better exactly? That's not clear to me at all.
So the bar shows 0, 0, 0 for me.
Well, that sorts it out, yeah.
Hmm.
And obviously, if white just exchanges all his pieces on c4, that's also dead drawn because there is no entry point for black. So
Mm-hmm.
it looks about equal. Vidit is still thinking, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he feels a kind of critical moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. All these games. So if I do ask you, do you think we're going to see a bunch of draws? Because as of now, the bar seems to be in the middle in most games. Or do you think we'll see a twist and the nerves kind of showing in the later half of the game?
Generally, a tournament like this should have a huge component of draws.
Hmm. I think the
Yeah,
only game
Nihal against Swain is going to finish in seconds.
yeah, yeah. I think the only one game I see is Alieza Firuzja. If we can have a look, where he seems to have some sort of edge and a very interesting position because he voluntarily played king to d2, and it was the best move in the position, and is trying to maybe launch an attack. But yeah, as of now, black is holding.
But it's true. This is one of the more desirable King's Indian setups you can get, and so probably Ferusha is quite happy here.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Funnily enough, the king is well placed on d2, where it's maybe black should already start thinking of c6 and cd5 or something, because white could also play queen g4, so this should be comfortable for white.
Hmm. Hmm.
So just take, and you just take the pawn on e4 and you have some advantage, I guess. Okay, Firuza looks good. In a tournament like this, also Sahil asked me this a few, like right before you came in. In a tournament like this, is time a very big factor, especially in the later part, or do you think because there is enough time, we have, I mean, we have way more time than a regular classical event. So do you think time is going to become a factor here, or is it more about the chess?
It can be a factor, but equally, the side with less time can. It's all there are also moves. It's not only playing on time. You have to make good moves as well, and yeah, some people will get it right and some won't.
And so,
Okay.
do you have preference for a time control? For example, this one is a much longer one, and we've had much shorter ones, much longer ones as well. So, if you had to choose a particular time control which you would love to play, which one would that be in classical chess? Let's say.
I think these 4-hour controls are quite reasonable.
Hmm.
I mean, I remember playing some 7-hour games. That's also uh, something I'm quite used to. So, but I think 4 to 5 hours captures most of the excitement, and that's
Hmm. Hmm.
quite fun to play as well because you're back in the room a bit earlier. That is nice.
So what's your favorite time control?
Um, I'm just happy to play chess nowadays. I don't. If it's blitz, I'll play blitz. If it's rapid, that's good. Uh, I don't have a huge preference. I'm playing occasionally. I'm happy if the tournament's a nice tournament and the vibes are good. I don't really spend too much time fretting about the time control.
So have you
Nice.
ever delved into bullet chess? Even thought about it?
I wouldn't say I've thought about it, but the thought came and went. And yeah, I, I don't really play bullet chess. I think this is not a big announcement. So
Mm.
And by the way, sir, in the Vidit game, we've seen your idea of 94 being played right now after Queen C7. So I think
already,
Black,
wow.
yeah, went for it already,
Nice.
and now I think it's an important choice for Black. I think what does Donchenko do?
Yeah, apparently, yeah, this looks difficult. This is difficult. Maybe knight d5 or knight g4, perhaps. Somehow knight takes e4 feels odd to me.
Mm, if knight d5, I'll go queen c5 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
You can play bishop c6. Then I could try bishop b5 or something, or bishop c4, but maybe bishop b5.
Mm-hmm. If I take, then of course rook d5, yeah?
You take on
What
what?
is take on b5? Oh no, queen b5, apparently.
Yeah, because if you take on d5, I take queen takes c5, rook takes c5, bishop c6, and I don't think that's helping you.
Yeah, the g2 pawn is a bit loose.
Yeah,
Right, right. So after queen c5, bishop c6, bishop b5, queen takes b5 is it needs to be
but
played.
just easy to play, pleasant, and
Hmm. Okay, got it. Um,
Pragg is suffering, right? Because he's now run all the way back to so queen c3 has happened. The problem is
mhm.
Pragg can't free himself easily. I mean, it's
Hmm.
maybe I
No,
would
no.
go bishop b5 here, but then knight e3 is minimum.
Yeah, full pressure on the c7 pawn. So I think, I mean, of course, the position looks bad, but the time is really starting to, go down
Oh
here for
wow.
Pragg. 27 minutes.
Yeah.
So, by the way, I had a question. So, I think we often wonder if top players worry about the world rankings while they're playing or even after the game. Is it something that ever bothers a chess player, whether they are world number one, two, three, four, five, or is it just something they never even think about?
It might cross like I said, thoughts will keep on crossing your mind. You may think of your
Hmm.
ranking, and of course, um, your rating does get you some privileges,
Hmm.
invitations, seedings, and things like that. I wouldn't say people are not interested, but they also know that you can't think about it too much, but you can't ignore it completely.
Yeah, because we are hyped up for any change, because decimal changes is well, oh my God, point 0.4 gained, and we lose our
Mhm.
minds. But I think the players probably think about it once a month.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Once upon a time, it used to be once in 6 months, and now it's once a month. It could
Yeah.
easily become daily, you know. So
Oh wow, maybe nice, nice. That would be crazy actually.
that, yes, I think it'll be too much.
True, true,
By the way,
true.
queen c5 played by Pragg in this position. Um, Not really sure what the plan is, sir. What do you think? What should do here?
I'm thinking, does B4 work?
It seems to work, but does he have to go back to f8 then? Because queen a7
Oh,
is also possible, but you're leaving the
Queen A7,
e7
I can
square.
play rook E7 and
Hmm.
this looks scary actually.
Yeah, this looks very, very scary.
I think after b4 you'll have to go back. The thing is, what else can I play? Can I play knight a5? Then
Instead
you
of
take on
b4?
c3. I'll take with the rook. Knight a5 instead of b4.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You take on c3. I take with the rook. Probably knight e8 is just solid enough that I don't need to worry. Yeah?
Hmm.
I mean,
Hmm.
it's nobody's dream to play this, but it's solid.
Hmm.
No, I like b4 after all.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
And b4 and a3 are completely harmless moves to make in a sense that I don't think any black achieved anything by provoking it. So for me, it's even useful.
We were wondering, so, all the bars look kind of stagnant in the middle, but we've had the first change and the first blunder, and that is Hare Krishna against Demchenko. So, rook to c2 was played, and now apparently there's a nice move for Demchenko. Chad, if you want to guess it, this is the moment. So, I mean, looks very logical, but somehow, he missed something there.
Just looks lost, no?
So,
Oh,
move is
knight takes
knight
a4.
takes. Yeah, and we can't take back. Can we take back?
Yes, but bishop a4, rook c1, bishop c2, rook
Bishop
c2, and
c2, rook
a2.
c2, a4. I'm not 100% convinced. Those pawns can be blockaded sometimes. But it's true that I would have to play knight e4 or king e1 maybe.
Hmm.
Or I could play bishop c1
Ah,
and
prophylaxis.
then
Nice.
put a bishop on c4 and then kind of hold that blockade for a while.
Bishop
Hmm.
c1, yeah, rook 8 looks good. Maybe even, oh, I have b3. I think rook c4 and b2, I think.
When? Sorry?
After bishop
Take it
c1, there
c2
is,
a4. I go bishop c1. You want to go b3.
yes, because I think there's rook c4,
And
there's
then if I
b2.
play rook, if I go rook c3,
Then b2, I think.
no, but your rook is not yet on d8. It's still on d8, right?
No, but bishop b2, there's rook d2, no?
Uh-huh. Okay. And if I go rook b2 then?
Yeah, this looks good. This looks good, but still looks very scary
But
for
rook
white.
b2, could you play a3, rook into a3, a2, rook into b3, a2?
And if rook a3, then just rook a8.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
I have some
that's
basics miracle try, but I don't believe it. Okay, so then it's getting quite hard to. What can I play? Maybe I can play. The thing is, I can play knight c4 instead of bishop c1.
so takes, rook c1, takes, a4 and knight c4. Okay.
So a3,
Now
right?
if yeah, a3,
Bishop into a3,
bishops.
b into a3, knight into
Ah, okay,
a3.
you'll just take. Okay.
And then I put the knight back on c4. And how are you going to
Hmm.
make any progress?
Great point, actually. Not easy.
I mean, the only yeah, it's not easy at all. I'm thinking something like exchanging the rooks via bringing the rook to a8 a1, trading the rook on a2, and then bringing the king to c6 d5.
Okay,
I mean,
get your rooks also exchanged, and then I will play king f3, some g3, h4, and wait. I mean, I find it hard to believe
mm,
that white is going to escape, but at the same time, perfect blockade for me. So,
hmm, hmm.
okay. But I think
But
instead
now,
of after a4, king e1 is still a decent move because my next move will be bishop c4. And after that, it's very difficult for you to push your pawns.
hmm.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, before rook c2, is it fair to say that white was also, well, white had some chance to sort of play for a win, but now that chance is gone?
I don't see why white should have been better. But I don't see why white is. But I still think it's well within margins. By the way, if a knight into a4, I can also maybe play rook a1 or something. Because I have a very good blockade.
Hmm.
No, I mean, my question is, even if the position was equal, right? You still had that. I mean, it was a 3-result position, but would you say that the current position is a 2-result position?
Yes, I think it, rather than saying it was a 3-result position, I would have said it's looking like a 1-result position, but now maybe it's 2 results.
That's a nice one.
So
I
you
like
know,
that.
one side can overreach. I mean, if there's a blockade and black pushes too hard, it can backfire also. So this game is not gone yet because
Mhm.
it's tempting enough that both people will try, but at least black will try. But let's see.
And as it happens, I think Hare Krishna would have also seen this. The question is, has Demchenko seen this? Does he go for it? I think he will have to calculate a lot as well. By the way, also the Karthikeyan game has ended, so that is the first real win for any player in this tournament on day one. Aidin Suleimani does win his game, so he goes in the top of the standings. And in the other games, I think Nihal has drawn against Sven Rasmus, so a couple of results there. But all the other games still very, very interesting. No clear advantage for any player. Of course, Pragg is slightly worse still.
Mhm.
Shall we take a quick look at Ronak versus Mozart? Seems to have
Sure.
a
For sure.
interesting position. So, what do you make of this?
Um, Successful performance. I mean, white got the maximum that they normally get in this position, which is this slight advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but whether you can actually do something with it is harder to say. But I think you can say that Raunak played this in opening well because normally this is the maximum you can get here.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Jules has 16 minutes, so that's a lot of time actually that he has taken. Maybe that also plays a factor.
Yeah, only 15 moves played. Yeah, so 25 more moves until he gets that 50 minutes extra time. So,
Yeah.
Very interesting. And no moves by Demchenko just yet. I think he's calculating the only chance he'll probably get in the position.
Mhm.
And by the way, can we go to Arjun's game? Because I think he did not take on b6. He actually went to a5 instead.
Yeah. Okay, let's so if I play c5,
Knight c6.
queen
let's play that.
e8, but wait, no, then I can go queen e4.
Bishop b7. Ah, there's queen c4 check.
Then I have queen c4 check. So that may
Hmm.
not be correct actually.
Hmm. But we just for the chat, we cannot play queen c4 check here straight because there's bishop e6 that blocks. So once the bishop is on b7, it doesn't get access to
Hmm.
e6.
Hmm.
So we are on knight a5, right? Any other move besides c5 for black?
I think the problem with rook d6 is simply bishop b4 is going to be good.
Hmm.
Oh, okay, nice.
I don't know yet about knight takes c4. If you go queen e8 and then you go some,
Knight takes c6, you mean, sir? After rook
yeah,
d6?
knight takes c6, queen e8, and then some bishop b4 or something.
Oh, this is also defended, yeah.
Hmm.
So is black losing the pawn by force here?
Does look like it, right? He went king h8. Ah, he's just, oh, wait. So knight takes c6. Now he'll play queen e8. And you
Mhm.
don't have queen e4, and I don't have queen c4.
Yeah, very nice move, because queen e4, bishop b7, we don't have queen c4 with a check anymore.
Okay, but hang on. So knight takes c6, you go queen e8. Now let me come bishop e1.
Bishop e1, okay. Bishop b7.
Queen
I don't know.
c2, bishop c6, queen c6. I thought I can live with that.
Yeah, I think you're fine. You're completely fine there. Apparently, I'm supposed to find rook
But you
d6
can
in
play
this
bishop
position.
d4 right now. Sorry?
I'm supposed to find rook d6 in this position, which I'm trying to make sense of, because I can still play queen c2. And
And
now
then you have
black
to play
must,
the rook.
yeah, just rook a8 and just play this.
Yeah, apparently that's reason. But I thought I can play b4 and try to play b5 and
Yeah, that's completely fine. Actually, you're right. You can play this. But somehow this is not a very big advantage for white, which I find a bit surprising. What do you think is the reason for that, sir?
that there is no advantage. Uh, um, the thing is, though black has lost a pawn, everything else is fine. I think that's the main reason. So unless you have some way of increasing your grip, then there's nothing. The knight just comes back and see, even if black loses the c6 pawn, it's a normal position. It's I would rather have the pawn somewhere, but it's not vital.
You would rather give the pawn away than keep the weakness, I guess.
As well, I think I would be. Uh, that's what they say. Once you blunder all your weak pawns, you can actually be happy and not have to defend anything.
Yeah. No assets, no stress, sir. For sure.
Yes, exactly. I'm sure some finfluencer has already advised this. But anyway,
So I know you have to leave in a couple of minutes. So I'm just going to ask you one more question. I think there was a great question in the chat. Pragg somehow turned around his, I think not really his life. He played pretty well last year, but really turned around matters in how well he's playing. He's crushed every single event. Is there something, do you think he changed from last year that people can apply in their own chess career as well as in their life in general, if it's about attitude? Like, what did he change that made his year so great?
he's just doing everything right. He's working hard on his openings. Probably a new trainer, Vaibhav, that's also helping. And he's trying very, very hard in every game. It didn't come easily. If you look at all his tournaments, he's pushing in game after game. He's trying to play longer games. It's a very conscious effort. I think he was quite annoyed that his candidates that he fought for so hard last time went away in smoke. And this time he's done it right. I think mainly his attitude has been excellent.
Yeah, I think we can all learn from that. So really, really want to thank you for your time. I think your insights have been really helpful. Would love to see you again. And so, I mean, thank you for kind of coming here and also kind of, I think without you, as I've mentioned, when I met you last time, I think without you, none of us would be here. So thanks a lot, sir, for taking in niches on your shoulders. And
Thank you. It's very kind and it's good fun always with you guys. And see you tomorrow, actually.
See you tomorrow, sir. Thanks a lot for
Thank you
joining,
so
sir.
much.
Bye, Sai.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
And so that was Vishy sir joining us. And Sajba, I think
एक विशी सर के जाने के टाइम पे विशी ओपी होना चाहिए भाई, रुकना नहीं चाहिए चैट में बिल्कुल भी. विशी ओपी, आई वांट टू सी इट.
And actually, वो सवाल निधि भाई का था. I credited chat for that chat, so you need to thank निधि भाई now. ठीक है, निधि भाई का क्वेश्चन था. मैंने गलती से बोला कि चैट का सवाल है, तो चैट तुम्हें क्रेडिट मिल गया. निधि भाई को पिज्जा भिजवाओ आप.
साहिल भाई, मैं गुकेश का गेम लगा दूं एक बार, because some updates have happened.
हाँ, let's go. Let's check out Gukesh's game as well. And
this is where we were. Knight d2, bishop g6, knight b5. Oh, repetition.
What?
We have a repetition on the board, right?
Because once this happened.
No, it hasn't happened, but it can happen.
It can happen now.
It can happen.
But
Sahil bhai,
does Gukesh have
just 1 second, I'll be right back, okay? One sec.
Sure. I'm not even sure if Gukesh is a way to avoid this. Yeah, knight d4, rook c5 maybe is the way, but then I have the second knight coming to b3. So I'm not really sure, Chad, if Gukesh can avoid this repetition if he wants to. And um, unless, in fact, white also does it. Wow, perfect timing for my battery to also vanish. White. We had three commentators, Chad. We had three commentators, and within a span of 2 minutes, all three cameras went out. Amazing timing, भाई. Amazing timing. I am adding my camera in a second. So chat, जो भी तुम्हें बोलना है मन की बात हमें अभी बोल सकते हो, हम लोग नहीं देख रहे. This is the time, chat. कुछ भी बोलना है बोल सकते हो भाई. There is no moderator right now. But anyways, साथ भाई कुर्सी चमकती हुई as usual. एक बंदा कहता है टिक्कू भाई को समझ नहीं आ रहा है, 2 GM की एनालिसिस में मुंडी हिला रहा हूं भाई. यही है भाई स्किल. मुंडी हिलाना ही स्किल है भाई. 2% भी अगर समझ में आ जाए ना भाई, दैट इज इंसेन. हाँ, आई थिंक माई कैमरा शुड बी बैक नाउ. बाकी कुछ आए ना आए, वेरिएशन आए ना आए, मेरा कैमरा जरूर वापस आ जाएगा अभी भाई. हाँ, इट्स बैक. अमेजिंग अमेजिंग भाई, अमेजिंग भाई. कई बार जादू कर लेता हूँ मैं यार. ये हिल कैसे गया भाई? अच्छा, वन कैमरा में चले गए थे हम लोग. ओ नाइस नाइस नाइस. बढ़िया, आई एम बैक. ये बैटरी मैंने चार्जिंग पे लगा दिया बिकॉज दिस माइट बी अ लॉन्ग इवेंट, चैट. दिस माइट बी अ लॉन्ग स्ट्रीम बिकॉज यू नेवर नो कितना लंबी गेम्स चलेंगी. एज वी हैव सीन द टाइम कंट्रोल इज लॉन्गर. सो अरे भाई, कैसे चार्ज होती है बैटरी?
यप,
हाँ, चार्ज.
टाइम कंट्रोल तो है भाई, ये लेकिन रेपिटेशन हो रही है क्या नहीं?
भाई, आई मीन द ओनली वे टू अवॉइड इज रूक c5, राइट? आई मीन रूक c, आई मीन यू कांट डू एनीथिंग एल्स.
नाइट बी
नाइट
फाइव
b4.
अगेन ना?
हाँ, नाइट b4. लेट्स से आई प्ले नाइट d4 यहाँ पे. आई
ठीक
अटैक
है,
योर रूक एंड आई प्ले रूक c5.
रुक सी फाइव. आई कांट प्ले नाइट बी फाइव हियर. अच्छा, you'll just sack it, yeah, with knight
हाँ, आई वाज
e5.
थिंकिंग ऑफ, या एग्जैक्टली, आई वाज थिंकिंग ऑफ सेकंड एक्सचेंज देयर एंड सेइंग कि भाई ठीक है, तुम्हें मारना है तुम मार लो. बट आई डिडंट नो इट वाज दिस गुड. आई डिडंट नो
It
दिस
is
वाज
good.
दिस गुड.
It's भाई,
वाह.
आपकी intuition भाई, आपकी intuition is on point. Bishop c5, bc5, and black is winning here. Just winning,
Wait,
-2. It's winning.
but this, oh, knight d3 आ रहा है एक्चुअली. ओ, knight
Yeah, yeah,
d3
knight d3,
आइडियाज.
probably c4 or
ओ
something.
वाओ.
Yeah,
वाओ.
yeah. So no repetition, false alarm. But knight d4 पे तो rook c5 हम expect ही करेंगे, I think Gukesh के साथ, because he always plays for the win.
या. भाई, Sahaj bhai, I was thinking जब विशिष्ट sir आए थे एक बार ना, you mentioned something like विशिष्ट sir, you're absolutely correct. Like I was thinking like pre-Indian era में ऐसा मौका किसी को भी मिलता ही नहीं होगा. भाई, only
हाँ.
with Indians I think we have the capacity to ever say that. भाई, क्या Indians, क्या खतरनाक चीज है ना. Imagine playing
There
cricket
is
and
there
there's
is
a
no, I mean, I mean, there is no way to like keep up with his analysis, because I mean, he sees things so fast कि मतलब
हम्म.
आपको चाहिए होता है फिर उस टाइम पे, I think, because
हाँ,
then you are just also wondering कि what you're trying to make out what he's saying. तो उसके लिए I think it's a very good resource.
exactly. And whatever you were saying, word of preference of the engine, it tells you how strong Vishy sir and all these top players are. Like they just know, yeah, they just understand the position so well. उनकी intuition इतनी strong होती है, they can instantly narrow down the important factors in the position. कि भाई ये important है, ये important है, ये important है, and that's why this is the best move.
Yes, it's decades and decades of work. That's what it is.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
And
knight
chat,
d4 plate. Oh, he goes
oh,
for the repetition. Now we'll see
white कह रहा है
Gukesh.
भाई.
भाई अब देखने
white
को
कह
मिलेगा.
वाइट कह रहा है भाई देखो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन से ड्रॉ मिल रहा है, मैं खुश हूं भाई, मेरे को चलेगा ड्रॉ. लेकिन गुकेश को चलेगा कि नहीं? चैट, क्वेश्चन फॉर यू. डू यू थिंक गुकेश will accept the draw with rook to c7 and knight to b5, or do you think he will put that rook on c5 and say no draw yet?
मैं लिख के दे रहा हूँ. The answer is no. Gukesh always plays for the win. He's also okay with having a worse position if it means, not accepting a draw. But in this case, it's not even a worse position. So maybe he repeats once to see, just to test the water कि वो actually मतलब draw करना चाहता है. उससे वो psychological advantage भी मिल जाता है थोड़ा सा, because your opponent is happy with a draw and then they have to change this mindset. But yeah, I think rook c5 is definitely gonna happen on the board.
मैक्सिमम लोग कह रहे हैं नो ड्रॉ, एक बंदा कह रहा है ड्रॉ, एक दो लोग, आई एम काइंड ऑफ ऑन योर साइड, कहीं ना ये पोजीशन maybe he will repeat once, and of course उसको rook c5 वो idea दिखेगा ही, of course he'll see the exchange sacrifice, he'll be tempted, but the position is also a bit passive, Sahaj bhai, it's very hard. The only trick he has is that sacrifice, और कुछ है नहीं, और कुछ है क्या?
नहीं नहीं, और कुछ नहीं। रुक c7 खेलने में नाइट b5 इज इक्वल। आई मीन इज ऑल्सो पॉसिबल, अच्छा ही कैन नॉट गो नाइट e5 हियर बिकॉज देयर इज बिशप टेक्स b6 एंड यू लूज द रुक।
Yeah,
So of
exactly.
course he has to. So that's why he
Yeah.
has to go rook c5, I think, here, and then the position completely opens up. I mean, I think this is what Gukesh set out to achieve, right? When he played Caro-Kann, when he kept all of those breaks with c5, and he developed on both sides of the board.
Oh, let's go! No draw कहते हैं गुकेश, rook to c5, and it's a nice trap now, of course. Knight b5 would be a horrific mistake from white.
Yup, knight b5 पे knight takes e5 like we saw. Someone was mentioning, if I can mention this line again, so I'm just going to play it out for you one more time. Knight b5 is a mistake here because there is knight takes e5, and if bishop takes e5, then simply b takes e5. You are technically 1 point down because white के पास एक exchange up है। white के पास एक रुक है जो 5 point है, black के पास एक bishop और एक pawn है जो 4 point है। So technically black is a point down in the position, but कॉम्पनसेशन इतना ज्यादा है, एक्टिविटी इतनी ज्यादा है कि द पोजीशन इज सिंपली विनिंग फॉर ब्लैक। That is insane. That shows the power of activity of pieces, in
Yeah.
comparison to just material alone.
Yeah, and chess is a battle of patience, and यहाँ पे Gukesh, वो subtle moves, I think, यही होता है, like, you have to constantly just keep playing those best moves, कहीं ना कहीं एक moment के लिए. I think it's like being a batsman, yeah. I think the bowler can get hit for a six, and then उसके बाद फिर अगली बॉल पे बोल्ड रखे भी he can say, oh my god, what a over. But batsman को हर बॉल पे concentrate करना है, one lapse in concentration and you just get bowled. So I think कहीं ना कहीं पे वही सेम चेस में है, यू कैन नॉट लूज कंसंट्रेशन ऑफ फॉर अ सिंगल मूव, एंड अगर वो सिंगल मूव नाइट b5 हुई, इट्स ऑल ओवर एंड गुकेश टेक्स फ्रॉम द पॉइंट, एंड यहाँ पे टाइम पे भी पीछे नहीं है, सो आई थिंक गुकेश इज डूइंग ओके एज ऑफ नाउ. Sahaj, but is Pragg doing okay? Can we jump to that game? We have some developments there.
Okay, so we have queen c5, rook e5 played. We didn't look at this move. We were looking at b4 only, and now b5, and now knight to a5. So
Oof.
Bar says 0.8 advantage here, and very rightfully so, because that pawn on c7, technically a backward pawn, I feel you're about to lose this pawn by force. I mean, how are you going to save this? If I go queen b6, maybe you can do queen b6 because queen c7 may have rook c8. Some tactics on the horizon.
बट साज आफ्टर क्वीन b6 maybe just b4 है यार, एंड हमेशा के लिए आपका ये सी पॉन अब यहाँ बैठ चुका है, यू कैन नेवर पुश इट, आई विल एंड पास इट, एंड I just don't know where is Black's counterplay coming from. I mean, rook e8 is literally the only move he has in the position at some point.
Yeah, rook e8 के लिए कुछ e file के through कुछ activity मिल जाए आपको, that's possible for sure. But yeah, this pawn on c7 is a huge problem for Pragg, and I think an even bigger problem is his time. He has 18 moves to finish with 19 minutes on the clock. So that's not an ideal situation, especially if you are worse and the position is not simplified enough for you to make those hand moves. So Pragg can definitely go wrong here, and this could be, it could also be one of those. चलो, it also doesn't mean कि उसके chances एकदम चले गए. Let's not forget Vidit भी हारा था पहले round में, a Grand Swiss में, and then he ended up winning the tournament. So it doesn't mean that he spoiled his chances or anything like that. But yeah, the position does seem a bit problematic for Pragg here.
या चैट स्ट्रीम लाइक करो भाई, देखो लाइक से ही बचेगा, 1 लाइक इक्वल टू 0.1 इवैल्यूएशन. कम ऑन चैट, जल्दी से लाइक करो, लेट्स सी प्रग को जितवा देंगे भाई हम लाइक करके स्ट्रीम आज. पर फिलहाल के लिए ऑफ कोर्स सी इज अंडर प्रेशर, 18 मिनट्स नाउ टू प्ले, 19 मूव्स, लेस देन अ मिनट अ मूव. सहज, दिस इज गेटिंग ऑन माय नर्व्स. आई थिंक हम कह रहे थे टाइम प्रेशर फैक्टर हुआ कि नहीं. वेल, वी हैव द आंसर ऑलरेडी.
It is definitely a factor. In the first round itself, we are seeing this. Doesn't seem very ideal. Oh, by the way, some progress in Gukesh's board, and now he is slightly better. Can we take a look at it?
What?
Yeah. So he went knight 4
Oh.
f3 here. I think he was maybe expecting rook c6 back ताकि knight d4 से repetition हो जाए, and then Gukesh says no once again and he goes rook a5 and now he's slightly better.
भाई ही स्लाइडली बेटर डीजे साहज ने बोल दिया है भाई, बिकॉज आई थिंक वाइट जस्ट वेंट फॉर अ ड्रॉ भाई. गलती, यू नेवर एवर प्ले फॉर अ ड्रॉ इफ इट्स लाइक होपिंग फॉर अ ड्रॉ. या एंड नाउ आई थिंक गुकेश इज बेटर एंड ही सॉल्व्ड मेनी ऑफ हिज प्रॉब्लम्स एंड e5 इज स्टिल वीक.
E5 तो मर ही रहा है ना, because even if you defend with bishop d4, I have knight c6, you know, another and queen c7 as well.
Oh,
कितने सारे pieces, मतलब एक pawn को देख रहे हैं. तो I think, oh, he plays bishop d4. Another
oh.
slight inaccuracy by Bakro here. Wow, Gukesh taking the control back. Queen c7 and he's minus 0.5 advantage in the position already with, I would say, a very good time advantage as well considering the position.
Yeah, I think Gukesh is gonna grind this down slowly but surely. You can see the world champion take control. यहाँ पे time पे आगे, position पे आगे, and the problem is that e5 pawn, ये रुक यहाँ पे बढ़िया है. You know, it's keeping this rook under check because the bishop is also hanging now. Don't forget that. And ये knight आराम से इस weakness को defend कर रहा है. भाई, what a knight on d7 यार, attacking the white's weakness, defending his own weakness. I mean, इतना strong d7 knight मैंने आज तक बहुत कम बार देखा होगा.
अरे भाई, कैरो खान की यही तो खासियत है. दैट्स नाइट ऑन d7 always putting pressure on the e5 pawn, and I think it's working wonderfully for Gukesh here.
Yeah,
I think
and as
amongst the top players, Gukesh is the only one who has an advantage right now. Like even Arjun doesn't have an advantage. Pragg is in a slightly worse position. We already saw that, and Gukesh is the only one in the driver's seat. So Gukesh looking to start strong, yeah.
Yeah, and advantage एक और player की है साज भाई. You're forgetting your good old friend Tanhai. I mean Vidit. Let's go to Vidit's game quickly भाई, because वहां पे एक हल्की सी गलती कर दी है उसके opponent ने, and it literally happened. Vishish sir mentioned this in a flash. Knight d5 पे queen c5 was played and
Mm-hmm.
queen c6 खेलने के बाद rook to e1 अगली चाल. b6 was the slight error and look at this beautiful move. Queen to d6. I mean, क्या सुंदर move है ना. You don't take the queen, you play queen d6. Wow.
Absolutely, because you're also threatening the e5 ka pawn, and if you play queen takes d6, then I can capture back with my knight, once again putting pressure on the e5 pawn. And let's not forget that black cannot play rook e8 because the knight controls that square on e8 very smartly. And if you push f6, I mean, chat and Sahilba, you should know already कि f6 is a mistake. Golden pawn को आपने touch किया, but just to show anyways, this bishop c4 and you lose the game instantly.
Yeah, very
So it's
interesting. हाँ,
just
जो कहते हो,
pawn.
अब कहते गोल्डन पॉन में टच नहीं करना चाहिए. What if I touch the golden pawn and say adjust? I've touched it. Is it still bad?
भाई वही, मतलब फिर आप खेल रहे हो, मतलब हार के साथ खेल रहे हो आप. यू आर प्लेइंग विद योर
बट
लाइफ देयर.
बट
मत
मुझे
मत
मैंने
करो यार.
टीवी पे देखा है भाई, डर के आगे जीत है. मैंने देखा है टीवी पे भाई.
ओह, अच्छा 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 अच्छा.
भाई.
भाई
But
पॉसिबल तो है.
anyway, queen d6 I think फिलहाल के लिए on the board, and of course you don't want to take that queen, so pressure है बहुत डोनचेंको के ऊपर. Vidit, the defending champion, could be very close towards a decisive advantage. Pressure डाले जा रहे हैं. गुकेश वहां बेटर, यहाँ पे Vidit better, रौनक भी better है. If he can jump to that game quickly, I think he has a passed pawn on the e file already, Sahaj Bhai, and maybe an also potential kingside attack.
Ooh, looking nice. But okay, less pieces on the board, so maybe less chances of an attack. But
Hmm.
yeah, looks very, very promising. Although, his pawn structure is a bit broken, especially on the queen side. But this e pawn, this passed pawn, protected passed pawn, can be a very, very nice piece to, convert into an advantage. And let's not forget a 50-minute advantage for Ronak here. So
Hmm.
I think things are looking very, very good for Ronak here.
Yeah, काफी इंटरेस्टिंग पोजीशन ये भी है. एंड ऑल्सो आई नो आई एम जंपिंग गेम्स आज भाई बहुत जल्दी जल्दी, बट इतनी सारी गेम्स है बाय गॉड, बिकॉज आई थिंक अर्जुन की गेम में कोई मूव नहीं आई है आई थिंक सो फार. Pragg की गेम में however the queens have been traded off, so queen takes c3 was played, rook takes c3, and now I think the crucial move जिसके भरोसे Pragg बैठे हैं, that is knight to e8. उन्होंने कहा कि मैंने knight से pawn बचा लिया है and it's not really possible कि आप c7 pawn पे और pressure डालो. So should I wipe the sweat off my forehead, Sahaj bhai, or should I still be worried as Pragg?
I think I would be a bit more comfortable now that the queens are traded off because इस position में ना अगर मैं b4 और a3 खेल देता, you would have had to play this exact same position with the queens on the board, and black is
Hmm.
struggling with space here. Like that's why he's
Hmm.
playing moves like knight e8, right? I mean black के pieces देखो अब, drugs भी एकदम कोने में, bishop भी एकदम पीछे, knight भी एकदम back rank पे, तो black is struggling with space, and if you add queens on top of that, then black की suffering और ज़्यादा बढ़
Hmm.
जाती है. So I think
Hmm.
slight relief maybe for Pragg, maybe the position is still hard to defend, but I think it is still savable. I think with correct play, it should be savable.
Hmm. Very interesting. And Chad, by the way, I'm going to ask you a question, ठीक है? And Sahaj bhai, आपसे भी. So we have the trio, and if you look at the seedings of this event also, we have Gukesh, Pragg, Arjun as the top three seeds, of course, in a different order. इन तीनों में से हमारे कितने पॉइंट्स आज बनने वाले हैं अकॉर्डिंग टू यू, चैट एंड साज भाई?
I'd say 2.5 out of 3. 2.5, I
एंड
would
वो
say, is a
ड्रॉ किसका होगा? हु विल बी द
uh,
वन टू ड्रॉप हाफ अ
Pragg.
पॉइंट?
Pragg, I think if he saves this, I think it's a win because the position is quite. It's difficult to, I think, hold this also. But Jeetana is. I mean, you cannot think about winning here as black. You first have to get into that zone जहाँ पे position equal हो पहले. फिर आप जीतने के बारे में सोच सकते हो. तो I think 2.5 is decent. 2 भी हो सकता है because Arjun also is not looking better. But I know कि अर्जुन को ये positions बहुत पसंद है. Plus अर्जुन का time भी 15 मिनट ज़्यादा है चिगाएव के साथ. So I think that puts him in a really good light. But Pragg का board is the most challenging for me.
चैट में कई लोग दो कह रहे हैं. इन दैट केस, इफ योर आंसर इज टू, देन हु इज द वन हु विंस? बिकॉज़ देन द क्वेश्चन चेंजेस.
Gukesh, Gukesh,
या,
I
ट्रू,
think.
ट्रू.
Gukesh already, I mean, if you look at the position, he played queen c7 on the board. The e5
Hmm.
pawn is definitely under attack. Knight c6 on the horizon. Bishop h5 is another plan. And once you take this pawn on e5, you have, I mean, it's it looks very, very promising. Plus, you have a 12-minute lead as well. So I think
Hmm.
it's
द थिंग इज, हम इसलिए साइड में पॉन्स ये जैसे G5 और H6 पॉन अगर हम हाईलाइट करें, यूजुअली वी आर नॉट रिकमेंडेड टू प्ले दिस वे बिकॉज हमारा ओपोनेंट सेंटर ले लेता है. बट इफ यू
हम्म,
कैन कैप्चर दैट सेंटर, फिर कोई स्ट्रेस
हम्म,
नहीं है भाई. अगर
फिर कोई
तुम
स्ट्रेस
कैप्चर ही
नहीं.
कर लोगे तो फिर कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं है. यहाँ पे E5 पॉन, एज आज में करेक्टली मेंशन, इज वेरी वीक. एंड बिशप ऑन D4 बेयरली होता है ना. वो स्पाइडरमैन याद आ रहा है मुझे, साहज भाई. वो दो ऐसे शॉर्ट फटरी है, लेकिन ऐसे वो दो होल्ड कर रहा है, बट ही कैन नॉट होल्ड एवरीथिंग टुगेदर भाई. ही लैक्स द स्पाइडी सेंस.
Absolutely, because queen e2, I mean queen e2 करके you can hold for a little bit, but सारे pieces आपके वहां देख रहे होंगे, and then bishop h5 comes in, bishop e4 could
एंड
be a plan.
क्वीन टू पे रुके वन आई कैन ऑलवेज डिस्ट्रैक्ट योर रुक आल्सो, साहज भाई, एट सम पॉइंट. सो इट्स नॉट
Hmm.
इवन, it looks very difficult. I agree.
चैट में काफी लोग कह रहे हैं हांस का गेम, एक बार हांस का गेम चेक कर लें.
हाँ, मैं देखा था. आई थिंक यूज वर्स. वी कैन चेक इट आउट
Oh, he
वंस.
is in a lot of trouble here. So, like, I mean, this was the position. Slightly worse. थोड़ा पहले जाते हैं यहाँ पे. This was the
हम्म.
position. D5 खेला उसने. Bishop takes h4. D takes e6. Queen f7. White plays g4.
वाओ.
Wow, okay, nice. Because if knight f4 or knight f6, then I can capture your bishop and your queen is no longer eyeing the f2 pawn. But
वाओ.
Sargisian finds d5 here, gh5 blunder, and now bishop takes f2, brilliancy on the board. By do knight down hai.
वाओ.
Sargisian is 2 knights down in this position, and king f2 played, and now he's thinking d takes e4 is apparently just winning for black.
एंड
And played.
प्लेड. भाई, ट्रिपल पॉन्स बेकार होते हैं. किसने कहा था, साज भाई? आई थिंक आई विल हैव टू रिविजिट ऑल माय चेस अंडरस्टैंडिंग नाउ. ट्रिपल पॉन्स विनिंग द गेम.
भाई look at this chat. आपसे सवाल, if I go rook takes e4 in this position, black to play and win.
Oh, nice, nice, nice. Chat, come on. You have to find this. ये निकालना पड़ेगा भाई.
यार
वरना यार
चैट, ये
फिर
तो ये तो मतलब बार को मत देखना यहाँ पे, ये तो खुद से निकलनी चाहिए.
अगर नहीं निकला तो तुम्हारी ये लो 400 भाई. कम ऑन चैट, लेट्स गो. निकालना पड़ेगा मूव. यस, एब्सोल्यूट. नॉट क्वीन टेक्स नाइट, श्रेयान भाई, बिल्कुल भी नहीं. बिकॉज नाइट टेक्स एंड वाइट विंस. बल्कि रूक टेक्स नाइट फर्स्ट. यूर ऑल करेक्ट.
Queen takes d2 and queen f3 and then you win the e4 rook and I think you're just 2 pawns up. तीसरा pawn c6 पे भी मर रहा है, king एकदम खाली है. तो yeah, I think he's in trouble. He's in big, big, big trouble.
Wow, so Hans Niemann likely going down. By the way, can we have one look at the Anish Giri game, who's also much, much better with the black pieces now? Starting में थोड़ा सा उनका awkward था, H5 पे घर आ चुका है वापस, and घर वापसी के साथ उनके सारे पीस भी डेवलप हो चुके हैं, and I think B4 incoming soon, yeah?
Oh yes, I mean this position is right up in Anish's wheelhouse. I think he loves these knight of types position. उसने castle नहीं किया अभी तक. Short castle कर लेता तो white के पास वो attacking chances होते, तो he
Hmm.
keeps the king in the center. Very smart move. King is more or less safe there as well, so not anything to worry about. And yeah, b4 looks very very good, because if you go knight d5, let's actually have it on the board. Technically I can take it with either piece. I don't think it makes a difference. I can take it with the
Hmm.
knight, I can take it with the bishop. दोनों ही सही लग रहे हैं. एंड ब्लैक का जो अटैक है क्वीन साइड पे ये बढ़ रहा है, A5 A4 A3. एंड वाइट का कोई किंग साइड पे अटैक ही नहीं, कि वहाँ किंग ही नहीं है. सो
हाँ, आपने सही बोला यार. अनीश ने कैसल करता तो अटैक लगता, तो कैसल ही नहीं किया. ऐसे ही मैं करता हूँ. पैसे कमाओगे तो कोई स्कैम करेगा, पैसे ही मत कमाओ, घर ही रहो,
पैसे ही
ताकि
मत
कोई
कमाओ.
स्कैम ही नहीं होगा फिर. सो सिंपल सॉल्यूशंस कई बार कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रॉब्लम्स के हो सकते हैं. सो अनीश यहाँ पे काफी काफी बेटर लग रहे हैं मुझे. एंड मे बी इट्स टाइम टू जंप अराउंड अ फ्यू गेम्स चैट, बिकॉज इतनी सारी गेम्स है कि मैं क्या बताऊं भाई. किस वाली पे जाएं? आई एम हैविंग अ लुक राइट नाउ. प्रग की गेम में नो डेवलपमेंट्स.
व्हाट अबाउट नोदरबेक?
भाई नोटबेक तो कैंडिडेट्स क्वालिफाई नहीं करने वाला ना, तो जरूरत नहीं है. Just kidding. Why, of course.
Shots
I think
fired, shots
he's,
fired.
of
Let's
course,
go.
kidding. I think he's one of the favorites to qualify to the candidates. And of course,
Mhm,
Gukesh के साथ, he specifically has a great record, by the way. So I
mhm.
think Gukesh उसका मैच बहुत क्रेजी हो सकता है. And right now, the position does look better for him, but it's still not going on, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, he has the sort of passed pawn, double bishop advantage. Although black's compensation is this monster bishop on e5.
Hmm.
And he can create some sort of king side attack ideas. इसलिए उसने बिशप g1 पे बड़ी स्मार्टली रखा हुआ है, ताकि बिशप h2 को बचाता रहे. कभी
Hmm.
क्वीन e7 पे हो, क्वीन h4 का थ्रेट आ जाए, तो उससे हम ऑलरेडी डिफेंडेड हैं. And yeah, now it's a matter of how quickly he can push this pawn down. But yeah, I think looks
Hmm.
promising for Abdus Satarov right now.
Yep, and Evich Velimir is a very tough opponent. इतना आसान नहीं करेंगे वो नोदुबेक के लिए. Meanwhile, let's jump to two games. First Pragg, then Vidit. Pragg की गेम पे जाएंगे तो नहीं, not Pragg, sorry, I meant Arjun. Sorry, my bad. I meant Arjun. And Arjun, knight c6 has happened on the board, and black plays queen e8, the only move, and bishop e1.
On the
I
board.
Rishi sir mentioned this, bishop e1, and now rook to d6, the best move yet again. And now apparently queen c2 is the only move, Sahaj bhai. Wow.
Yeah, because you need to get out of the pin, nah? Otherwise,
Hmm.
bishop b7 and your queen is gone. So you have to play queen c2 or queen c4. Honestly, queen c2 just naturally looks better to me. I can't really explain why. क्योंकि I
Hmm.
mean, queen c4 पे रहेगी तो कुछ bishop e6 का threat हो सकता है. Maybe some you can gain a tempo there or something like that. So yeah, queen c2 I think should be expected by Arjun here, and then Chigayev just moves the rook away to a8, and now the game is on.
Yeah. And of course, I think जो बार हमें equal कह रहा है, I don't think it's equal, Saja. If we go further down this variation, after rook a8, knight to a5 is the move, and यहाँ black को e4 जैसी चाल निकालनी है, या rook e6, e4, and so on. The idea is e4, which I don't know, doesn't feel like the first thought that comes to my mind, or does it for you?
No, 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 absolutely not. Because after d takes e4, I cannot play bishop b7. If I could play bishop b7, I would say
Yeah,
yes. Because you
yeah.
see, मेरा प्लान है कि आप f3 नहीं खेल सकते, राइट? क्योंकि बिशप पिंड है,
Hmm.
ये पॉन पिंड है, सॉरी. तो अगर मैं बिशप b7 खेल के बिशप से नहीं मार सकता, तो फिर मैं e4 क्यों खेलूंगा यहाँ पे? रूक e6
Exactly the
खेलना है
point.
आपको.
The point is rook e6, rook e4, rook e2, and somehow you feel like the main triumph for me is the bishop on c8. But right now it's actually the rook on d6, and it's not an easy concept to think when you have 20 minutes on the clock.
A very, very great point, because 20 minutes is not easy. And he has what, 21 more moves to make, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
less than a minute per move.
Agreed, and will not be easy. And यहाँ bishop को develop करना इतना logical लग रहा है at some point. So maybe Arjun could have a slight edge here. And now jumping to the Vidit game, because chat में somebody mentioned his opponent has made a mistake there. Pawn to f5. Saj, I'm not sure, but this just feels overly ambitious, because now, I mean, your pawns could be weak, your diagonals could be weak. Bishop c4, I can imagine at some point could be painful. I mean, my pieces are so well developed for this.
चैट इस चीज को ना क्लिप कर देना, और इससे पहले मैं ना एक बोल देता हूँ, सो व्हाट हैपेंस व्हेन यू टच द गोल्डन पॉन, ठीक है? जो मैंने अभी
अच्छा।
बोला, फिर उसके बाद जो साहिल भाई ने अभी जो एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया उसको क्लिप करके एक वीडियो बना देना उसका, बिकॉज आई फील लाइक
हाँ,
वी नीड दिस एवरीवेयर।
और इंस्टाग्राम पे डाल देना भाई। या फिर साथ जाके यूट्यूब चैनल पे कुछ तो कंटेंट आएगा। एनीवेज, आई वाज
अरे
सेइंग कि अब
वाओ
F5 आ
वाओ।
चुका है बाय द वे, सो आई थिंक यहाँ पे मे बी जस्ट क्वीन C6 आई थिंक इज द इंजन्स प्रेफरेंस। आई एम थिंकिंग you have to do it, right? Because I can't move the knight, my queen is hanging. So queen C6, bishop C6, and now where do I move the knight is the question.
Knight G3, I guess, looks logical.
Hmm.
Attacking the F5 pawn. You cannot play F4. I'll put the knight back to E4. If you play E4, I have bishop C4, pinning your knight on D5.
By the way, could I play bishop C4 instead of knight G3?
I was thinking that, but I think there is FE4, bishop.
But
Acha, you're taking
now
rook
rook
D5.
D5. Yeah, actually, ये तो इंजन की भाई मेरा दिमाग कहाँ तो चलेगा. But I think rook
Hmm.
D5 is crazy.
Yeah, rook D5 is. But is it necessary though? I can play king H7, and also your F2 pawn is attacked,
Hmm.
which I don't like so much because I feel like it's
Hmm.
unnecessary because your pawn on F5, like if I take this position alone, right, after takes and knight G3, and if I have to compare these two positions, in the other position, when you've taken FE4, you have some counterplay on the F2 pawn.
Yeah.
When it's this position, you have no counterplay. All you have to do is defend these 2 pawns. So I feel in comparison, that makes way more sense to me.
True. True. Good point. And I think knight यहाँ पे पीछे ही आएगा very likely. But the queen C6 has been played by Vidit, so bishop C6 on the board. And now it's crunch time. Where does he put that knight? I think knight D6 एक option है, knight G3 एक option है. Of course, bishop C4 as well. Critical moment. He has enough time. I think 18 moves in 28 minutes should not be difficult, Sahaj, in this endgame.
Yeah, but we don't want Vidit under time pressure in a in a winning position, because we have seen that can be a problem for Vidit, I think. तो वो थोड़ा सा 10 मिनट का एक वो कैप रखना चाहिए,
Hmm.
उससे कम में स्लाइटली विनिंग पोजीशन भी हुई तो it can turn around.
Yeah,
So he has
true.
to be careful here.
Yeah, and as with it calculates, let's jump to the game of Gukesh, अपना world champion, जहाँ पे bishop d4, queen c7 के बाद queen to e2 was played. So now this is the position. 21 minutes for Etienne Backrot, 37 for Gukesh, still in the driver's seat. I think Gukesh आज जीत जाएगा भाई. वही knight c6 था maybe. Looks logical.
Knight c6 looks good. Even rook a1, knight c6 also looks good. I mean, रखो ही tension on the board. I mean, this looks very, very good for Gukesh. टाइम भी बढ़िया से मैनेज किया गुकेश ने. ही इज विनिंग, आई थिंक गुकेश विंस दिस. गुकेश
That's
विंस फॉर श्योर.
amazing. By the way, I think we should look at Divya's game. We've not looked at it for
आई
a
वाज
long time.
आई वाज जस्ट गोइंग टू दैट, just trying to find where the game is. I saw the request
Comment,
there as
yeah.
well. Okay, slight
Yeah.
advantage to Divya
Can
still.
we
So
go
थोड़ा
there
पहले से जाते
from
हैं.
King
Yeah.
C2, I think is the move.
यहाँ पे थे हम. C5, Queen E1, Queen H6. This is the last position. King C2, Bishop F8. She plays Queen D2, logical. Queen C6, King B1, getting the king away, and now B5.
And E4 on the board.
E4 भी खेल दिया. Nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
played.
The only move here for Abhimanyu is to take on E4 with the D pawn. Yeah, CD4 is losing. Any other move is losing here for Abhimanyu here. I
Yep. And
still like Abhi's position here. I still like his position. I feel like it's very easy to go wrong from Divya's side. Like let's go a bit deeper, right? So let's play DE4. You have to play D5 here.
yeah.
I'll go Queen A6. You go Knight takes E4, which seems so, I mean, illogical. You want to connect your pawns, right? आपको F pawn
Agreed.
से मारना है. This would be my first guess here. Knight E4 के बाद look at these pawns. I mean, they look so unnatural.
But
You black plays
Sahaj
C4
bhai,
and looks so
you would
hard.
love to you would love to take with the pawn, but there's a tactical problem with it. If you go back to D5, Queen A6, pawn takes पे B4 आ रहा है. And if knight D1,
Oh,
let's say,
that's it,
there
that's it,
is
that's it.
chat, come on, best move for black. There's a crazy idea for black here, which is not logical at all, but it just works.
It just works, yeah. Very nice find, very, very nice find. Chat, अगर आपको दिखा तो बताना. This could happen, yeah. You can expect a mistake. Oh, by the way, D takes C4 played on the board. So we might see something
Oh,
like this on the board.
wow. I mean, I'm hoping Divya doesn't miss such a tactic, but I think it is possible she does, because यहाँ पे the best move, yes, Garvita, it is rook, क्या बोल रहा हूँ?
Garvita.
Rook takes d5, and the idea is if you take with the queen, then there is queen takes e2, and my queen is attacking everything. And if you take with the pawn, of course, that's even worse, because now rook takes e2, and यहाँ पे तो bishop भी गया. Wow.
नाइस ऑल्सो अगर आप बचाते हो क्वीन जी5 से तो क्वीन d3 चेक से तो मेट ही हो रही है सीधी. So
Yeah,
very easy to
yeah.
go wrong. D4, D5 played. I would love to see if Abhimanyu finds Queen A6 in this position, because that's the critical move, right? Because if you play Queen A6, then you can sort of see that vision with B4 and Rook takes D5. So Queen A6 will tell us if Abhimanyu saw B4 in this position or not. Crunch moment for him.
Yeah, and good point by Mr. Arki. It's not easy with the less time on the clock, but I think agar if they've gone for this, right, मान लो ये जो variation है with B5 and so on, it's very possible they've already seen it. Like they've already seen this. It's not so unimaginable. And also I think D4 मारने से पहले you're already considering कि D5 क्या मेरी queen का square क्या होगा. And you don't have many options. After D5 black कितने option है? A6 है. Maybe, I don't know, F6 hai. That's it. I don't see any other great squares. So you want to justify Queen A6 and you might find the tactic.
या बिकॉज आप एग्जैक्टली आप कहीं भी और रखते हो तो Fe4 तो मैं मार सकता हूँ ना. एंड Fe4 मारने के बाद आई कैन से कंफर्टेबली आई कैन से कि व्हाइट का एडवांटेज है इस पोजीशन में, बिकॉज पॉन्स कनेक्टेड है, आपका पीस ज्यादा है. बट अगर पॉन्स कनेक्टेड नहीं है तो फिर भी पोजीशन में थोड़ा इट्स वेरी मेसी. तो क्वीन A6
Yeah,
वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर अभिमन्यु टू फाइंड. क्या लगता है
true.
साहिल भाई, विल ही फाइंड दिस?
I think he will. I think he will.
चैट,
Abhimanyu is,
yes or no? Queen A6, yes or no?
he had a heartbreak at the Chennai Grand Masters last round. I think he lost, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So he had a fantastic tournament, but I think he will continue his form here as well. But I don't think Divya will fall for that though. I don't think she'll fall for F takes E4 and B4 and Rook D5. But I think Queen A6 will happen on the board.
साहिल भाई इसी से एक सवाल आया. हु इज द नेक्स्ट 2700 प्लेयर फ्रॉम इंडिया फॉर यू?
Rakesh Bhai shared a crazy stat with us on a call yesterday. There is, I think apart, like the youngest grandmaster, like ऐसा कुछ stat था कि India has no GMs between the age of 10 to 15.
हाँ, I know this.
है ना? Which is
I know
crazy
this.
to me because इतना chess grow हो रहा है and there is no GM between the ages of 10 to 15, which is insane to imagine.
True. Absolutely true.
So I'm not sure actually who will be the next 2700 because the younger you are, the higher the chances, yeah?
I mean, like the logical people that we think of is probably like Nihal. ठीक है, Nihal is technically not 2700 right
He's
now.
already been there, so it would not be a...
I mean, but still like अगर चलो ठीक है मान लिया, was it published? Was it 2700 published?
I think so.
If it was published, ठीक है, वो नहीं मानते. फिर हम बात करते हैं, एक तो अभिमन्यु हो गया और एक रौनक हो गया. So between them, who do you think has a better chance of hitting 2700?
I think maybe Ronak has a slightly better chance, maybe just by a small fraction, but again, very hard. I think Abhimanyu could also be the one, very hard to compare. In fact, I think it's a coin toss between these two. But I think we also have Leon, actually. I would also say
Leon,
has a
yes,
good
of
chance.
course. Leon
He would have a great chance of doing so. Because he's won
And
a couple
Pranav
of
as well.
Challenger.
Pranav
Yeah.
as well. Pranav just won the
Just
Fujairah
won, yeah.
Superstar section. Yeah, 1 point की lead से जीता है वो, पता है आपको? 1
Yeah.
point का lead in that
Yeah,
event.
yeah.
I mean, it's insane to think about.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of talent there, but I think also I think the youngest grandmaster का record जो है वो किसी इंडियन के पास होना चाहिए यार. I mean, वो शर्मा जी के लड़के, वो क्या कहेंगे, शर्मा जी के लड़के वो आगे निकल गए भाई. We need
ये
the
तो
शर्मा
मिश्रा
जी
जी
का
का
लड़का.
लड़का हो गया ना.
हाँ, we need the शर्मा जी का लड़का to be Indian. Otherwise यार मजा नहीं आ रहा यार, नहीं?
साहिल भाई आप जोक नहीं समझे.
समझ गया, मैं समझ गया भाई, समझ गया भाई, of course समझ गया.
मिश्रा जी का लड़का हो गया ना. But yeah, so yeah, coming back to the game, Queen A6 only move. I think we should stay here, yeah, to see if he actually plays this move on the board, क्योंकि इसके बाद position बड़ी tight हो जाएगी. If he doesn't play it, then Abhimanyu is in trouble. Yeah, go
Time
ahead.
पूछने याद आया, can we jump to Gukesh's game quickly एक बार? कुछ हुआ है वहाँ पे? I think his valuation
Yeah,
just kind
sure.
of became better. I think Rook
यहाँ पे थे
A1
हम.
was played on the board,
Takes,
and now
Rook A8.
Rook A8. He pins the
And-
bishop.
And he unpins it, Rook E1.
अच्छा वो बिशप डिफेंडेड है, ओ माय बैड, सॉरी।
हाँ मैं
बट ओके
मतलब
नाइट।
I get the sentiment, yeah, because he wants to play knight c5 and he wants to bring the rook to a2 to have some pressure on the seventh rank. Um, yeah, I think very very comfortable position. यहाँ पर तो गुकेश एकदम he would be so happy, I think.
Yep, and knight coming to c5. I think knight के पास multiple destinations है, and that's a very good sign for Gukesh. Knight c5, bishop has to move, फिर रुक घुसेगा अंदर a2 पे, b2 hanging, and कहीं ना कहीं पे साज भाई, I think it's too many, बहुत जगह दर्द हो रहा है साज। कई बार होता है ना कि एक बॉडी पार्ट की एक जगह दर्द है, you can get a massage done, जब हर जगह दर्द है, you know what to do, like it's paining everywhere.
Hmm. Of course. Absolutely. The Falcon Chibuchre Magnus has won many tournaments by 1 point lead or more. Why is Pranav winning the event by 1 point special? Because well, for the lack of a better word, it wasn't expected. Yeah, because he wasn't the top seed. He wasn't even the top five seeds in the entire event. And just to win such a strong event by 1 point is a huge deal for anyone. I mean, Magnus ke liye bhi it's also a big deal, but Magnus has established himself at the top for, for some 15 years or something like that. So Magnus से हम ये चीज़ें expect करते हैं. But whenever you play, these very strong classical events, Swiss type events, वहाँ पे 1 point का lead से जीतना is a rare thing in comparison. That's why.
या भाई, वी कांट से कि किसी ने मैग्नस की तरह परफॉर्म कर लिया तो मैग्नस कर चुका है तो इट्स सॉर्ट ऑफ बिग डील। या आई थिंक इवन इफ यू, आई मीन इफ यू कैन रन लाइक उसेन बोल्ट फॉर वन डे, आई मीन इट्स स्टिल अ ग्रेट अकम्प्लिशमेंट, नहीं?
Arey, of course. I mean, but I think what Pranav is doing, I think it's fantastic, and he could be, I think, the next person to become 2700. The way he was
Yeah.
playing, the maturity he was showing, was just fantastic to witness.
True, true. And meanwhile, chat, as Gukesh thinks, I'm trying to figure out where is the next win coming from. Maybe we can jump to the game of, as Abhimanyu has not played, let's go to Vidit's game again. Because I think he has chosen a square for his knight, and it's not g3, it's d6. And now black plays the only move, knight to f4, attacking the bishop, attacking the pawn. But the e5 pawn is dropping, Saj. Do we take it or do we just move the pawn on g2 somewhere? But doesn't feel like that's the best move.
Somehow I feel like we're entering that territory जहाँ पे विदित की better है. Maybe at some point he's gonna have a winning position again. But I'm just worried about his time because when he gets below 10 minutes, below 5 minutes, वो impulsive decisions आते हैं board पे, and we've seen Vidit sort of mess up in those situations. I'm getting a feeling that it might happen again here. What do you think?
I agree to some extent. I think this is that zone जहाँ पे it's not completely winning because black के पास भी है एक target. So the question is, Sahaj, do we? I think we have to take the e5 pawn, but do we save the bishop and then take it, or do we just take it?
So what you mean is if I go rook e5, then you can take and then take on g2, but I can play
Yeah,
bishop c4 check, king ko hatao,
yeah,
and then I will take on e5, and that way I save the bishop.
yeah.
I think just just thinking, of course, I haven't thought about this position deeply, but based on like some 10 seconds, I can say bishop c4 check looks better because mera bishop active hai, and I
Hmm.
I would like to keep the bishop on the board also because the pawns are on both sides of the board. वहाँ पे bishop ज़्यादा superior होता है knight से. So my gut says bishop c4 check should be played. Bishop f5 is also a move, Sahil bhai. Let's not ignore that as well because you
Hmm.
can go bishop f5, black can go bishop g2, and I can go rook e5, and I'm just a pawn up in this position. That's also possible.
True, true. I think Vidit is going to win a pawn most likely. Is it completely winning? Maybe not because जब भी f pawn मरेगा, f2 pawn could be weak long term. But as of now, Vidit is better. He knows that. His opponent knows that. But साथ में I think Vidit end game अच्छा ही खेलता है, जीत जाएगा मुझे लग रहा है आज। आज तो विदित की गेम
यार
जेब में
एंड
रहेगी।
गेम का तो मास्टर है यार विदित. आई मीन ऑफ कोर्स ही इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट प्लेयर्स इन द एंड गेम. इट्स नॉट अबाउट द चेस दैट आई एम वरीड अबाउट, इट्स अबाउट द टाइम दैट आई एम वरीड अबाउट. इट्स व्हाट हैपेंस आउटसाइड द बोर्ड इज व्हाट आई एम वरीड अबाउट, क्योंकि वहां पे प्रेशर आ जाता है आई थिंक एक प्लेयर को. एंड आई जस्ट डोंट वांट विदित टू स्टार्ट ऑफ इन दैट वे, क्योंकि अगर एक वो मोमेंटम बना रहेगा तो वी नो द थिंग्स दैट विदित कैन अकॉम्प्लिश. वी सॉ हिम have this dream run in Swiss, in Grand Swiss last year, and also making his way into the candidates as well. यार वो बिशप h3 मतलब सपनों में आती है वो चाल जो उसने हिकारू के साथ खेली थी. Like so of course when it's a chess part, it's a separate story. It's a time that I think is more of an important factor for me.
एंड चैट एक बार वो स्टैंडिंग्स पे नजर मारो. दिस इज राउंड वन एंड ऑलरेडी लेवॉन ड्रॉ, नेपो ड्रॉ, निहाल ड्रॉ. सो इट्स लाइक इट इज सो डिफिकल्ट to finish in top two. Basically, look at this. Yeah, so many strong players already drawing in the first round.
Wow.
And
Nepo
Levon
is a
had
big one.
white. Levon had white
Oh,
even. Like
wow.
it's not easy.
Wow. So only Suleimanli has won his first game. Yeah, that's the only result against Karthik and Murali. Baki sare ke sare draws. And there are a
Yeah, so
lot of draws actually.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Luke also draw 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Pranav drew against Vodacek, by the way. 13,
Mhm.
13 draws so far, yeah, and only one result. So that tells you how strong this tournament is.
True. Sahaj, why Magnus is not playing well? Is that his time is over? I'm seeing him losing every day. भाई आप कहाँ पे देखते हो chess? I would like to
वो
see. यार जो
वो
कौन सी
तो
वेबसाइट है, कौन सी alternate reality पे आप chess
वो
देख रहे हो?
सपने में देखते हैं भाई, सपने में.
भाई
मैं भी सपने में सुपर फैन
अभी
हूँ भाई,
ई
तो
स्पोर्ट्स
होता है.
वर्ल्ड कप जीता है वो. Just now, like the biggest event of chess that happened, Magnus won it just now. Um, though I think that statement is not accurate मेरे भाई.
कार्तिकेय, आई थिंक ही बेसिकली गॉट आउटप्लेड. ओपनिंग में ही कुछ मिस्टेक हो गई. एंड नेपोस गुकी हु हैज वाइट, दैट वुड बी इंटरेस्टिंग. हु हैज वाइट मतलब?
I'm not sure. Okay, Gukesh ka game, by the way, is on the board right now. Knight c5 played, hitting the bishop on a6. Now, when the bishop goes to b5, we have rook a2 coming into the attack, attacking the b2 pawn. अगर आप b4 push करते हो भाई, तो फिर knight e4, where रुक जो पिन लगा के बैठा है queen को, this will be very, very, very scary for Bakro here. So Gukesh, I think, is the only player I think so far जिसकी position देख के लग रहा है भाई ये जीत जाएगा.
बाय द वे गुकेश जितना बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं, हरि कृष्णा की पोजीशन उतनी बेकार है. बट ही आल्सो हैज मोर टाइम ऑन द क्लॉक. बट आई डोंट थिंक इट्स अ ह्यूज फैक्टर. कैन वी जंप टू हिज गेम? बिकॉज फील्स लाइक G2 पॉन मार दिया ओपोनेंट ने. एंड इट्स जस्ट I think it's just looks like it's close to being over, Sahaj. I mean, the pawn on E3 is such a nuisance.
Yeah, this is lost. This is basically, I mean, maybe you have some time advantage. Black has to play 11 moves in 12 minutes. So the chances of mistakes are possible. But objectively, this is lost, yes. मैं 1.7 का advantage दिख रहा है. You are right on the borderline. कि
Hmm.
it can be like, if with absolute correct play, it can be a draw, or if one slight error, it's lost, basically. Like for example, if white goes, there's rook b takes b4 here and rook c takes b4 here. अगर आप c से मारते हो तो आपकी पोजीशन लॉस्ट है. अब b से मारते हो तो आप फिर भी आपके बचने के चांसेस हैं थोड़े से.
Interesting. And also, by the way, if we jump to Pragg's game, I think he has improved his position a bit. I'm still not convinced कि वो rook on b6 क्या करना चाहता है. वो हमें देखना पड़ेगा. Um, but yeah, I mean,
This is
pieces of awkward,
fine.
but he's holding on, yeah.
Yeah, I think a great development, I think, in Pragg's game. यहाँ पे डर लग रहा था थोड़ा, especially considering his time, but he seems to be managing it well. Now the position is, I think, more or less fine. You're right, the rook on b6 looks a bit off right now, but maybe there is some repetition on the horizon side. Where maybe white can go knight e5, rook b8, knight c6, and rook b6, something like that. I think that repetition could be happening very, very soon in this position. But then again, Jeffrey knows his position was better before. He knows that, pehle, at least a few moves ago, he had a very substantial advantage. So maybe he still tries to play for a win. But and also considering the time, yeah, he has a 20-minute advantage over his opponent as well. So I think Jeffrey will try to play.
Hmm. Very interesting. And 13 minutes, as you mentioned, Sajbhai, 13 moves is very, very borderline. And oh, can we jump to the Arjun game? Because after Queen C2, Rook A8, Knight A5, his opponent found E4. This is a huge red flag, Sahaj bhai. थोड़ा डर लग रहा है मुझे अब.
Yeah. Yeah. E4 is very, very impressive. But still a lot of chess left to be played. But yeah, looks scary.
भाई चेस तो बहुत है, बस चेस में हम हार ना रहे हो साज भाई, बिकॉज डी टेक्स ई फॉर रुकी 6, व्हाट आर वी डूइंग, व्हाट्स आवर प्लान?
आई थिंक यू ब्रिंग द नाइट बैक, प्रॉब्ली टेक ऑन B6, वो ऑपोजिट कलर्ड बिशप में थोड़ा सा एडवांटेज होगा आपके पास, मे बी बिकॉज ऑफ एन एक्स्ट्रा
होगा क्या
पॉन,
भाई,
बट
बिकॉज
आई
प्रॉब्लम
डोंट
है
नो।
क्या है, to save the pawn, I have to play e3, and when I play e3, the bishop on c8 gives that wo mask wali smile. So I don't want to play e3 because I don't want to weaken the light square. But if I don't play e3, then the queen and rook are too strong.
Hmm, right. So D takes E4 तो forced ही है, right? You cannot do anything else.
I don't think so. I mean, yeah, I don't think we have
रुक
any other
E6
move
खेल दिया
here.
मैंने, अब आप करोगे क्या E3 में भी? या E3 तो मुझे खेलना नहीं है इस गेम पोजीशन में, क्योंकि सारे पॉन्स आपके डार्क में फिक्स हो रहे हैं और ब्लैक के पास लाइट कलर्ड बिशप है, तो इट लुक्स वेरी वेरी स्केरी।
बार इक्वल कैसे कह रहा है ये मुझे नहीं पता, but I would be like borderline, like, panicking if this was the position. Let's say after e3, t takes e4, rook e6, मार के e3, that would be very risky. So I'm a bit worried for Arjun, and time भी कम है दोनों प्लेयर्स से, कुछ भी हो सकता है यहाँ पे.
या ट्रू। Saj, he's losing to every Indian player in recent time. He was lucky that Gukesh Pragg didn't play in Esports World Cup. Pragg तो खेला था ना?
भाई everybody played, Gukesh didn't play, just I think
Gukesh didn't
Pragg
play,
got
but
knocked.
Pragg did play यार.
they
Gukesh ने मना किया था, I think, और Gukesh
हाँ,
chose not to play. But I think probably because he wanted to focus on his faster formats, या फिर classical में focus करना था उसे. But Pragg did play actually,
yeah,
and
they got
yeah,
knocked
he
out in
did
the
end up.
last chance qualifier, I think.
And यार वो,
Pragg with it.
all you're saying कि he's losing to every Indian, यार वो एक गेम वो गुकेश से हारा था, but it's still in that tournament itself he won the tournament, and he also defeated Gukesh in their previous match as well, so it was 1-1. It's not like
Hmm.
वो, I mean, yeah, he's not at his peak right now, that is true, but he's still the best player in the world.
भाई चेस कमेंट इंस्टाग्राम पे एक रील है जहाँ पे तान्या asks मैग्नस की, who is your next contender, somebody who dominates chess like you, and Magnus एक short pause लेता है and then he says no one. By like, I think
Hmm.
he's pretty accurate there. We've not seen a Magnus level player so far. Gukesh is right there, but I think Magnus definitely the stronger player right now. But I think it's not something bad. Yeah, Gukesh is 19. He just turned 19 a few months back. Magnus is what, like 35 now? So let's not compare. Let's give Ukesh a year or two maybe to reach
Of
Magnus's
course.
level. If he does reach 20 or 50, I think he will automatically stake a claim कि भाई उसके लिए world number 1 होना है भाई. That's the point. If he becomes world
वर्ल्ड
number 1 in
नंबर
the
वन भी
rankings,
होना है, आई थिंक यू आर राइट, 28-50 भी होना, लाइक 28 से अबव तो होना चाहिए आई थिंक आपको, लाइक एटलीस्ट। और जब तक मैग्नस खेल रहा है तब तक 28-30 का एक वो बेंचमार्क तो है जो आपको क्रॉस करना है।
yeah.
And
And
you're right,
meanwhile,
Magnus was
हाँ.
28-10 at 19. That's true, but okay, chess was different back then as well, so that's also a factor.
हाँ, एंड साथ में आई थिंक उस टाइम पे रेटिंग ज्यादा होती थी. There's been rating deflation now. In fact, at that point एक टाइम था जब they were like 10 players या 15 player over 250 at some point, something like that, a crazy number. Like मेरे को याद है 2817, 16, 15, 14, 10, 7, 8, like there were
Hmm.
so many players, and now we only see like one or two players sometimes of 2800. अभी भी दो ही है literally, I think. So
हाँ,
I think
सिर्फ
it's not a
हिकारू
fair
और
comparison.
मैग्नस, या ओनली
हाँ,
हिकारू
and
and
Hikaru भी literally खेल नहीं रहा है, he's
Hmm.
not playing as many events. Otherwise, he might fall below. So I think it's not a fair comparison. I think तब का 2810 आज की 2780 के बराबर ही है, is my take.
It's hard to compare यार, मतलब डिफरेंट एरा डिफरेंट चेस, बट यार इसको कंपेयर मत करो यार, आई मीन उससे मजा नहीं
हाँ,
आता। वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है वो, दैट्स व्हाट मैटर्स।
हाँ.
And he's I mean, of course he's playing wonderful chess even today as well. I mean, he's so young and he's doing all of these wonderful things, and we should appreciate that.
By wonderful thing से याद आया, if we jump to Pragg, sorry, with its game, I think he spoiled a wonderful thing a little bit. Not too much, but a little bit. I think this was the position जहाँ पे rook e5, bishop g2 के बाद knight f5 was apparently a slight mistake. It does look natural at first glance. Now you take with the knight, can come and attack the bishop later, attacks g7, but there's something wrong, and I'm guessing it's something to do with knight d3, and your rook is now tied to the fifth rank, maybe.
Yeah, but also knight f5 looks very logical to me. I don't know why this is a mistake. Like knight d3 का
Hmm.
डर है क्या हमको? Knight d3, but
वही
I
मुझे भी
don't see
लगा.
what the point is. Computer is saying king h, what king h7? Like, wow, you would put your king in front of a discovered check. ऐसा मुश्किल है ना ये तो यार खेलना.
भाई वो तो impossible. If king h7 is the move, then he's okay, yeah.
It's very difficult to play king h7, I think, in this position. But let's see. 15 minutes for Vidit. But yeah, वो inaccuracy वाला phase आ रहा है. If he can pull this through, if he can score a win here, it would be great for his confidence and he can build that momentum. Maybe we can see the defending champion, in the candidates again.
By the way, I think Pragg is basically offering a repetition to Zefri Zhang. If we go to that move and the game and see the position, I think knight came to c6. We go a couple of moves back. 27th move. Knight c6, rook d6, knight e5, rook d8. So if knight c6 again, rook d6 is offering a repetition. Do you think Sahaj White will take it if he has the chance?
I mean, I did mention this a bit earlier with the rook on b6. मैंने कहा था knight e5 पे rook b8 जाएगा, knight c6 पे rook b6 वापस आएगा. I think there is a repetition on the board, but somehow I feel Jeffrey खेलेगा because Jeffrey को पता था कि उसकी position better है. Maybe he thinks it's not as better anymore, but वो time देखेगा कि okay काफी बड़ा advantage है मेरे पास time को लेके और मैं better भी था, तो it's hard to kind of go for a draw when you know you were in a much better position, like half an hour ago. So वो accept करना मुश्किल होता है. Plus, I think he doesn't stand much. He doesn't have much to lose here. He can still play without, like, risk free without anything in his mind. So I think he should play. I think he will play.
I agree. I think he should play, but I think will he play? Because Jeffrey Zhang was one of those youngsters, by the way, chat. जैसे हम गुकेश Pragg Noderbeek देखते हैं आजकल Arjun. I think it was the same for Jeffrey Zhang. He was 2700. I think at the age of 19 or something, right? He was very strong, and now he's dropped a lot of rating. Do you think his confidence would be like a factor that could be down right now? Because he's 24 years old now and lost like almost 100 points.
Could be, could be. You never know. I actually played Jeffrey when he was like on the rise. He was around 2600 player in US back in Dallas, but he was very very difficult opponent to face, I would say. And yeah, I mean, but still वो strength तो रहती है ना आपकी यार. वो अगर आप 2700 आपने एक बार touch किया तो you can still play like it, I think. um, whether there is a Pragg effect in this situation, now that's a different question. वो कॉन्फिडेंस एक जनरल होता है और एक एलीट प्लेयर के अगेंस्ट वाला कॉन्फिडेंस अलग होता है, तो Pragg effect could be real.
By the way, I want to jump to two games. One is Ronak, जिसमें कहानी पूरी twist हो चुकी है in a couple of moves. I think we are wondering how is Ronak gonna finish off the game. But Jules Mussad, with 2 minutes on the clock, simply reroutes his king to the center, away from the white pieces. And ये A5 move जो Ronak ने free में दे दिया मजे मजे में. Suddenly, after takes, there is a connect. There's a pass pawn on the A file.
भाई ये
And
तो
this is getting
A2 पे
scary.
फिक्स हो रहा है, बिशप भी बचा के बैठा है.
Ooh, I think Ronak really, wanted to win, and he's chewed on more than he can bite here. And now, even though he has ideas of Rook G1 and entering, but the E5 pawn is weak. You can't really do that at any point. You can't move the Rook away.
Absolutely not. And I think this is a pretty common thing between all chess players that जब आपके wait what?
Wait, what? Oh, he offered a draw. He offered a draw. Oh, nice timing, actually. Nice
But
timing.
very nice timing actually, yes.
भाई
And he's
मौके
भाई बच गए यहाँ पे आप, क्योंकि
भाई
A4 और
क्या
A3 आ
मौके
जाता तो
में चौका मारा रोक ने भाई बच गए भाई because this was
रेटिंग
getting
ने
scary.
बचाया यहाँ पे. रेटिंग ये 2500 का प्लेयर ऑफर करता ड्रॉ तो ये ना एक्सेप्ट करता है यहाँ पे.
भाई साहब I think that's a practical decision. You have to commend that. I think for Ronak he realizes it's not easy, as you mentioned sometimes कि भाई I was winning, I was better. To understand that things have changed and offer that draw takes a lot of courage, and kudos to Ronak for that. He saved half a point there, maybe potentially. So, and the next game I want to look at was the Gukesh game, because वहां पे भी कुछ ना कुछ चल रहा है, and the rook has come to A2, and now there's an only move for white, and that is knight to H5.
यार गुकेश का गेम ना जब भी देखते हो ना हमेशा ऐसा लगता है कि कुछ ना कुछ फाइट बची हुई है बोर्ड पे. आई मीन दिस इज व्हाट सेपरेट्स हिम आई थिंक फ्रॉम एवरीवन एल्स. लाइक हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ रहता है उसके बोर्ड पे which इज नॉट सिंप्लीफाइड, which is still super complicated, जहाँ पे गलती करने के चांसेस काफी हाई रहते हैं. एंड दिस इज व्हाट ही प्लेज ऑन, एंड दिस इज आई थिंक अ स्किल जो मतलब I'm not sure
Saj,
like what to comment here, but it's yeah, go ahead.
sorry to interrupt you there, but I think they are potentially repeating in the Prague game as well. Bhai, can we jump there quickly? भाई चल
Uh,
क्या रहा है? Lot of crazy updates, Chad. Lot of players nervous in round one. We've seen this before in top events even. पहले round में players थोड़े nerves show करते हैं. No player is, you know, very confident about their position. Prague, of course, is slightly worse. And Zephyr's Young repeats.
wow, so there is a draw on the board. I think this is a draw.
Wow. Very interesting. And now, have they repeated thrice? Not yet, right?
No, only
Once,
twice.
twice.
Once
And
है
now
क्या?
90, and now 95, Rook D8, Knight C6 is a draw. So this is the last moment for White. Okay, not really last, but I think he has to make a choice now. Because once you play 95, you can't really come back to C6. So he has to make a choice now.
95 खेल दिया तो फिर तो ये तो ड्रॉ ऑफर कर दिया सीधा.
Huh. Oof, wow, Pragg saving that game would be amazing. Oh, by the way, Arjun is worse. What?
कैसे? Okay, I'll just put it 1 second. Arjun right.
Why E4,
Ooh.
D4, Rook E6 was played, and Rook D1. Okay, not a bad move. But after Bishop A6, he had to find Knight C4, blocking that path. But he plays B3. And now Black, after Rook takes E4, is attacking this pawn. The only move, chat, is E3. And now Rook to E5. एंड यहां पे भाई सारे पीसेस आने वाले हैं लाइट स्क्वायर्स पे भाई बहुत डर लग रहा है भाई क्वीन H5 रूक G5 bishop can join it I don't know from where the bishop will join but even this bishop B7 yeah this knight is now hanging bhai Sahaj this is practically I don't want to say it but practically it looks lost.
Yeah, there's rook takes c3 sacrifices also, which is possible. But right now it's not there. But a bishop c3 पे होता तो rook e3 possible था. हाँ? That would have been done. Game over already. So yeah, slight
Wow
mistake by Arjun here.
भाई स्लाइड से ज्यादा लग रही है मुझे to be honest I don't know maybe I'm too scared but this looks really scary for Arjun.
True.
Oof, Arjun under huge pressure. So let's jump back to Pragg's game and see if they draw, but then we jump back to Arjun's game instantly.
Okay, let's go to Pragg's game. I think we have to still have to see whether he repeats here or not.
I trust in
Difficult position.
Ear and Puja gambit. Saj bhai, I think we have one gambit per day. So if we had to
यार
sim up
यहाँ
there,
पर थोड़ी ना, ये तो ड्रॉ है भाई, यहाँ पे थोड़ी
I
ना
think
ड्रॉ यहाँ.
Arjun के लिए इस्तेमाल करना पड़ेगा because I think Gukesh is better. He won't need it, and Pragg is likely
हम्म.
to draw. So we might have to use it for Arjun today. I think.
ओके, रेडी कर सकते हैं.
Okay. Okay. I think पहले wait करते हैं इस game का, then we go to Arjun and then we do it. Yeah.
Why does rating inflation deflation happens in chess? यार ये तो बहुत complicated question है. I'm guessing it's because काफ़ी underrated players आए हैं chess में, especially recently, and they take away the rating points of let's say 23, 24, 2500 players. फिर उनके पॉइंट कम होते हैं, फिर उसके बाद वो 2600 के पॉइंट्स कम करते हैं. ऐसे ऐसे करके आई थिंक मतलब
Yeah.
डिफ्लेशन. आई डोंट हैव द एग्जैक्ट आंसर फॉर यू. आई कांट बैक इट with maths here for you, but I that's my understanding of it.
I think one basic way to look at this could be कि भाई कोविड आया लोग 2-3 साल घर पे थे but they were practicing but they were not playing. So
Hmm.
what happens is people, let's say somebody who was 1400 after 3 years of work is now 2000 but his rating is still 1400. So he will draw against 2000s, maybe people who have not been practicing, he will beat some 2000s and then automatically जो सेम जो 2000 वाले थे वो 2400 2500 हो गया या 2300 हो गया so on.
Hmm.
So I think that is one of the reasons. It's not the only one, but for example, recent times, I think this could be one major factor. In fact, many Indians, we look and go and check their rating graphs, like Pragg, Gukesh, and Arjun, had an insane rise after COVID. Yeah, so they were one of those people who caused those rating deflations.
Could
So
be.
yeah,
वेरी मच कुड बी. पता है, आई मीन ऑल्सो लाइक पर्सनली आई ऑल्सो फील इट कि जब कोविड से पहले आप किसी लाइक 1900 2000 2100 के प्लेयर्स से आप खेलते थे ना, तो लाइक दे वुड प्ले विद अ सर्टेन कॉशन. लाइक वो ऐसे बिंदास नहीं खेलते थे आपके साथ, एक वो डर था कि आपका टाइटल है, आप वो उस तरह से चेस खेलते थे। बट आफ्टर कोविड आई थिंक प्लेयर्स हैव बिकम कंप्लीटली फेयरलेस, किसी को फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता कि आपके सामने कौन बैठा है, एंड दे जस्ट प्ले एज इफ दे वर प्लेइंग एनीबडी। आई थिंक दैट्स अ वन वेरी बिग फैक्टर, एंड दिस कुड आल्सो बी अ फैक्टर टू कंसिडर हियर।
आई थिंक ये स्किल मेरे पहले से ही था साज भाई, तो आई डोंट नो इफ इट्स अ डिफरेंट स्किल, बट आई नेवर केयर्ड हु सिटिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ मी। हर किसी से हारना है भाई, आई मीन सामने कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। बट एनीवेज आई थिंक फिलहाल
एक्सेप्ट
के
इफ
लिए
इट्स मैग्नस, तब हम उसकी रील बनाते हैं, राइट?
भाई हारना तो कॉमन है ना भाई, हारना
हारना तो
कॉमन है, रील बने ना
राइट।
बने दैट्स अ सेपरेट इशू, बट हारना जरूरी है। बट मीनवाइल आई थिंक जेफिस जब अपनी आखिरी आई मीन इस गेम के लिए फाइनल टाइम सोचते हुए कि भाई डू आई वांट, ओह ही इज गोइंग फॉर द ड्रॉ चैट, रूक d8 एंड नाइट c6 वुड बी अ ड्रॉ। सो ये प्रग का आखिरी मौका है एंड ही इज ओके विद द ड्रॉ। नाइट c6 इज एन इंस्टेंट ड्रॉ, ऑल आईज ऑन जेफरी योंग।
Yep, knight c6, last decision. I mean, he could play rook c5 still and kind of keep the game going. But I think at this point, I feel he is more or less happy with taking a draw. I mean, it's a good result, I would say, for Jeffrey as well. I mean, not a bad
बट
result for Pragg either.
But psychologically, it would be amazing actually. We suddenly probably could draw के mood में है, and then he suddenly plays something else, and he has to start thinking all over again. Like, it can create
यार
like a
बट
ripple
ऐसी
effect.
चीज़ है, प्रग के साथ थोड़ी ना काम करेंगे। आई मीन ही हैज कैलकुलेटेड ऑल ऑफ दीज ऑप्शंस एंड 100 मोर ऑलरेडी। उसको पता है कि रुक c5 है, उसको पता है रुक d1, उसको सारी मूव्स ऑलरेडी वो कंसिडर करके बैठा होगा। बट आई थिंक इट्स हार्ड टू प्ले, काइंड ऑफ प्ले अगेंस्ट समवन लाइक प्रग, स्पेशली इन अ पोजिशन लाइक दिस, क्योंकि आपको आपको पता है कि रिजल्ट तो देख खराब नहीं है, वर्ल्ड नंबर 3 के साथ आप खेल रहे हो, एंड
By the way,
दिस इज द कैंडिडेट्स प्लेयर।
I think Gukesh's opponent has made a blunder, so I think ये draw ही होगा. We'll come back to this, but I think a big mistake. Knight to d2. I don't know what happened because knight h5 हमने last देखा था. Bishop dropped back to h8. I think Saj bhai, right? I think in the last
Yes,
couple
knight
of
h5,
moves,
bishop h8,
and now
and then
knight d2. What?
free का pawn।
ये क्या है भाई?
भाई ये कुछ नाइट e4 नाइट f6 चेक तो नहीं सोच रहा ना? Is that his plan? Knight e4, rook e2, knight
Rook
f6
e2,
check,
knight f6, bishop takes, knight takes,
king
king
f8,
g7.
king
I thought
g7
king
आओगे?
g, हाँ क्या
चलो
स्ट्रेस है
king
भाई?
g7, मैं knight e8 चेक से डर रहा था थोड़ा, तो मैंने कहा चलो rook e2।
अच्छा नाइट ही डाला है, ओह मैंने देखा ही नहीं था भाई, सॉरी
बट
सॉरी।
लेकिन
लेट्स गो
अभी
बैक।
तो नहीं आ रहा ना, अभी तो चल रहा है। But यही
हाँ,
सोच के बैठा है क्या ये?
but okay, king f8 also, and then rook takes e2 maybe, yeah. But queen a7, I mean, it just feels too hopeful. I have
या
control over the a file. You don't have an entry point for your rook. There's nothing
और
there.
प्लान क्या होगा लेकिन यहाँ पे, और तो कोई प्लान दिख ही नहीं रहा मुझे।
Bye. I think it's just miscalculation. I think time कम था, 5 मिनट थे. I think he's miscalculated something there. और
So,
कोई इसका एक्सप्लेनेशन नहीं है।
कोई पूछ रहा है, सो दिस इज अ रीजन दैट सुपर जीएम्स फ्रॉम इंडिया डोंट प्ले इन इंडिया। भाई सुपर जीएम्स फ्रॉम एनीवेयर डोंट प्ले इन इंडिया बिकॉज ऑफ दिस रीजन। लाइक ये
भाई
सिर्फ इंडियंस का नहीं है, बिकॉज
सुपर
बिकॉज
जीएम्स क्या, जीएम्स भी नहीं खेलते भाई।
भाई जीएम्स खुद नहीं खेलते यार, बिकॉज यू नो के 2021 का प्लेयर आपको मतलब आपको ऐसी ऐसी फाइट दे सकता है जो यूरोप में आपको 2300 2400 का प्लेयर देगा। आई एम
हम्म
नॉट एग्जैजरेटिंग हियर, आई एम बीइंग वेरी
हम्म
विद इन द लिमिट्स, मैं इससे बहुत ज़्यादा एग्जैजरेट कर सकता हूँ। सो
हम्म
दिस इज वन ऑफ द रीजंस दैट पीपल डोंट प्ले इट इन इंडिया।
बट
आप बोलोगे कि हाँ अभी चेन्नई में विंसेंट खेला था, बट दैट्स अ सुपर इवेंट। ठीक है, वहां पे लोगों को इनवाइट किया जाता है, दोज आर नॉट द players you should be afraid of, like those are the players you should be wanting to play, जो you should be afraid of someone who's like 7 years old, अभी 2000 की रेटिंग हुई है, and you know that player is very unstable। आपको पता नहीं है कि वो कब क्या कहाँ कुछ भी कर सकता है, and from India you
बिल्कुल।
get a lot of players like that।
दिस इज ग्रेट कमेंट्री भाई, 7 year olds को अनस्टेबल बोल दिया।
अनस्टेबल एज इन मतलब वो बैलेंस नहीं हुआ उसका लेवल, you know what I mean। अरे साहिल भाई आप ना पकड़ लेते हो यार।
His rating is unstable, Saj bhai. He is
रेटिंग
not
इज
unstable.
अनस्टेबल, यस इज
हाँ
अनस्टेबल,
भाई गलत भाई।
रेटिंग इज
But
अनस्टेबल, राइट।
meanwhile,
वॉलेटाइल
नाइट
वॉलेटाइल।
नाइट D2 के बाद आई थिंक बहुत बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर है गुकेश के ऊपर, बट आई थिंक वंस ही फाइंड्स रुक B2 ही इज गोइंग टू विन दिस गेम। मीनवाइल नो मूव्स बाय जेफरी जोंग, साज भाई, नो मूव्स
एक
देयर।
क्वेश्चन पूछा था राघव भाई ने, व्हाई बिशप h8 वाजंट बिशप f8 बेटर? बिशप f8 में नाइट f6 चेक था मेरे पास, तो
हम्म
बिशप h8 पे दिस इज अ वेरी गुड एग्जांपल ऑफ हाउ यू डिफाइन एक्टिविटी ऑफ पीसेस। जो हमेशा वो नहीं होता जो पीस अच्छा दिखता है, उस बिशप का काम क्या है। बिशप f8 पे ज्यादा अच्छा दिख रहा है बिकॉज इट कंट्रोल्स मोर, बट बिशप h8 पे इट कंट्रोल्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्क्वायर ऑन f6, सो इट इज स्टिल कंसिडर्ड टू बी एन एक्टिव पीस. दैट्स व्हाई ही प्लेड बिशप h8 हियर. बाय द वे,
या
वीडी का ओपोनेंट ने ब्लंडर फिर से किया. कैन वी टेक अ लुक?
या बिल्कुल, लेट्स गो. ऑलवेज रेडी टू सी अ ब्लंडर.
Rook d2 and rook f6. Okay, not a blunder, slight mistake, but I'd say not easy for Vidit to find bishop c4 here either.
True. I think this is just time pressure talking. I think थोड़े बहुत हल्के फुल्के minor errors होते रहेंगे. I think let's go back to the game of Gukesh. Yeah, because I think वो crucial moment है. Rook b2. I think that could be the decider itself. So that's an important one. I'll also keep an eye on the Pragg game कि जैसे ही draw होगा, I'll let you know, chat. So दो important games going on. Pragg's game and Pragg dropping half a point in round one, Saj. He was the top seed of the event. The number one
Eh,
seed of the event and he will drop half a point.
11 राउंड है भाई, 11 राउंड है, बहुत टाइम है, बहुत टाइम. आई मीन आई थिंक प्रोबेबली अराउंड विदित के कितने पॉइंट बने थे लास्ट टाइम?
मैं लिटरली वही देखा था, बताया, मैं लिटरली वही
चलो
देखने
आप
वाला था
चेक
कि
करो, आप
विदित
चेक करो.
आई थिंक 8 थे. आई एम गोना कंफर्म दिस दो.
आई
हाउ मेनी
रिमेंबर ही
पॉइंट?
वन विद हाफ अ पॉइंट लीड. कोई टाई नहीं किया था उसने,
साढ़े
मेरे को.
आठ थे भाई विदित के.
साढ़े
एट
आठ
एंड हाफ. एंड हिकारू हैड 8, सो 8 was enough to qualify. 7.5 पे फिर it was Esipenko, Arjun, Vincent and Maksudlu and Anish. So 8 was the qualifying metric. So अगर 8 पॉइंट चाहिए, you can drop like 3 points in total, yeah.
3 पॉइंट्स इन टोटल, मतलब आपके पास, हाँ, ब्लैक से सारे ड्रॉ, व्हाइट से सारे विन शुड कवर इट, राइट?
हाँ भाई, of course, of
I'm
course.
thinking
Very
like
simple.
I'm trying to think like Pragg here.
You're thinking like Magnus by unfortunately, not Pragg.
दिव्या देशमुख गेम भाई बिल्कुल लगाते हैं. 1 second. Oh, she's still in a much better position, by the way. Oh, by the way, some updates there. So c4. Oh, he did find queen a6, by the way.
Hmm.
Rook takes c4, b4 खेला उसने, knight d1 c4, queen e2, and now queen c8 was the only move. But queen a4, a slight inaccuracy. Divya plays knight hf2. भाई दिव्या को भाई एकदम proper form में c3, and now it's white to play.
And I think, what would you play here, Saj? I was thinking if I could trade queens, like queen c2, is that a blunder or something?
क्वीन c2 भाई d5 मर रहा है आपका, तो आई एम
I would
नॉट
give the
श्योर.
pawn just to exchange queens. Is that a big problem or no?
Probably not, but I think Divya wants to play for a win here. Now you said it yourself. Now you shouldn't go for a draw in situations like this. Like unless you think Queen C2 के बाद आपके पास वो winning chances हैं. But I can't easily refute this. If I had to think, I would go Queen B5 just to put more pressure on the D5 pawn.
Hmm.
That's what I would play. But the best move here is very difficult, chat, because White has to find Bishop F4. ये तो नहीं होगा ना.
No chance.
But second best move is B3, which also feels odd.
Sahaj bhai, we have to jump to Arjun's game because I think we could be one move away from complete collapse because this is exactly what happened. B3 के बाद rook takes e4 was played, e3 and now rook to e5 the best move. Knight is hanging and the only move is b4 and even that gives a plus 1.1 edge for black.
हाँ, बट 6 मिनट है उसके पास. 6 मिनट है उसके पास, कर
भाई
देगा
अपने
गलती
पास भी
नहीं.
14 ही है भाई.
हाँ बट आई मीन मुश्किल है. आई थिंक छह
चैट,
मिनट में तो नहीं कर पाएगा.
तुम बताओ भाई अर्जुन का रिजल्ट. सो टाइम स्ट्रिंग दिख रही है, इट्स -1. Win, draw or loss. What do you think happens in the Arjun game? Come on, chat. Sajay, what's your prediction of the game?
आई थिंक ड्रॉ. ड्रॉ. आई थिंक अर्जुन जीत भी
Draw.
सकता है.
मेरे को लग रहा है ड्रॉ नहीं होगा भाई. या तो ब्लैक विंस या फिर वो एक गलती कर देगा, अर्जुन पकड़ के निकाल देगा गेम. फिर
मेरे
आई
को लग रहा
डोंट
है
थिंक
अर्जुन
इट्स.
जीत जाएगा. बिकॉज बिकॉज शिगायव 6 मिनट है. 6 मिनट में आप बहुत पैनिक मोड में आ जाते हो आप. एंड इफ यू डोंट सी अ क्लियर डायरेक्ट विन, इट्स हार्ड टू कीप दैट प्रेशर विद सच लिटिल टाइम ऑन द क्लॉक. एंड लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट ही हैज 15 मूव्स टू मेक. दैट्स अ लॉट ऑफ मूव्स, या. सो आई आई वुड से ही स्टिल हैज अ गुड चांस.
लेट्स सी. चैट करिए. मैक्सिमम लोग ड्रॉ लिख रहे हैं बाय द वे यार. सो बहुत डर लग रहा है चैट को कि भाई ये गेम में कुछ भी हो सकता है. सो बाय द वे गुकेश हैज ग्रैब्ड दैट पॉन ऑन B2. सो अब वाइट का जो भी आइडिया था हमें रियल टाइम में देखने को मिल सकता है. बट रुक B2 हैज बीन प्लेड. ही इज कंप्लीटली विनिंग टेक्निकली. And now it's about what was the plan in the first take itself. कि भाई क्या था plan यहाँ पे? Was it
I'm
C4
thinking
Saj?
knight e4, knight f6. It has to be this. There is no other move that makes sense.
Maybe C4 attacking the rook.
c4. I move my rook to c2.
And
I know queen d1 दिख रहा है मुझे, but is it good enough? That doesn't feel like वहाँ पे
yeah.
कुछ मसाला है. और 4 मिनट हैं बाकरो के पास. Oh,
Oh,
I think
that's
Pragg का
another mistake. Another mistake. Ruke won a big mistake by Etienne Backrot. And now Sahaj bhai and chat. बहुत important moment. What is Black's best move? White का threat notice करो and उसको completely ऐसे बोलते हैं ना, ऐसे कीड़े को ऐसे रात को होता है ना, ऐसे मार देते हैं, वैसे खत्म करना है भाई. Black to
neutralize.
play. हाँ, completely like वो
Neutralize करो.
कैसे करोगे भाई? Come on chat. Best move for Black.
Not an easy move to find. Sahil, while you do this, I'll be back in 1 second, yeah?
Pragg idea. या ये क्या हो गया भाई? अच्छा, oh, I'm back ना. हाँ, let's go back. हाँ, so basically that queen to b8 is the move. You keep an eye on this pawn, you protect the back rank, and आपने rook का entry हर जगह से रोक दिया है. So that would be a winning move. -3 edge for Gukesh. So he's completely winning. But I think there's an update, right? I think Pragg has played knight to c6 by Zephyr Young, and it has ended in a draw. So Pragg की game over हो चुकी है. That is a draw. जिस हिसाब से आएंगे, I think he will show us the board as well. मैं क्यों अटक चुका हूं भाई? क्या चल रहा है? Okay, I'm back.
I'm back too. Let's go.
साज भाई, Pragg game draw over.
Oh, let's go. Okay. Okay, so decent result,
साज
yeah,
भाई,
decent start. Can you hear me?
हाँ, I think वो लैग कर रहा है. वो मेरा लैग कर रहा है, आपका लैग कर रहा है?
मेरा तो लैग नहीं हो रहा बिल्कुल भी.
अच्छा ठीक है, मेरा है क्या? Okay, my bad.
So I think a decent result for
Go
Pragg.
ahead.
I would say a good start with the black pieces. It's not, of course, a win would have been ideal, but like I think considering how the game went, it's a very decent way to defend and hold the position down and be strong there. So very happy with the draw. Let's move to Arjun's game maybe.
I think when it is line कुछ भी होगा तो बताऊंगा मैं. Chat, by the way, that is a draw as you mentioned, साज भाई. Let's go to Arjun. Yeah.
Cool. So this is the position on the board right now. B4 played, by the way, the best move, like you mentioned, already on the board. So Arjun he's not giving up without a fight, yeah. I still think he maintains some practical chances because 4 ही मिनट पड़े हैं उसके पास.
I agree, Saj bhai. I think यहाँ पे अगर एक गलती कर देना यहाँ पे black, then suddenly Arjun can strike back. So, for example, Queen h5 is the best move in the position. It is a logical one though. That's the problem, Saj. It's so logical. Queen h5 coming to those light squares. Um, like if you're playing bullet chess, you would play Queen h5 in a second, right?
In a second, yeah. I would play it instantly. Oh, bishop takes a5, he
Oh,
goes.
but okay,
Yeah,
this
I mean,
also
this also feels very
is,
logical to be
yeah.
honest, because ba5, bishop b7. Now you have this c pawn. I mean, I don't think you can ever take that pawn. Something कुछ ना कुछ तो मरेगा ही उधर. एक बार ये bishop f3 पे बैठ गया ना तो ये this is a big problem. This is why I didn't want this structure. But कोई option नहीं था उधर हमारे पास. ba5,
Saj
bishop
bhai,
b7 played by the way.
and now the best move, chat, is actually a6, just to distract that bishop. उस bishop को उस diagonal से हटाना इतना जरूरी है कि मैं हम pawn भी देने को ready है यार. That's how strong that bishop is.
Wow. तो a6, bishop a6 पे just queen c7 I guess, yeah.
a6, bishop a6, and now apparently you have to play rook a b1. I think वो bishop को diagonal पे नहीं आने देना साज भाई. I think that is the goal.
Oh. Oh, that's tough. That's very tough. या मे भी जीतने का चांस तो नहीं है इधर यार. अगर क्वींस एक्सचेंज हो गई या फिर थोड़ा प्रेशर बिशप f3 पे बैठ गया तो इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट फॉर अर्जुन हियर.
Yeah. Meanwhile, maybe we can have a look at the Vidit game because he is better I think he did find that impressive move bishop c4 सा जो हमें देखी थी कि after I think rook f6 and then
Mm-hmm.
rook a f8 doubling up rooks and now knight to d6 moving that knight away. So still better but it's not winning yet because I think ये pressure है थोड़ा f2 pawn पे and अगर f2 गया तो h2 भी जा सकता है as you pointed out Sahaj bhai. So black has some counterplay but of course Vidit is better, yeah.
Vidit is better, yeah, for sure. But yeah, complicated
Hmm.
position. 5 minute भी हैं तो although black को सिर्फ एक ही move निकालना है यहाँ पे knight g6. If you don't play knight g6, then you are in a territory जहाँ पे आपकी position technically lost हो सकती है.
True, true. Also, by the way, one look at the Hare Krishna game, जहाँ पे it is all but over because उनका king e1 back rank पे stuck है and there seems to be absolutely no counterplay. So Hare Krishna will go down to Anton Demchenko. Saj, I think this is pretty much over, yeah?
Yeah, that e3 pawn, like you mentioned, is so difficult. It's so annoying actually. और प्रॉब्लम भी है ना कि अगर कुछ a7 जैसे मैंने बिशप c4 खेला, आपने
Hmm.
a7 किंग 8 खेला, अब ये बिशप f3 चेक भी नहीं आ रही क्योंकि बिशप d5 से रोक रहा हूँ मैं.
हाँ, हाँ, हाँ.
तो
And
इट्स
भाई
लाइक
Saj, can we jump to Divya's game? She played Queen C2. अरे यार, भाई
ओ
मैं बोला ही क्यों भाई मेरी गलती है क्वीन सी टू
भाई, साहिल ओपी भाई, साहिल ओपी.
भाई ओपी नहीं भाई अच्छी चाल नहीं है भाई क्वीन सी
तभी
टू
तो ओपी
क्वीन
बोला.
एस अरे यार
तभी तो ओपी बोला मैंने.
अरे यार बताओ मूव
Abhimanyu
पिक
back
करके
on track. But Sahil bhai, this is also a result of, I think, her time as well. 13 moves, 3 minutes left. I think we are seeing a pattern here where even if you have more time on the clock, so many games are being decided based on time alone, on the first round itself. So time is going to be a big factor here, I think, regardless.
या यू करेक्ट हमने अंडर एस्टिमेट किया बिकॉज आई थिंक प्लेयर्स टाइम होता है ना लाइक इफ यू हैव 100 रुपीज इन योर पॉकेट दैट्स हाउ मच यू विल स्पेंड इफ यू हैव 10,000 दैट्स हाउ मच यू विल स्पेंड सो आई थिंक वही चीज है प्लेयर को टाइम मिल रहा है दे यूजिंग इट अर्ली इन द ओपनिंग एंड दे आर स्टिल रीचिंग दैट सेम फेस जहां पे टाइम नहीं है टू रीच दोस 40 मूव्स एंड 93 प्लेड ऑफ कोर्स डिफेंडिंग दोस पॉन्स बट ऑफ कोर्स यहाँ पे क्वीन साइड खुलते हुए सो बोथ प्लेयर्स हैविंग देयर चांसेस स्टिल 3 minutes for Divya, a lot of pressure. Meanwhile, maybe it's time to jump to the game of
Oh,
Gukesh again, Saj bhai.
Bishop c5, by the way, played by Abhi.
Hmm. Yeah, attacking those knights. So rook
We might see
e4.
a mistake by Divya here. So let's keep a close eye on this. So we'll go back to Gukesh.
Yeah,
Rook
yeah.
a1, Queen c8 खेला वो, not Queen b8.
Oh, interesting.
The idea
How
is the
is it?
same, but I think the difference, that's what I was getting to. Like with b8, you were keeping the pressure on the e5 pawn.
Hmm.
Perhaps that small nuance in the position makes it a miss, but Gukesh is still technically winning.
Oh. Oh, Arjun has
Okay,
equalized.
okay.
How on earth did it happen? Wait, what? Queen
So Queen
c7 he
c7.
grabbed.
And rook e7, okay. Still slight pull. Arjun को queen f4 निकालना है यहाँ पे. Only move. If he doesn't play that, then it's a problem. Like look at the style, by queen d6, rook takes e3.
अरे बाप रे भाई. अरे बाप रे.
And now the only move to not lose the game is a6, which is insane. So not an easy road for Arjun here.
आई थिंक वहां पे वही आया था इंस्टेड ऑफ रूक ई7 ब्लैक शुड हैव प्लेड बिशप टू ई4 जस्ट काइंड ऑफ कीपिंग दैट बिशप एक्टिव नॉट अलाउइंग क्वीन टू कम टू एफ4 आई थिंक क्वीन को वापस लाने का पाथ ब्लॉक था ब्लैक के रुक से सो जैसे रूक ई7 खेला क्वीन को एफ4 स्क्वायर मिल गया व्हाइट क्वीन को सो क्वीन
Hmm.
एफ4 एंड इफ आई प्ले क्वीन एफ4 देन आई कैन प्ले एफ3 आई कैन प्ले ई4 एंड इफ दैट हैपेंस आई थिंक आई हैव टू इंप्रूव माय पोजीशन ड्रास्टिकली
Yes, and then the bishop becomes, well, a bit useless, yeah, in comparison to what it's doing right now.
Yeah. So crucial moment. Maxim Chigaev could be spoiling his advantage, but Arjun also has only one move. Saj, does he find Queen F4? Chad, yes or no?
He has 9 minutes on the clock. I think he will. Queen f4 is not a difficult move to see, but the problem is that after Queen f4, now you're allowing Queen c6, and now you have to play f3. Queen takes f3, Queen takes f3, Bishop takes f3, and now you can say goodbye to your winning chances. यहाँ पे आप जीत नहीं रहे हो as
Hmm.
white. So maybe that's why Arjun doesn't want to play Queen f4. He doesn't want to give him Queen c6.
खेलना पड़ेगा भाई because Chad, if you play this, even the second best move, yeah, Queen C3, for example, there is Queen H5. with the idea of queen f3, queen g2 mate, and there's not much happening. Queen c3, queen h5.
क्वीन c3, क्वीन h5, क्वीन f3, क्वीन h3, बिशप f3, सब कुछ आ रहा है भाई. या वेट, ही जस्ट ब्लंडर्ड क्वीन d6.
Oh my God, no!
Just allowed rook e3.
Oh, can we show that variation? Rook e3, what happens? Rook e3, fe3, what happens?
We,
Sajbhai, can we show that?
we were just looking at this rook takes e3, and now Arjun has only one move a6. If he doesn't find a6 here, it's lost.
But if we take that
Because
rook, what happens, Sajbhai? एक
then
बार
queen
दिखाएंगे क्या?
e3, bishop f2, and queen f3 and mate. आप king
And
से
king f1
भगाओगे
खेला तो?
f1
King
to
f1 खेला तो?
escape. Then rook e8. I block this and queen
अरे
g2 is
बाप
mate.
रे भाई. भाई, this is over.
Oh, this is a huge
Sajbhai,
blunder by Arjun.
Sajbhai, I think एयर गेम में काफी टाइम आ चुका है. टाइम बहुत कम है.
Okay, भाई.
टाइम बहुत कम है. चलो भाई, हिला दो भाई. बढ़िया हिलाया भाई, बढ़िया हिलाया भाई. कम ऑन भाई. हिला दिया भाई. कान हिला
यार
दिया. चलो, let's go back.
प्रोड्यूसर साहब भी एकदम वो प्रॉपर कैमरा
भाई,
लाते हैं एयर गैम्बिट के टाइम पे. भाई मानना
हाँ
पड़ेगा प्रोड्यूसर साहब को.
भाई, एयर गैम्बिट हो चुकी है. चैट साज मैंने कान ला दिया. सो मे बी ब्लैक डजंट फाइंड रूक ई3, बट इट्स डेफिनेटली एन ऑप्शन. साज मे बी ही डजंट फाइंड बिकॉज़ 3 मिनट है उनके पास. 3 मिनट में शायद निकालना सारे कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस देने साथ पॉसिबल नाउ मे बी.
I really think it's possible that he plays rook e3. I really think so. Rook e3 looks very, very logical
बट
to me.
अर्जुन डिड मिस इट. मे बी सो डज द ओपोनेंट.
White से it's a surprise. Black से it's a plan. You know, like black से आप rook e3 की नजर हमेशा रहेगी. मैंने वो 5 साल पहले आपको कहा था rook e3 का आइडिया यहाँ पे पॉसिबल है. उसको तो 10 साल पहले दिख गया होगा ये. तो with every move you're scanning that.
अरे यार, मैक्सिम
I some
चिगाएव जी, बाय द वे, a player from Spain, yeah, a very strong player, but क्या वो रुकी थी निकाल पाएंगे? He has 2 minutes and 20 seconds to play roughly, I think 12 moves, so it's not an easy task for him. But rookie 3 के बाद सहज, how is a6 helping us?
Oh,
अगर
he
एक बार
doesn't play
देखें.
it. He doesn't play.
अरे काम कर यार गैम्बिट भाई. यार गैम्बिट ओपी इन द चैट, लेट्स गो. यार गैम्बिट ओपी इन द
भाई
चैट, लेट्स गो भाई.
एयर
बच गए
गैम्बिट.
भाई.
मैं एयर गैम्बिट को भूल गया था भाई. एयर गैम्बिट ने काम
भाई
कर दिया. लेट्स गो.
भाई,
ओके
अंडर एस्टिमेट नहीं करने का भाई यार गैम्बिट को.
भाई बच गए. रुक ओके बिशप f3. ओके नाउ रुक d4 या रुक d4 या फिर रुक c1 में से कुछ खेलना चाहिए.
हम्म.
अब 0-0-0
भाई
है पोजीशन. अब जीतने
आई
का
एम,
चांस है भाई. अब जीतने का चांस
हाँ
है.
भाई, स्लिंग is such a भाई, that was a close save. So by the way, Vidit is much winning if he can switch now, because I think the critical moment has passed. I think he's close to winning because I think bishop c4 and knight d6, bishop c6 खेला उनके opponent ने, which was a mistake. And now rook to e7 and suddenly knight f7 check आ रहा है, rook a7 आ रहा है. I mean, it just feels like he's improved his position even further.
नाइट e5 पे भी बैठ सकता है बाद में. डू अटैक द बिशप ऑन c6. कोई प्रेशर नहीं है अभी f2 पे. तो वी आर फाइन.
Yeah,
I think Vidit looks very very good. By the way, let's switch to Divya as well to see वहाँ पे क्या चल
yeah,
रहा है.
yeah, yeah.
Here is Divya. Okay, so we were on this position. She played bishop c5, knight fd1, another inaccuracy by Abhimanyu, rook c8, and Divya finds the best move, bishop f1, and another inaccuracy by Abhimanyu with queen b6.
Bhai, this game could go either way. I think क्योंकि time is a major factor now. 10 more moves to go. Question for you, Sahaj in chat. Do you think 10-40 गेम चलनी भी है? I'm not really sure.
यार दिव्या टाइम तो मैनेज अच्छे से कर रही है. like, despite having less time, she's still finding moves like bishop f1, which is very impressive. But the follow up is not easy. Yeah, she has to. Okay, knight c4 is easy. You go queen d8 and then queen d3. I'm not sure
Not
if that
easy.
is an easy move.
Not easy, I think. Oh, she
Who
plays knight
played
c4.
knight c4? Wow, भाई दिव्या ओपी. क्या बात है यार, मजा आ गया. तो
But आगे क्या Sahaj bhai? I think important choice for Abhimanyu now. Queen f6 played and now bishop d3 is the best move. But that's very logical actually.
It's, I don't know. I don't know. To me, nothing looks logical here. Nothing looks logical. I mean, yeah, you're putting your piece forward, I guess, from that perspective, you're developing it. It makes sense, but it doesn't, nothing feels logical to me here. I think also Abhimanyu playing purposefully fast to get her in under 30 seconds. ताकि उसको सोचने का मौका ना मिले एंड देन वो गलती हो बोर्ड पे.
True, true. So super crucial moment for both players. Let's jump to Gukesh's game because waha crazy developments hai Sahaj bhai. He's completely winning, but he's just played a brilliancy. Can we go there and go to
Ooh,
move number 31?
Yes, rook takes d2 on the board. Brilliancy
वाह,
by the world
मतलब सी
champion.
रुक के आई थिंक C4 खेला, उसके बाद है ना रुक D2,
हाँ हाँ,
C4 आई थिंक वाज द,
c4 के
हाँ
बाद rook takes
C4।
d2, brilliancy by the world champion. Queen takes d2, knight b3, very logical. There's a fork on the rook and the queen. White goes queen e3 and knight takes d4, not knight takes
या
a1, knight takes d4,
नाइस।
because queen d4 के बाद bishop e5 and now we're capturing back this rook on a1. हमें I don't know अब इसकी जरूरत भी है हमें कि नहीं, or we can just leave
सहज,
it. We can just go dc4 straight.
Queen D1 was played, and now super crucial. You don't take the rook. That's a
Hmm.
blunder. Because after Queen
Oh.
takes A1, Queen G7 mate ka idea, your borderline lost as white. The only
Right.
move is King F8. So you have to
Hmm.
now just take the pawn on C4 instead of Bishop A1. Very important. Do not take that rook, Gukesh.
Yeah, I think he has three pawns for the exchange, so still a very heavy material advantage there. एंड सी पॉन तो पासर भी है, कनेक्टेड पासर्स हैं ये तो। बिशप d5 पे बैठ जाएगा, एक e5 पे बैठ जाएगा, दोनों एकदम बॉसेस। क्वीन c5 इनकमिंग एंड या आई थिंक बाक्रो डजंट, आई मीन ही इज बेसिकली लॉस्ट
Wow,
हियर।
let's go. Welcome Yogesh bhai to the stream because आते ही Gukesh ने खेल दिया D takes C4, best move on the board, and now this pawn is just going to go to C2 आराम से, and I think Sahaj bhai, this is close to being over.
या भाई, दिस इज ओवर। आई थिंक गुकेश विंस दिस, लेट्स गो। वेरी वेरी हैप्पी टू सी दिस। बाय द वे एक बार अर्जुन के गेम पे नजर मार लेते हैं, बिकॉज ऑल द गेम्स आर हैपनिंग सो फास्ट। रुक d4, रुक c8 एंड बिशप d2 खेला गया था यहाँ पे। एंड okay, he's two pawns up right now, but Black's bishop is super strong. But he also has less than 2 minutes on the clock. So, any chances of Arjun winning this?
I think yes. I think yes because Black ने जब वो rookie 3 नहीं find किया ना, I think it just tells you that he's not confident enough and he could make a mistake. Just like
And
he is, Sahaj. You know,
yep.
you can see the bar go slightly in White's favor. Now his bishop को यहाँ से निकालना है. That's the problem. Until I move the bishop away, I can never win this game. So Queen F4, Rook F4 में से कुछ खेलना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे.
Queen f4 ही खेलो, I think Queen रुक को open file पे रखते हैं,
हाँ, Rook
Queen
F4, Rook
f4 and then
D7
you
है.
push e4 or something, f3 and oh by the way Queen f4 Queen h5 पे g4 है क्या मेरे पास? Do I have g4 or is it too much? I was thinking this Queen h3 and Queen, जैसे पर बिशप तो हटा नहीं ना इससे, बिशप हटा नहीं, तो maybe that's not a point. So कि Queen f4, has he played it? No, not yet, not yet. Okay, let's go back to
Oh.
Gukesh's opponent. 1 minute DC4 के बाद, this is crucial. ये game अच्छा चल जाएगा, ये तो 36 मूव है ना, चल जाएगा ये।
Chat question for you. Do you think Mukesh wins this? Yes or no? I think he does. But is there anyone who thinks there's going to be a twist here? Sahaj bhai, any twists?
No, no, no.
Hari Krishna, by the way, has lost his game. I think we knew that it was coming for a long time. So, Sahaj bhai, I
Hmm.
think a bunch of results like Nihal drawing, Hari Krishna losing, Ronak drawing, um, Pragg drawing. We've not seen an Indian win, I think, like among the top Indians at least.
अभी बैठे हैं ना वर्ल्ड चैंपियन के बोर्ड पे। just wait
True.
5 minutes, it'll happen. It'll happen. It's already about to happen. Wait, I think some updates here. Rook a4 played. -3 position hai. This is just completely just he's just blitzing through c3. Oh, see, look at this c3, rook e4 and c2. Queen
Ah,
c1,
nice.
bishop
Bishop B2.
b2.
Nice.
Beautiful.
By the way, I don't see a single Indian who's won so far. Saj bhai, ab line se win chahiye bhai. Yeah,
Yeah,
no
I
Indian
think
has won so far. That's crazy.
गुकेश और अर्जुन ही जीत सकते हैं। आई थिंक गुकेश का बहुत अच्छा चांस है, अर्जुन का भी चांस है। आई थिंक गुड 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 चांसेस, बट या टफ टू
Chat,
बीट।
chat, come on, chat. Like karo, let's go. We want more Indians to win. जितने लोग और आएंगे उतना मजा आएगा भाई, because I think we're gonna have a bunch of victories together. जल्दी से like कर दो stream भाई. Let's get to
भाई
500 likes. Let's go. हाँ सच भाई.
विदित भी है ना, विदित इज ऑल्सो विनिंग। आई एम जस्ट
Yeah,
पुटिंग हिज
yeah,
पोजीशन ऑन द बोर्ड।
yeah.
तो विदित could also, विदित गेम एक्चुअली कैन ऑल्सो फिनिश अराउंड द सेम टाइम एज गुकेश एज वेल। वहां पे
I
भी
think with
50 सेकंड
the
पड़े हैं उसके पास।
हाँ, but I think उसका एंड गेम में तो ज्यादा लंबा चल सकता है. I think Gukesh might end quickly because उसका plan simple है. Just push the pass ball.
That's true, that's true, that's true. Okay, switching back to Gukesh's game.
Yep. And now 10 minutes plus for Gukesh. I think this is very comfortable. You have a pass pawn saying so. Oh, he doesn't push it instantly. That's very interesting.
Yeah, bishop d5, no need ना, he can play c3 in the next move, he has all the time in the world, and opponent के पास time
Yeah.
कहाँ है?
Yeah. True. And opponent has move क्या actually? Time छोड़ो भाई.
Oh, Arjun is better again. Let's go, bhai. Ear gambit working.
Oh, let's go भाई. -2 से सीधा +0.6 suddenly in 3 moves भाई. 4 moves.
Yeah. Last move was an inaccuracy with rook c2. He has to find e4 and sack this pawn on a2, but still एक pawn का advantage अभी भी रहेगा. And I think at this point Maxim को भी समझ आ गया होगा क्योंकि the position has slipped away, the advantage has slipped away.
साज भाई, अगर ये पॉन e4 e5 आ गया एंड कल को ये बिशप गलती से इस डायगोनल पे आ गया तो हु इज द वन अटैकिंग? आई एम नॉट श्योर भाई.
भाई e4 bishop h6 भी possible है.
ओह एक्चुअली.
वो भी
ओह वाओ,
possible है.
एक्चुअली वाओ.
Because you cannot take because queen f6 में check होगी and ये bishop भी
Oh,
मर
it is
जाएगा.
working. It is actually working. If you take queen f6 is over.
Really? Oh, wow. Bishop
Wow.
h6. Yeah, it's working. Rook a5 only move है उसके पास. g h6 में queen f6 is game over.
बिशप मर रहा
Wow.
है.
Hmm.
Okay, Gukesh game
Let-
so far. We need to play it. I think c3 आने वाला है on the board. It's time to push that pass pawn, Gukesh. Let's go.
Okay, c3 incoming. Only move. You don't want to give up the pawn. c3 से c2 का भी threat है, so white would have to defend with bishop d3. But I mean, like, it's only a matter. I'm just saying this game might
Pushed.
be longer because we are already approaching move 38. So 50 move के increment, addition के बाद, I think he will have a long think about this position and maybe the game can go a bit longer.
That's true, actually. That's true. He might just have that one extra thing, right? There's no harm.
Hmm.
Um, although I remember in the Olympiad, Sahajba, I think he was playing Fedosi or somebody. He had like a +2, +1.5 edge. And 41st में गुकेश ने seconds में खेल दिया था. I was like, यार पता है भाई अपन को हो गया अब. हम
Hmm.
सोचने की जरूरत नहीं है. So you never know, but yeah, he might have that long thing though.
बिल्कुल भाई बिल्कुल. So now bishop d3 played. He's making moves really fast. गुकेश के पास अभी भी 10 मिनट पड़े हैं. Yes, abhi threat is simple, bishop g6 and queen e5 ka. So either you cannot move the knight because you lose the e5 bishop, so you want to defend the bishop somehow with queen c7 apparently. If you go bishop g6, just pawn se maar diya wapas and the queen does a good job of defending this bishop on e5. And also, once black takes on g6, you will also be putting your pressure on this h5 pawn as well. So both scenarios working well for Gukesh here.
By the way, Vidit is completely winning. +4 evaluation
अरे
for
जाते हैं ना
Vidit.
उधर.
हाँ जाते हैं भाई. विदित गुजराती, आई थिंक रुक g1 खेला गया था. Trying to get some checks in, but not much happened. Bishop came to f7, and now rook d6 is the winning move, attacking the bishop. And if you move the bishop somewhere, I don't know where, there might be even knight d7 ideas, Sahaj, to attack that rook on f8.
भाई कुछ नाइट f6 चेक आ रहा है क्या? वो भी आ सकता है, बता रहा हूँ मैं आपको. So yeah, he looks completely winning. Also 6 moves remaining. Opponent का टाइम अब और ज्यादा कम हो गया, तो it's good.
साज में एक क्रेजी लाइन है यहाँ पे एक्चुअली.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say आपने खेला bishop g2. You just rook d6, bishop g2, आपने bishop बचाया. And now knight d7. So rook on f8 attacked, rook on e1 attacked. So rook takes e7, knight takes f8 check, king h8, knight g6 check, knight takes g6, bishop takes g6, and it resigns. There is
Oh,
no way
because
to.
nothing defends the back rank.
Right? That is so
Wow.
pretty, actually. Could
Very
happen.
nice.
I think less likely with 3 minutes on the clock, but that would be very beautiful.
Hmm. But yeah, possible. The crucial thing is if he finds rook d6. को नाइट c6 मार दिया तो that's again a longer game जहाँ पे गलतियां करने के चांसेस आपके हाई रहेंगे.
By the way, Arjun's opponent has 22 seconds on the clock, +0.5 advantage. We've had e4 on the board already. And I think slowly but surely, he is kind of grinding on the when rook c2 played.
Okay, rook c2 and now, oh, by your move, e5 can actually happen on the board because if he goes fe5, not rook e5, of course, I think queen e5, yeah? Yeah,
Oh
queen e5.
no! अगर e5 fe5 chat best move, come on, e5 fe5 खेलो on the board. साज भाई जल्दी chat, come on, best move, white to play and
अरे
win, come on chat, come on, white to play and win. Crazy move possible here, and one which pretty much I think both players will miss, but black definitely will miss. By this is
nah, I
insane,
don't.
Sahaj bhai, this is insane.
I don't think. I mean, that's very difficult to find. That's very difficult to find. I will be very impressed if he finds this.
Hey DQ in the chat, not rook h4, but rook to f4. If you take it,
Wow.
oh, and rook f8 का threat है, and rook f3 का threat है, भाई साहब.
क्या चाल है भाई? क्या चाल है रुके?
भाई,
But finding this from e5 is difficult, yeah?
very difficult actually. If he does, that would be, spectacular, yeah.
Yeah, so e5 and g4, two moves. I mean, e5 खेलने की जरूरत नहीं है because you don't have to be precise here as long as you guard that back rank. कुछ रिस्क नहीं है अभी क्योंकि सारे पॉइंट्स अब हमारे वाइट पे फिक्स हो सकते हैं
Oh,
g4 के बाद.
he plays queen f4, and now black has to find queen e5. It's the only move in the position, Saj bhai. Otherwise, Arjun Erigaisi is gonna do an Arjun Erigaisi things.
भाई you couldn't have said it better. Queen e5 के बाद भी better ही है white की queen e3 खेल के. Oh, he plays queen e5 on the board.
Oh wow, wow, fights it out, yeah.
Now he doesn't want to take on e5 of course because that makes it easier for black to defend, I think.
But what else though, Saj? Because bishop भी hanging है. मारना तो पड़ेगा ही ना. What else can I do?
Queen e3 ना? Queen e3 looks very good.
Queen e3, I was worried कि कुछ queen h5, queen h3. थोड़ा सा स्ट्रेस हो रहा है फिर से मुझे.
Queen e3, queen h5, king h2 खेला तो let's play it
Oh, he
out.
gives a check. Gives a check. Now what though?
एक चाल का threat कि next move में we'll think about it again. King h7 तो forced ही है. Queen f3 मार देगा तो draw हो जाएगा यार उसमें, I think.
But I like queen f3 actually. It just completely removes that stress on my head. And now I can think, okay, do I manage to save the a pawn though? I don't think so.
Queen e5 भी मार सकते हो आप फिर rook f8 का plan उसके बाद, but hard to judge this with such little time on the clock. Very hard to
Yep.
judge this.
Yep. Lots of possibilities. Rook endgames possible hai. Major piece endgames possible hai. Still an opposite color bishop endgame possible as well.
Oh, by the way, played
Yep.
Queen f3, played your move. Let's go, Rook d2.
Yep.
So he goes with your option, yeah, your choice.
I think he wants to
Rook d2.
simplify, yeah. Or time pressure mein. He's like, at least I get a chance to squeeze this win out now. I can reach
मुश्किल
the
है.
40th move, safen
A
my
pawn
king, and
तो,
now I can think.
but a pawn तो मर रहा है ना. Rook d2, a6 he plays. But a pawn तो मर रहा है ना. I think it's forced basically.
I can't save it, yeah. Let's say rook a2 ki rook d6.
Rook d6 I'll play.
No chance of saving it, yeah.
I don't think so because queen e2 you'll play and then just queen e6. h3 भी तो मर रहा है, don't forget.
And if queen a3,
Queen
still
a3
queen
पे
e6,
भी
yeah.
queen e6.
Oh, भाई मुश्किल है. Oh, Vidit's opponent under 5 seconds of Vidit's opponent. Bhai, 3 seconds. Oh, 1 second पे खेला वो. He played the game on 1 second. Played his
Wow.
move. Oh my god.
Knight d3. Okay, that's a blunder. That's a big blunder. cd3 is over. What is this? Oh, he wants to go rook c8. He wants to go rook c8 and कुछ check का threat है उसका. But of course it's not working.
हाँ, rook e4 आ रहा है ना.
हाँ, rook e4 simple. I'm not sure what knight d3. I mean, yeah, this is just time pressure
I
में.
mean, even rook d3 I can take now, I think.
Oh yes, of course. Rook d3 is simple. Very simple.
है ना? It's just pinned. खत्म. Knight f8 hanging है भाई with check. So it's just over.
So
I think.
Vidit
I
will
think
be the first Indian to win.
Yeah, I think this is going to end in one move, chat. And 40 moves नहीं पहुंचेगा. And I think good for Vidit there. कोई positions offer ही नहीं हुई. And VD is going to take on d3 and this will be game over and everything wins. Literally king c3 wins, cd3 wins, rook d3 wins. So that is a good sign.
Yeah, but king c3 मत खेलो, वो तो कॉम्प्लिकेट हो रहा है
हाँ,
फालतू में. रुक रुक
हाँ,
d3, रुक d3 आई लाइक द मोस्ट. कुछ रिस्की नहीं है उधर. कोई
yeah.
चेक भी नहीं है आपके पास.
I think rook d3 maybe he'll play rook f7 maybe, yeah.
Then rook f7 तब भी तो पीस मर रहा है ना.
Rook f7, bishop d3, cd3 and I'm simply a piece up and we resign.
Yeah, basically. Oh, he took cd3. I guess this is also fine.
Yeah.
And I think a resignation incoming.
I think one more move and then resigns, yeah.
Maybe he plays rook e2 check and then king c3 and then resigns.
Yeah, I think 40th move tak he'll play maybe. He'll play till the 40th move and then he'll resign.
आपको तो खेलने को कुछ बचा नहीं ना यहाँ पे तो.
That is actually true because he resigns.
Oh,
That's it. So Vidit Gujarati has become the first Indian to give us a victory in round one of the FIDE Grand Swiss. He is the defending champion and he starts off with an epic victory. So great play by Vidit there, and 95.3 accuracy versus 87.1. So was a pretty smooth victory by the defending champion.
wonderful game, wonderful show, great time management, and अब वो momentum build हो रहा है. That's what I like the most here.
Yeah.
Going back to, I think, Gukesh's game.
Yeah, let's go. And I think वो C pawn वहीं पे है अभी. So they have reached the 40th move. मुकेश की एक चाल pending है to reach the 40th move. Let's look at that and then we can go back to Arjun or Divya.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think tough. Okay, but 40 moves तो हो गए ना. Bishop h2. अच्छा, Bishop h2 check उसने जान के खेला है यहाँ पे.
Nice. He gives a check and reaches the time control. Yeah.
ताकि अब सोचना ना पड़े. वो किंग h1 के बाद बिशप e5 वापस ही जाएगा वो. फिर वो सोचेगा आराम से यहाँ
हाँ
पे. फिर
हाँ.
निकाल लेगा. Okay, तो while he thinks maybe another game. What about Divya?
Let's go to Divya's game. Oh, she just made a mistake, by the way. She had to take on C3. Not an easy choice at all. Plays queen to E1. Saj bhai,
Okay.
I'm sensing कि कहीं ना कहीं Abhimanyu is Abhimanyu's chances have really improved now. I think it's getting a bit shaky.
Yeah, but Abhimanyu also has to play something very, very quickly. Like something, anything.
Yeah,
Anything
yeah.
that's not a blunder.
Time for Divya, yes, but I think she's just reached the 40th move, chat. So Divya's time trouble issues are over, but so are Abhimanyu's. Now both players will get 50 minutes on the clock. So now the pure chess matters. And guess what, bhai? 0.00 value, bhai, Saj bhai. It's like a complete new start to the game, yeah?
Yeah, but also I mean, still practically, I still find Divya's position very hard to play.
I
So
agree.
she will have a
Yeah.
harder game here.
Yeah, have to agree with that, Saj bhai. I think because pawn B2 बैठा हुआ है, lots of attacks on that knight on E3 as well. ये pawns
Mhm.
थोड़े shaky हैं. Very risky.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
risky indeed. I'm checking
uh,
some other games.
yeah, can we go to Arjun's game for a second? Because I think just to kind of look at how he tried to save that pawn. So A6, Rook D6 played, Queen A3, Rook Queen E6 and Rook A1. So he's ready to give the H3 and the E4. E4 अभी तो मर ही नहीं रहा actually
B6
because
मर
Rook
रहा है ना
A7.
अभी. अच्छा, ये मिस हुआ था
हाँ,
last time. But if black
okay.
can go B6 or something, तब भी तो दोनों मर रहे हैं.
Queen D3,
Queen H3 मार दिया मैंने.
E5 check.
उससे क्या हो जाएगा? किंग, लेट्स प्ले इट आउट. क्वीन D3, रुक क्वीन H3, E5. कुछ हो रहा है कैसे? हो रहा है एक्चुअली अपेरेंटली इससे कुछ. F5 सोच रहा था मैं, बट
But
या यू
now I
डू
have a
हैव
plus
सम
pawn,
चांस.
yeah? Now I have something here.
Yeah, you have something for sure, yeah. Yeah, maybe something is left in this position. So after queen D3 you are supposed to play rook D6 back. But 50 मिनट में तो ढूंढ लेगा ना ये सब, या नहीं?
Actually difficult. But I think what he'll do is, even if he loses one of these pawns, he'll not give the A6 pawn, I think. He'll give like the H3 pawn, for example, somehow.
आई somehow feel A pawn देने के बाद आपका चांस बढ़ जाता है, बिकॉज एटलीस्ट ज़्यादा इम्बैलेंस है पोजीशन में. आप किंग साइड मेजोरिटी को थोड़ा पुश कर सकते हो. ए pawn को एज अ
Would you
डिस्ट्रैक्शन रख सकते हो.
would you give the A6 pawn or the H3 pawn? Because अगर A6 रह गया, I can attack A7, no?
Depends on the position, but if I want to play for a win, then I think giving up the A6 pawn helps me more because I still have a majority on one side. And that's just me though.
Hmm.
But like, if I can put my rook on B7 somehow, and I can push maybe H4, H5, something like that, then some chances get created. Also,
Hmm.
A6 का pawn मरने के बाद भी like ये A pawn को dangerous होने में बहुत time लगेगा. So we have all the time in the world to sort of you
Hmm.
know um, get our position together.
True, true, true. So quite interesting chat. I think जितना हमने सोचा उतनी लंबी गेम्स नहीं चल रही because this could have gone way longer as well. But फिलहाल के लिए still a lot of Indians playing. I'm going to tell you. So chat update on the results. Zephyr Jeong drew against Pragg. Arjun and Maxime are playing in an equal position, as you can see. Gukesh is winning against Etienne Backrot. Then we have next is Vidit, I think, who won against Alexander Donchenko. Then we had Harikrishna lose to another Donchenko. Then we had Nihal draw against Sven Rasmus. Aryan Chopra is worst against Param Maksudlu. Then Leon drew against Andriy Esipenko. Um, then we had who else? Who else? Who else? Who
Pranav
else?
Pranav
Pranav drew
drew to
against Voracek.
Radoslav Wojtacek, yeah.
Ronak drew against Jules Mussard. SL Narayanan drew against Alexander Grishchuk. Then Aditya Mittal is completely winning against Rauf Mamedov. So he'll be the second Indian to win today, I think.
Nice.
And who else?
Then Divya versus Abhimanyu.
Yeah, that's the last game. A lot of Indians.
Yeah, अब आदित्य का गेम एक बार चेक कर सकते हैं. I mean, he's not
बिल्कुल.
completely winning. I think कुछ ये position है. Like it's a last move by Roth was a mistake. Some end game here. Rook pawn end game. जब 3 versus 2 on one side, 2 versus 2 on the other. And yeah, practically Aditya does have chances here, but with correct play, Roth should be able to hold this.
True, 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 true.
Apparently, he was winning at some point. H4 was a huge mistake, and he had a -3 position here. With H6, he found Queen G4, and Bishop D7 was a miss by Aditya Mittal. He could have gone Queen takes B2, जहाँ पे -4 का advantage होता, and the
Wow.
game would just be over immediately.
Wow. That was the miss, yeah. So,
Mm,
but he still has a chance. Still has a chance. So maybe he converts this. Meanwhile,
absolutely.
no moves in the Gukesh game. And maybe go to the Arjun game, where Queen E5 was played. So even though it's the 41st move, the players are moving very quickly. Yeah, they don't want to wait.
यहाँ पे मतलब वे फॉरवर्ड निकालना बहुत मुश्किल है वाइट के लिए, क्योंकि एक रुक और क्वीन ये पॉन को बचाने में लग गए हैं. यहाँ से आप कोई पॉन पुश करोगे तो वीक हो जाएगा. जैसे E4 का पॉन अभी भी वीक ही लग रहा है. इफ यू गो, ओ बाय द वे, क्वीन E4 पे रुक D4 है ना मेरे पास सीधा. Isn't this just a draw? Isn't
Queen
this just over?
on which move for white?
If you play Queen A4 here, right, to defend the E4 pawn, don't I just have Rook D4?
Yeah, true, true.
And if you play like, let's say, I don't know, Rook B1 or Rook C1 or something, कि आप ये मारोगे तो I'll go Rook C7. Oh, sorry, D6 मर रहा है. तो Rook C1 में I can go back Queen E6. Attacking A6 and H3 again. तो आपको वापस रुक के बनाना पड़ेगा, and that's a repetition.
True, Saj, but I think it still looks like a draw, maybe. Yeah, I think Arjun will need to confuse matters, which is not easy, I think.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. Can we look at Divya's game? Of course we can, while the players are thinking. So this is the position. C takes B2 was played here. Move 40. And Divya already thinking she's spent about 5 minutes sort of understanding, probably catching her breath, because drinking some water, much
Yeah.
needed in a position like this.
Yeah, I think that's the case even for many games, even the Gukesh game. Yeah, so Bishop H2, I think White really doesn't have much of a choice. I think King F1, King H1 दो ही option है, but even then he's still thinking. I think 40th moves के बाद थोड़ा time मिल जाता है players को to calculate and kind of realign and just freshen your mind. Yeah, even whatever the evaluation is, regardless.
Right. So now there's a bunch of different moves, like King B2 is possible. Bishop D3 is possible, I guess. But no natural moves for white. Yeah? एक गलत चल, जैसे for example, chat, if you go rook e8, like it looks logical. After rook takes c8, आपका piece मर गया सीधा. So it's like you cannot make logical moves in a position like this for white. That's why I feel for Divya, this is a harder position.
Agreed, agreed. And meanwhile, chat ऐसे हाँ भाई दो इंडियंस एक ही इंडियन अभी जीता है. Not the dream start for Indian players, maybe a lot of draws, but for draws for everyone, not just Indian players though. I think ये
I mean,
tournament
maybe for Hari and maybe for I think Hari is probably hurting me the most. Another one that I would say is क्या game था वो, Aiden versus Karthikeyan. That's I think a very big shock to me, because not because of the result, because of how fast it was. Just like 2 hours में game खत्म हो गया. Usually at this level you don't see that very often. So yeah, Karthikeyan also showed some great chess in the Chennai Masters as well. He finished I think third or fourth in that field, which is insane.
yeah.
But yeah, so big shocker for Karthikeyan. Apart from that, I think we are doing fine, more or less.
Oh, King F1. So you cannot move your rook now because bishop c. Oh, should we only move?
कहाँ पे कौन सा गेम?
Gukesh.
Okay, back on king f1. Okay, bishop e5 only move.
Wow. Because g3 पे bishop trap हो रहा है basically. So you
अच्छा
have to
अच्छा
move the
अच्छा.
bishop out.
स्पासकी फिशर हाँ.
भाई सही में यार, इसमें तो h2 pawn भी नहीं मिला यार. So free का trap हो जाएगा.
Good point, good point.
Let's bring it back quickly, Gukesh.
I think he just played bishop h2 because he wanted to reach the the 40th move and he didn't see any harm in it. He thought बाद में जाके convert तो कर ही सकते हैं इसको, तो no worries. He's gonna go
True.
bishop e5 I think.
Yeah, he will. Okay, by the way, chat, I think all the players have a lot of time. So I think we can choose one game. Saga, which game do you think has the most spice? This one, yeah?
This one looks decent. I think Divya's game is the most spiciest for me so far. By the way, Abdul Satarov also completely winning. Taking a very quick look there. He's a queen up
Yeah.
basically.
Oh,
He's
wow. Nice.
the queen up
Oh,
against Ivic Velimir. So he's gonna win his game. 100%, no doubts there. And yeah,
also, Anish
going
has
back.
won. Anish
Anish
has won
won.
his game. So with the
Nice.
black pieces in an
Wait,
opposite
Hans
position.
saved his position.
Really?
Hans was dead lost. Wait, I'm just gonna go back here. This was, I think we saw it somewhere. It was -3 or something. Rook d3, queen c1. Queen c1 was a mistake. e3 check, knight e3 check, king g3, rook d3. ऐसे करके repetition हुआ है. And
Wow.
apparently Hans could have played this, but probably just judging by how the game went, he didn't want to continue the game because, it didn't go his way.
Wow. So I think clearly a miss from Hans' opponent there. Even from Hans, final position white is a pretty better, yeah? So I don't know
King
what's
f1
happening
खेल
there.
के किंग f1 खेल सकता था उधर वो. So दिव्या या फिर गुकेश आप बताओ.
I think let's go to Gukesh for now. I think Divya will come back soon. Let's go to Gukesh.
ठीक है.
Uh,
Bishop
Bishop
e5 played.
e5 played. Tane, I'll be back in 2-3 minutes, yeah?
Yeah, sure. No worries. What's up, chat? Anish won. Yes, Anish has already finished his game. He won. I think it was a sort of a very complicated position out of the opening, but Anish is a knight of expert, so I think that sort of played a hand here in how he won his game. But yeah, convincing game overall by Anish there with the black pieces. Baki, Gukesh is still thinking. He's completely winning. अर्जुन का गेम इज फेयरली बैलेंस बट आई थिंक आई सस्पेक्ट ये गेम पे अगले दो तीन मूव्स तो नहीं कहूंगा, मैं भी 5-10 मूव्स के अंदर ये ड्रॉ हो सकता है. अभी रेपिटेशन भी पॉसिबल है दोनों प्लेयर्स का, तो आई डोंट थिंक अर्जुन इज गोना विन टुडे. आई थिंक यहाँ पे ड्रॉ के चांसेस लाइक 99% बोलूंगा मैं, समथिंग लाइक दैट. बिसाइड्स दैट नॉदरबैक का तो अभी अभी हमने चेक किया, ही इज अ क्वीन अप अगेंस्ट हिज अपोनेंट, सो ही इज डेफिनेटली विनिंग हिज गेम. एंड बाकी बचा कौन? बाकी सिर्फ दिव्या ही बची है आई थिंक, और कोई प्लेयर दिख नहीं रहा मुझे. या आर्यन चोपड़ा. आई डोंट थिंक वी हैव चेक्ड हिज गेम. दिस इज द पोजीशन राइट नाउ. He had a very good position out of the opening, like close to winning as well, but Parham fought back very nicely. And now we see this pawn, एक पास pawn है but रुक पकड़ के बैठा है. बिशप c5 आ नहीं सकता. बिशप b4 जाओगे तो रुक b5 मर जाएगा, तो ये पीसेस थोड़े बंद गए हैं यहाँ पे. Probably this is why black's position is so much better here. So yeah, Aryan in some trouble. And बाकी यार दिव्या का एक बार चेक कर लेते हैं because I'm really curious to see, because it's a super exciting chess we are seeing from Divya and Abhimanyu. Would love to check out वहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है. CB2, okay, she's still thinking. Still thinking. Vidit, yes, Vidit was the first Indian to win. So Vidit का game already like हो गया, उसको 20-25 मिनट हो गए खत्म हुए हुए. तो Vidit was the first Indian to win his match. Yeah, बाकी lots of results are already here. Pragg का भी draw हो गया, of course, we already know that. So this is the position यहाँ पे दिव्या सोच रही है. I think she needs to move fast, but yeah, move easy नहीं है. By the way, किसी ने पहले chat में बोला था आप knight b2 यहाँ पे क्यों नहीं मार सकते भाई, यहाँ पे bishop e3 मर रहा है. That's why. I don't know if you're still in the chat, but I remember reading this somewhere. I hope this answers your question. But yeah, going back to the Gukesh game, let's see what happens here. Okay, so king g1 is what he plays, hoping for a repetition by the world champion. Bishop h2 check के बाद, you can repeat. But of course, Gukesh is not going to do that. He can play many moves here. Apparently, b5 is a very strong move here because you're sacrificing this pawn. Let's say b5 के बाद आप queen b5 मारते हो. Black can go bishop c6 and take this pawn on a4. Now the now the trick here is that इट्स एन ऑपोजिट कलर्ड बिशप पोजीशन एंड हमेशा एक वो मन में एक चीज रहती है कि कोई फोर्ट्रेस ना बैठ जाए इस पोजीशन में. सो गुकेश वुड हैव टू वेरी केयरफुली इवेल्युएट कि यहाँ पे कोई फोर्ट्रेस वाइट का बैठ नहीं रहा है. ऑफ कोर्स हमें बहुत इजीली दिख रहा है, हमें बाहर दिख रहा है तो हम कह रहे हैं कोई नहीं है फोर्ट्रेस, बट ऑन द बोर्ड इट्स अ डिफरेंट story. So King G1, Gukesh to move. Sahaj bhai, if Divya wins this tournament, will she qualify for open candidates too? Yes, of course. Top two players are qualifying. भाई आग लग जाएगी दुनिया में if दिव्या wins. I mean, it would be so cool. And the way she's playing, एकदम आग दिख रही है बोर्ड पे उसके. I mean, she's playing such spectacular chess. मजा आ रहा है देख के भाई. Does knight to b2? अच्छा यही पूछा था आपने. Right. So yeah, this is the position. b5 logical move, f5 also logical move, although I don't like it so much because golden pawn, let's not forget. But yeah, b5 probably is the simplest way out here. According to the computer, you should play king f8, which I get it. Like you want to get away from this queen d3, queen h7 check wale ideas. You want to be safe, you want to be prophylactic. I get it. But it seems hard to play over the board. Has it ever happened that a female has got into top 8? Top 9 में आई थी ना Judith. Judith was at ninth. I think she was top 10. I think ninth था उनका live rating. I'm not sure if she played the open candidates though. I could be wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if that is true. But आप check कर लीजिएगा उसको. But I know she was the ninth player, like in the ratings at one point. She has. Like, I'm not surprised at all. So yeah, this has happened before. Raghav, every player that Divya will face will be over 2600 elo. Do you think she will be able to defeat several of them? She No, I really agree. I don't agree with you, Atul bhai. I think it depends on your momentum. Yeah, I think देखो अगर आप पहला गेम हारते हो, वो भी मतलब ब्लंडर करके हारते हो, then you have some argument here कि yeah, because then it's hard to find your momentum. But उसको पहला गेम अच्छा गया ना, like वो जीत जाती है या फिर बिकॉज शी इज हैविंग अ वेरी फाइटिंग चेस. लाइक इट्स नॉट अ वन वे गेम. अगर वो फाइटिंग चेस होती है उसमें और वो जीत जाती है, देन यू डोंट नो व्हाट शी कैन डू. Then nobody knows what she can do because she's the wild card. I mean, I'm not saying she will qualify for the candidates. I mean, that's, of course, we have to see a lot more, a lot more chess from her, to make that decision. But um, I think this tournament going bad for her, I don't think so. Like one good game and I think she is back. It's a very good experience for her too. Exactly. फॉर्म में तो है यार, वो फॉर्म में तो है. एंड यू कैन सी यार, आई मीन एक 2650 के प्लेयर के साथ अगर आप टो टू टो जा रहे हो, वो भी इतनी फाइटिंग चेस में, अभी तक पोजीशन एकदम इक्वल है. पहले आपकी बेटर थी, फिर खराब हुई, फिर बेटर हुई, फिर खराब हुई. दैट शोज यू आर प्लेइंग एट दैट लेवल. एंड बाय द वे शी हैज एन एडवांटेज अगेन अपेरेंटली. अच्छा नहीं, सोच रही है अभी वो, मुझे बार में कुछ दिखा. बट या 95 खेलना है उसको यहाँ पे. टफ दो. आई वुड रियली लाइक कि दिव्या थोड़ा फास्ट खेले यहाँ पे, बिकॉज ये 20 मिनट्स का डिफरेंस काफी ज्यादा लग रहा है मुझे. बट एट द सेम टाइम आई डू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाई शी इज थिंकिंग सो मच. यार बिकॉज इट्स एनी सिंपल मूव, एनी लॉजिकल मूव इज नॉट, आई मीन कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है यहाँ पे जो आप हैंड मूव खेल सकते हो यहाँ पे. सो या आई थिंक हार्ड फॉर हर टू प्ले. फिर से टाइम प्रेशर कैन टेक, या DQ फॉर श्योर. आई थिंक टाइम प्रेशर कैन टेक अ वेरी वेरी बिग टोल हियर, बिकॉज यहीं से स्टार्ट होता है यार, ये यहीं से स्टार्ट. एंड यहाँ पे अभिमन्यु इज गोना टेक एडवांटेज ऑफ दिस एज वेल, बिकॉज ही सीज कि 40 चालें अभी हुई हैं और फिर से 20 मिनट का फर्क एकदम से आ गया पोजीशन में. वेलकम बैक साहिल भाई.
जो है
बट
भाई,
या आई
क्या
मीन,
कौन कौन किसका एडवांटेज ले रहा है भाई, किसकी पोजीशन बेटर है?
no, I'm saying that I'm saying that Abhi, like Divya, na, I think she's been thinking for about 20 minutes after move 48. Just played Queen G3, and it's a mistake, by the way. -1
वाओ.
position is again. But
ओ वाओ.
ये mistakes से ज़्यादा, I think that 17 minutes that counts here. ये chess.com पे मुझे 11 मिनट दिख रहा है. 11 मिनट तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं होंगे ना. इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल क्योंकि 50 मिनट तो आपको टोटल मिलते हैं.
हम्म.
तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं होता. आई थिंक 16-17 minutes or so she thought about, but yeah, I think That's what I have a problem with, because now if Abhimanyu finds the next 2 3 moves correctly and position established हो जाती है as better for black, then it's going to be very hard for her to defend. And if that this round doesn't go well for her, then you can say कि हाँ it's a very tough field for her, and stuff like that, because the momentum बहुत matter करता है.
Let's blame Sahil for getting back lol. भाई अभिमन्यु को भेजता हूँ मैसेज वो कि भाई DK was saying कि let's blame Sahil. Anyways, well, I think 40 minutes मेरे को गुकेश की गेम में दिख रहा है. Is there a game जहाँ पे somebody is no game जहाँ पे we have time pressure now, right? I don't think so.
No, सबके पास
Hmm.
50 मिनट का वो इंक्रीमेंट आ गया है, एडिशनल टाइम आई मीन.
Got it. Got it. Man, I think it's definitely difficult though for Abhimanyu as well because, for example, now the best move is Bishop E3, which is not an easy decision to be honest. Um,
Going back, there we
yeah,
go.
Bishop E3 I think is the best move. Engine recommended. And now after Knight takes E3, you have to play Rook to C8. I mean, it looks logical, but everything looks logical. You could justify 10 moves like this, and it would all look logical. Um,
Hmm.
the accuracy in this game is 80.9 versus 81.5, which I can assure you is not a signal of the strength of the players. It's actually just the craziness of the position itself. And yeah, I think the mistakes are going to come even more in the future. I think अभी खत्म नहीं हुई है.
Bishop e3, you're right. It's a minus 1.4 advantage, close to a winning advantage that Abhimanyu has in this position. So, yeah, big mistake from Divya.
चैट यार मतलब देखो वीडी जीत गया अभी चिल कर रहा होगा but we need a few more victories and no moves in the Arjun game so far, no moves in the Gukesh game as well. Ooh, I'm a bit nervous here. By the way, Kaimer has also drawn. I don't know if we discussed this earlier, but it hasn't been a draw.
Yeah, against Eddie's Gurel. Yeah, that's the player I was talking to you about. This is the
Yeah,
player I think that you should watch out for, because he's, I think, the wild horse है. ये कुछ भी कर सकता है यहाँ पे.
Carlson recommended. Yeah,
Yup.
player है ये. It is good.
Wow. That's some statement. Okay, going back. Okay, Arjun के game पे तो कुछ हो नहीं रहा, right?
कुछ भी नहीं.
This is a draw, so we can wait for the repetition. We'll see how he plays this. Going back to the Gukesh game, see how he
Gukesh.
responds.
Wait, King to F8? What is... Oh, King to F8 खेला. I was like shocked, but it's the engine's first preference. भाई
Bhai,
कैसे?
Sahil bhai, when you went to take a break, I broke this position down and I said King F8 is the best move, but it seems very unlikely that he will play this. But
Wow.
bhai, world champion for a reason. Let's go. King F8.
भाई that to me is insane. What is even King F8? साहब अगर कोई क्रैश कोर्स देना हो 10 सेकंड में तो क्या दोगे भाई?
भाई आई थिंक वो प्रोफिलैक्सिस है कुछ, क्वीन D3 क्वीन H7 वाले चेक के आइडियाज. किंग थोड़ा ज्यादा सेफ है E7 पे, क्योंकि आपके पॉन्स अराउंड है. यहाँ पे G5 थोड़ा एक्सपोज था. तो या नॉट एन इजी मूव टू प्ले, दो वेरी वेरी हार्ड मूव टू प्ले ओवर द बोर्ड, बट वाओ, वेरी वेरी impressive from Gukesh here.
या एंड द नाइट ऑन H5 कह रहा है भाई मैं घर वापसी भी नहीं कर सकता, आगे भी नहीं आ सकता. या तो घर आता वापस चिल करता या सुनील शेट्टी बनता बॉर्डर वाला, वो भी अलाउड नहीं है. कुछ भी नहीं कर सकता बेचारा, कोई स्क्वायर नहीं है. कंप्लीटली डोमिनेटेड. एंड या दिस इज नॉट इजी फॉर मिस्टर एट Etienne Backrot.
Absolutely. Who has been the second best women chess player of all time? I mean, थोड़ा debatable subject है, because I think probably you can talk about Susan Polgar and Hao Yifan. उनमें से एक होना
Hmm.
चाहिए. I mean, if you think about just ratings alone, then Hao Yifan is the higher rated player. But Susan Polgar has won more world championships, right?
um I'm not exactly sure, but I think कहीं ना कहीं पे Hugh Fan would be my take for the second
Yeah,
greatest of all
just
time.
on rating alone for sure. I think I agree with you.
I think that record will be broken, yeah, because nowadays with the people getting so good so early, I think वो record तो break होगा ही. I don't know if we'll break Magnus's record of 2889 live rating, but women players में I think we look at Divya right now, Vantika, all these youngsters. I think they're doing so well. Vaishali, I think
Bodhana.
maybe yeah, exactly. I think we'll have somebody who will cross like 2650 and so on. So वो record तो break होगा ही.
Why don't James Hedge participate? भाई फिर यहाँ कौन बैठेगा? यहाँ पर कौन? साहिल भाई लोनली हो जाएंगे.
भाई विदाउट कैमरा 8-7 घंटे की स्ट्रीम नहीं हो सकती भाई। राज भाई की जरूरत बहुत ज्यादा है, इम्पॉसिबल है भाई। Also, by the way, I think we've not gone to the women's section because वो board setup नहीं हो रहा था. But I'll give you an update there. Um, Vantika is better.
You wanna
It
try?
will not really spoil the main open section, huh?
Okay, I'm
We can try.
trying.
Let's हाँ try करो. हो
Did it
गया
work?
खराब भाई.
Board switch करूँ?
Go to Vantika's game, for example.
Ah, it's working. It's working.
हाँ, let's go to Vantika's game. I think Vantika is
Yeah, this is the
like
position.
हाँ close to winning. Wait, how's it
जस्ट
showing
वो
the draw?
बोर्ड्स तो ठीक है बट लेकिन वो पिक्चर अलग आ रही है प्लेयर्स की. दैट्स द ओनली थिंग. Yeah, but this is the position. This is the game between Yulia Osmak versus Vantika, and Vantika is winning. Wow.
Yeah, नाइट तो भाई
क्या
गए हो.
बात है भाई. Vantika is candidates भाई. I'm seeing that. Let's go.
So Vantika is winning. Harika, by the way, is equal against 2377 Marcel Efroimski, if I'm not
Efromiski,
butchering
yes.
that. Efroimski. And then we have also Veshali completely winning, by the way, against Gulrukh Begum.
Yeah, this is winning. Same colored bishop. It's free pawn, GG. Oh, opponent के पास 34 seconds भी हैं. तो 50 चाल होने के बाद भी 34 seconds कैसे हैं आपके पास?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think time control different तो नहीं है ना? I don't think so, right?
I'm not sure. हो सकता है, yes. By the way, Tan Zhongyi losing in the first round itself.
Oh, wow.
By the
Yeah, I
way,
think,
Anna Muzichuk also lost. So,
wow.
just to clarify this for the chat, the top two seeds in the women's section, both of them are losing. First, the top seed has lost. The second seed is losing right now. जो game आपके सामने है ये. Crazy भाई,
Wow.
fighting just हर जगह है.
Wow, crazy. I think,
Should we switch? या फिर should we stay here?
yeah, I think we can switch.
Okay, perfect. Okay, switched.
Yeah, I
क्या
thought
है?
so. I thought so.
Difference क्या है?
They get 30 minutes after 90 plus 30, basically.
90 plus 30. Okay, got it.
Yeah. So, meanwhile, I think Etienne Backrot यहाँ पे अभी भी सोच रहे हैं. So, still no moves. I think, Sajbhai, objectively, like, do you like the gap or do you think कि gap होना ही नहीं चाहिए? ऐसे, like, the extra time you get. Sorry, not the gap exactly, the extra time.
I prefer now. I don't like the gap because वो intensity बनी रहती है and I feel chess is more entertaining like that. But yeah, I mean it depends on the player's preference as well and what the FIDE rules say. आपको क्या लगता है?
I think I like कि ऐसे important events के लिए extra time है because I don't want the candidates to be decided by like you get like random occurrence जो seconds में हो रही है, कुछ random blunder which doesn't make any sense. But I think maybe 50 minutes से कम हो सकता है. Maybe like you can add 15 minutes for the first time control and then 5 minutes for the second time control. Like just basic time which gives you enough time to think, but it still doesn't change the character of the position. Like the flow is still the same.
बिकॉज
You have
होता क्या है
to
आई थिंक व्हेन यू स्टार्ट द गेम ऑफ एक वो इंटेंसिटी बिल्ड होती है बिल्ड होती है बिल्ड होती है देन यू सी सम क्रंच मोमेंट्स एंड देन उसके बाद 50 मिनट मिलने के बाद इट्स लाइक द गेम बिकम्स स्लो अगेन एंड देन यू आर अगेन
हाँ,
बिल्डिंग अप टू द फाइनल
yeah.
थिंग सो
Also depends. I think World Champ cycle has a lot of time, so I think it is in sync with that. So it's all in sync. So that's great. But maybe we can reduce the time in the World Championship also. Maybe that will be helpful.
yeah absolutely. By the way, queen d3 played by Bakro and now it's Gukesh's turn. He can play king e7, complete his idea of king f8, make his king completely safe here. There's also knight h4 attacking the g2 pawn, which is supposedly the best move of the engine here. But I don't like knight h4 so much because I'm a bit afraid of queen h7 and queen h6 check wale ideas. And It seems unnecessary to allow all of this, but I could be wrong. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, tough decision for Gukesh, but looks like an easy one. By the way, Arjun also played. He played h4.
Actually, I also like that move because आपने एक pawn save कर लिया and also I can use this to h5 at some point. So I like
Why
that
but
move.
rook e6? Queen e4?
Rook e6, maybe it's
Rook
time
e1 क्या?
to, yeah, rook e1 or even just rook c, c1 नहीं, rook b1 then with the idea of rook b7.
वो भी आई थिंक ड्रॉ ही होती है. Queen e4, rook b7. I don't know. This doesn't feel comfortable to me.
Hmm.
Oh, by the way, knight
I
h4
agree. Rook.
played in Gukesh's game. Let's go,
Oh
bhai.
wow.
Gukesh एकदम top moves पे top move.
Why? Wow. I think Gukesh is started off pretty well and Saj by and Chad, if you remember, he started off spectacularly in the Olympiad as well. Like जब वो पहली victory उसको मिली थी, he did not play round one. He played round two, won that crushingly, and then just did not stop. So
Hmm.
if that happens, he's somebody who's capable of going on a string of victories. That's somebody Gukesh is. So अगर ऐसा चलेगा, तो he could string up like 5, 6 wins and suddenly he's the Grand Swiss winner. Yeah.
Possible. बिल्कुल possible. Very likely as well. -5 advantage now. f3 is a huge mistake, by the way, by
Wow.
Bakuro. Queen c5 check, kick the king away, and then b5, and then b4. Now we see the point of playing king f8. Yeah, now there is no queen h7 check wale idea. So
Wow.
very clever move by Gukesh there.
I think इससे better example prophylaxis का हो ही नहीं सकता या
Hmm.
preemptively you've countered every single threat your opponents. I mean, can we show queen c5? So queen c5 check. I think you also stuck. Yeah, for example, the king h1 खेलते हो after queen c5 check. I think there is queen f2, and that's basically
Oh,
GG.
that's
So
या क्वीन एच अगर किंग जी8 पे होता तो क्वीन h7 चेक देके रुक h8 चेक देके कुछ कर सकते थे क्वीन h7 चेक देके आई गेस बट या आई थिंक
so you
बैकरो इज
have to play,
कोलैप्सिंग या जस्ट
yeah,
कोलैप्सिंग
and king f1 खेलना पड़ेगा. तो then your plan b5 and you can't really move the rook back. There is bishop c4 losing the queen.
Oh yeah, there is no check even in the back rank, so rook e4 या rook g4 I don't know, but
Yeah,
yeah.
I think it's gone. Yeah, I think it's resignation territory now. I think after queen c5 check.
Yeah, -7 now. That's a huge advantage. So out of the three, the stars, Pragg, Arjun, and Gukesh, Gukesh is the only one I think who's gonna win today.
Yeah, yeah.
And Vidit, of course, has also won as well,
Oh,
the
check on the
defending champ.
board. Played by our world champion Gukesh. Queen c5 check. And I would not be
Let's
shocked if
go.
White even resigns. I think maybe he plays king f1, b5, and then resigns, but it's not far away.
Yeah, king f1, b5, simple. King h1, queen f2 is a very nice find by you. GG.
They'll
By the
just
way, just
lose.
taking a quick look at Divya's game, she
Hmm.
is now slightly worse. Not slightly, like a lot worse. That's what it looks like.
I think her opponent has not played. No, Abhimanyu has not played after queen g3 though. No moves just
Acha, he
yet.
hasn't. He hasn't.
So I think we have to still wait if he finds it because I think both sides have been winning for multiple moves before.
Hmm.
So the position is so crazy you can't guarantee it, Chad, because यहाँ पे बहुत बहुत बार ऊपर नीचे गया है. So I would not
Hmm.
discount Divya just yet. So and no moves in the Arjun game. So let's stick to Gukesh for now because this might be over soon.
Yeah, queen c5 check played, and now yeah, king f1 or king h1. King h1 में तो भाई king f1 तो forced ही है. Okay, played. Now b5, kick the rook away, and just bring the knight to f5, knight e3 check, knight g3 check, and yeah, it's over.
Saj bhai, हम इसी तरह से कह रहे थे कि world rankings, we keep looking at them constantly, and if Gukesh wins, I think he he again kind of reaches 2770 because उनकी rating काफी गिर गई थी actually 2767 हो गई थी world
Hmm.
number 6. तो अर्जुन ड्रॉ से नीचे जाएंगे एंड गुकेश विल क्रॉस अर्जुन, सो गुकेश विल बिकम वर्ल्ड नंबर 5. सो कांस्टेंट वो शफल होता रहता है इन तीनों का, कौन 3 है,
Nice.
कौन 4 है, कौन 5 है, कौन 6 है.
But Pragg तो अब काफी ऊपर आ गया ना. Pragg is now 2785. I mean, that's a big. I mean, Pragg has to lose a game like against a lower rated player. तब जाके, I mean, you can have that
Yeah,
conversation. But Pragg is too far ahead right now.
yeah, yeah. Okay, now Gukesh thinking. There is also knight f5, I think. Knight g3, queen g1 ideas also possible. Although
And knight
this will
g3 है
take.
नहीं, because मेरे पास भी knight g3 है, but I think knight e3 is
G3.
the more.
अच्छा.
I mean, सभी काम कर रहा है इधर तो, कुछ एक चेक तक नहीं है व्हाइट के पास.
And just to put things in perspective, Chad, ATN Backrot, as mentioned before, I think by Sahaj ki, is the second of MVL.
Mm-hmm.
And like he's one of the strongest players in France. Yeah, I'm guessing कि Olympiad team player होंगे very likely. And उनको ऐसे हराना black pieces से, like it's not easy. It's not easy. He's a world top 100 player. उनको ऐसे भाई crazy है यार.
Maybe like there's like five or like six, maybe like 6 or 7 players in the world who can do that.
Hmm.
Like, and Gukesh is one of them.
जो आपने नाम लिए थे साज भाई जो कैंडिडेट्स के लिए जीते 5 लोग.
हाँ मतलब उनमें से भी सारे नहीं बोलूंगा मैं, बट या वो स्टाइल का भी होता है ना, बट या वेरी वेरी फ्यू पीपल कैन डू दैट, बट या.
Hmm. I would if imagine करो मैग्नस suddenly बोले भाई अब अपन बनेगा वर्ल्ड चैंपियन हो गया भाई तुम लोगों का अब suddenly last minute if he really wants to knight f5 played by the way but if he really wants to let's say Hikaru rating spot के लिए ready है he's like okay हो गया मेरा rating spot and then last day Magnus says bro I'm playing. Wait,
बेचारा.
that will be crazy, right? Like he can just take the spot from Hikaru anytime he wishes.
But he cannot, no, because has he played enough games?
That's a good point. But he can
He
play it
also
in
has to.
December, right? He can set up a tournament, play a random tournament
But
in
if he
December,
start,
and
but now if Magnus suddenly starts playing classical games, that's gonna raise some questions, I think, you
no,
know.
no. But the point is, if he really wants to, I say troll Hikaru, he can just set up a tournament in the last week of December. There'll be many events.
ट्रोल करने के लिए
Just
खेल
play,
सकता है वो
just play
पता
a
है.
bunch of events, and then not even play the candidates. Hikaru अंदर से panic कर रहा होगा, भाई साहब गया मेरा spot, गया मेरा spot. He can just even register for a random tournament. Doesn't even have to play it. Just register for a random tournament, classical event in December to finish the number of games, and Hikaru will start playing every event. Yeah.
Crazy. What is Arvind Chitabram doing? Why is he not playing? Good question, actually, Salva. Do you have any insight here? Why is Arvind not playing?
No insights, I think, but I think it was a wake up call for Arvind also, the way he played Uzbekistan chess. Maybe he's working on his chess now because he doesn't want to fall below 2700. He knows कि जो invites है वो खत्म हो जाएंगे because it's so
Hmm.
competitive. Like Nihal doesn't get as many invites because he's not 2700. So maybe he's 2711. He's taken a call कि भाई I had a horrific tournament. Let me just kind of reassess, reevaluate, and kind of get my form up and confidence back, and then he'll be back. So whatever his next event is, I think last he played BL after Uzbekistan chess, which was decent. He would love to come back with a bang. And I think that's what he's preparing
Hmm.
for right now.
Okay, that's fair. By the way, a
Maypur proof.
move by Abhimanyu. Shall we go to it?
Let's go.
Abhimanyu played Rook C8, so best move according to the engine. Abhimanyu is finding those crucial moments now.
Nice move. And now Divya. I don't know what the best move is, Sal, because the king is too open somehow. If the queens are
Yep.
not on the board, I would say white is even better. But with the queens, it's just too difficult.
Yeah. Apparently, you have to find Rook takes C8, Rook takes C8, and Queen C7, and give up this knight for free. जो उतना आसान डिसीजन नहीं है.
Although, if you see it, it does make sense. Because, but no, okay, wait, why? You would be just a piece down still, right?
बिशप E3, नाइट D6 ढूंढना है यहाँ पे, फोर्स्ड है. क्वीन F6, नाइट E8. भाई क्वीन D4, क्या हो रहा है ये गेम बंद नहीं हुआ है अभी तक.
And now queen
दिस
c2 only move.
या
Wow.
किंग टेक C8 और समथिंग. बिशप F4 भी चल रहा है बाय द वे. बट किंग टेक C8 and yeah, okay, he will push this I think he
By
has a good chance to win.
if this happens, that'll be crazy actually. Crazy variation there. So Guki won, really. Can we go to that game quickly? Because I would love to catch the final moments if he has already won. Um, I don't think so. It's over just yet, though.
Maybe he resigned here, it's possible.
सारे सोच रहा हूँ कि यार उज्बेकिस्तान की फ्लाइट लेके ना वहां पे एक ऐसे फोन चिपका दूं बगल में ऐसे हर टेबल के ऐसे।
भाई कर दो। आई
फोन
थिंक
क्या,
इट्स
मैं बैठ ही आता हूँ उधर, मैं उज्बेकिस्तान में मैं अनशन पे बैठ जाता हूँ भाई।
गुड।
अनशन पे तो कोई नहीं उठाएगा मुझे।
He resigned here क्या? Ah, okay. I didn't know.
भाई
I think
इवन आई डोंट नो
then
ये
we're
कहाँ
just
से उठाएगा।
seconds away, yeah? We're just seconds away.
या So Gukesh, if he wins, he will, I think, join Vidit as the only other Indian winner. So उसके अलावा तो nobody is even winning. So only like
Abhimanyu.
very, I mean, I don't know, like it might still end in a draw, right? Like it is possible.
Yeah, Abhimanyu can win that. Oh,
Yep,
there we
yep,
go.
he has one. So that is a victory for the world champion Gukesh. A very smooth victory with the black pieces. I think gave no respite to the white king. As you can see, stuck on F1 with no hope and no home. So I think Sajbhai, a beautiful game and no pressure at all, even on the clock for Gukesh.
Absolutely. With a 96% accuracy, I think this was a very smooth win by the world champion here.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
going back to Arjun, Arjun plays H4 and rookie 6 and Arjun अभी भी सोचते हुए कुछ वो एक तरीका जिससे गेम थोड़ा लंबा और चल जाए, कुछ गलती के चांसेस आ जाए, but not able to find it.
when कुछ भी नहीं मिल रहा actually.
यार वो
Hmm.
नॉदरबैक का अपोनेंट अभी भी क्वीन डाउन खेल रहा है.
भाई उम्मीद तो दुनिया कायम है भाई, उम्मीद तो दुनिया
I
कायम है।
mean, I get it's not like super simple to win this, but still, come on.
I think he's hoping for rook takes g3. If that happens, then okay, but bishop भी तो a4 पे है भाई, मैं भूल ही गया था
वही
उसके
तो
बारे में।
वही तो. But yeah, I mean, difficult to win, but yeah, it's a nice. If it's a fortress, it's a nice fortress. It's an interesting position to analyze. But okay, Gukesh finished. Arjun though I think looks like a draw, but he's in deep thought. Any other game, Sailbhai, that you think we should go to?
No, I think majority of games are actually over. I think Firuzja is still playing. It's an equal position against Amin Basim. If you want to have a look there,
Sure.
because that would be a shocker as well, right? Because if you look at the top seeds, Pragg drawing, Arjun drawing, Gukesh winning. Gukesh will be on board number one tomorrow, Saj. This
Hmm.
very interesting. The world champion on board number one. So that's an update. Firuzja also drawing likely, and Kema drawing. So board number one Gukesh, board number two Notrvik. It's happening, Saraj bhai. It's happening.
भाई मजा आएगा यहाँ
Bhai,
पे, बहुत मजा आएगा यहाँ पे.
bhai.
Let's go. By the way, apparently Aditya Mittal is also winning, so we can take a look there as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Chat में भी लोग कुछ लोग बोल रहे हैं. So this was the position. I'm just going to go to the final position. It's not winning, I would say. It's not winning. Definitely not winning, but yeah, good chances. Again, 3 versus 2 on one side and okay, 2 versus 2 on the other. If these pawns on the queen side, अगर ये सारे exchange हो जाते हैं, तो this is a dead draw. सो आदित्य को यहाँ पे ये पॉन्स रखने होंगे क्वीन साइड पे. बट जनरली इन माय एक्सपीरियंस व्हाट आई फाउंड इज कि इट इज़ वेरी हार्ड टू बीट हायर रेटेड प्लेयर्स इन दीज टाइप्स ऑफ एंड गेम्स, क्योंकि जब प्योर थियोरेटिकल एंड गेम्स होती है ना, तो दे पुट अप सच ग्रेट रेजिस्टेंस. यू नीड टू हैव नर्व्स ऑफ स्टील एंड यू नीड टू बी सुपर पेशेंट against players like that. So against higher rated players, it's very, very difficult and rare to win positions like that.
True, true, true. So okay. By the way, just one look at a game between David Anton and Vladimir Fedosiv. Like usually rook end games are drawn, but this is such a nice rook end game. Feels like completely winning for white.
Oh yeah, so many pawns. कुछ checks है मेरे पास. Rook h1. I'll just put my king like this to g7 and I'm happy. Yeah, I think Anton also scoring a W today. A lot
Fedosiv,
of
of
surprises,
course.
yeah. Lots
Yeah,
and lots
Fedosiv,
of surprises.
of course, a very strong player, Saj. I think has a great year in 2024 and even
Mm.
2025. So that's a shocker.
Right now, 1 point पे there is Gukesh, Anish, Vidit, Sam, Boris Gelfand, Salim Saleh, Anton Demchenko, and Suleiman Lee. That's it.
Only
There are
8 players, yeah.
only 8 players on 1 point.
And half पे पता कितने हैं? You wanna guess?
भाई कम से कम 50।
64 players on half
वाओ,
already. 64 players on half, bhai. That is insane. Wow.
क्रेजी।
Lots of draws today, chat. Lots of draws. So that just opens the field completely. So do you think this is stronger than the previous Grand Swiss? I don't think so. Last time Caruana was playing, I remember. It's pretty equal in strength, I
I
think.
would say it's equal in terms of strength. I mean, it's still the strongest event that you could have had. So yeah, first I think the lowest rated player is 2287 in this tournament, and
That's just
उसके
yeah.
बाद there is 2478, which is Divya.
And uske baad, I
मतलब
think it's 2560. That's Aditya. 100 point का difference है.
हाँ, मतलब 2482 है, फिर 2488 है, 248 वाले लिए हैं उन्होंने दो तीन।
अच्छा अच्छा.
बट या वो लेकिन उज्बेकिस्तानी प्लेयर है, मोस्ट
Local
मोर
players,
लेस
yeah.
लोकल प्लेयर्स
Okay,
के।
so which game shall we go to, Saj bhai? I think
दिव्या, यही चल रहा है आई
let's go
थिंक।
Divya's game. Yeah, let's go Divya's game. I think
यही
that's
चल
the
रहा है आई
game.
थिंक, और तो कोई गेम बचा नहीं है आई थिंक।
Can Hikaru
कैन
become world number one by playing small tournaments? I mean, he can't, I think, because उनको हरा के rating नहीं मिलेगी उसको. So Magnus is way ahead. I think 25 plus points ahead. So not really, I think.
आई मीन लाइक ही प्लेड हाउ मेनी राउंड्स इन दिस स्टेट चैंपियनशिप?
7, I think.
7 rounds and he got 4.8 rating from that।
मिला क्या 4.8?
हाँ
I
हाँ,
thought zero
मिला
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 होगा.
और अपडेट भी हो गया 2700 चेस पे।
Oh wow, that's interesting.
या मिला भी। आई मीन यू टेक्निकली कैन, बट वो एक ड्रॉ हो गया तो सारी मेहनत गई पानी में।
हाँ, true, true, true.
Okay, yeah, so rook c8 is where we are. दिव्या फिर से बहुत सोच रही है यहाँ पे। फर्स्ट टाइम शी थॉट फॉर अबाउट 20 minutes, नाउ आई थिंक शी इज ऑलरेडी थिंकिंग फॉर अबाउट 10 minutes इन द नेक्स्ट मूव ऑलरेडी। He played 6 games and one was rapid. Okay, got it. Rapid rating भी improve हुई उसकी।
Wow.
पूछ रहा हूँ
भाई
मैं।
हिकारू तो असली फार्म कर रहा है भाई. उसको बोले इंडिया के
हाँ,
फार्म करे.
आओ भाई
कोई ना
आओ।
कोई तो पकड़ लेगा, कोई ना कोई तो पकड़ लेगा भाई.
दिल्ली ओपन खिलाओ से। आओ
Do you
भाई।
think like let's say Hikaru played the Delhi Open, ठीक है? Would you bet your life savings on Hikaru winning that event?
Yes, of course.
Really?
Of winning the, of course, come on. But whether he saves his rating is a different story. I don't think he will save
Wait,
his rating.
you mean him winning Delhi Open, you would bet every single penny you own. That's how sure you are.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you remember, do you know Naidich? Naidich played in Delhi once. ठीक है,
हाँ, I
नाइडिच
do.
वाज अ 27-20 प्लेयर। ठीक है, एंड दिल्ली ओपन में वो पहला प्लेयर था जो 2700 का के अबव, जो 2700 की रेटिंग के साथ खेला था।
हाँ.
एंड ऑल ऑफ अस सेड कि भाई 2700 से नीचे जाएगा पक्का ये 100%। बट वो क्लास डिफरेंट है, लाइक वो प्लेयर्स डिफरेंट है। दे हैव सीन ऑल ऑफ दिस, दे आर यूज, एंड ही वन विद लाइक 1.5 point लीड और समथिंग, नाइडिच
I think 1 point
एट
lead.
दैट।
Yeah.
1 point लीड जो भी मतलब था, बट एंड हिकारू इज ऑफ कोर्स वो, it's different class also from that as well. So I mean, yeah, players will, he'll make a few draws here and there, but I think tournament तो जीत जाएगा of course।
भाई मैं तो नहीं bet कर रहा भाई लाइफ से भाई. I would
Really?
not be sure. I would not be sure भाई. I'm not even 99.73% sure to be honest. Like maybe 98% sure. So
No, I would say for sure।
because हिकारू खेलेगा ना, कोई 2600 खेलेंगे कुछ लोग. एक कोई 2700 ही पहुंच जाएगा, कोई नेवर नो. 2600 खेलेंगे एंड देन 2600 में कुछ भी हो सकता है. किसी 2600 ने हरा दिया हिकारू को, देन सडनली इज अ पॉइंट डाउन. लाइक देख लो भाई. लाइफ
बट कब
सेविंग्स है.
हारते हैं ये लोग 2600 से कब हारते हैं? दैट्स माय क्वेश्चन।
भाई हो भी सकता है. हिकारू इज नॉट प्लेड, डजंट प्ले एज मच नाउअडेज.
Okay,
बट
yeah,
या
that's a fair point, but still।
चलो अच्छा है भाई. साहज भाई तो रेडी है भाई. साहज भाई गवर्नमेंट
भाई
ववर्नमेंट
खिलाओ
कुछ नहीं.
उसको दिल्ली में, इतना इतना फेमस होगा वो टूर्नामेंट।
ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू. इंडिया का सारे प्लेयर पहुंच जाएंगे खेलने के लिए.
हम्म। अर्जुन गेम, भाई अर्जुन गेम में कुछ हो नहीं रहा है, सेम ही पोजीशन है रुकी 6 के बाद। अर्जुन इज स्टिल थिंकिंग। I think there is a repetition on the horizon, but Arjun doesn't want to repeat moves. But I think he's out of options. He did have a solid chance before, like somewhere here, not here, thoda baad mein tha, somewhere here, he could play this e4 and get an advantage in the position. 0.5 का advantage था, but आई थिंक टाइम प्रेशर की वजह से दोनों प्लेयर्स थोड़ा फास्ट खेले, थोड़ा कॉम्प्रोमाइज किया पोजीशन को। अब बहुत सिंपल हो गई पोजीशन। अर्जुन के पास अभी भी एक पॉइंट ज़्यादा है, बट वो इस ये जो ब्लॉकेड बना के रखा हुआ है, A6 के पॉन पे अटैक, E4 के पॉन पे अटैक, ये पीसेस खुल नहीं रहे हैं वापस। तो आई थिंक दिस इज लुकिंग इन टू अ ड्रॉ, बट आई थिंक अर्जुन इज स्टिल एक्सेप्टिंग दैट फैक्ट, इज माई ओपिनियन।
Tanvir, let's play rookie one because I think that's the only way forward.
F5
F5 अब सोचते हैं भाई कुछ कर सकते हैं क्या? F4 पे queen D4 check, I'm guessing.
या क्वीन E3 खेला तो जस्ट क्वीन E3 खेल सकते हो क्या आप? हाँ, बट क्वीन
Queen
E4,
E3,
सॉरी, क्वीन
queen
E4।
E4 exactly.
यार कुछ नहीं है इस पोजीशन में, यार कुछ भी नहीं है। सो या आई थिंक वी आर हेडेड इनटू अ वेरी ड्राई पोजीशन। एक और इंडियन का मैच चल रहा है बाय द वे, आर्यन वर्सेस परहम। डू यू वांट टू टेक अ लुक एट दैट?
हाँ, let's go.
So this is the position. Aryan slightly worse, not losing yet. 3-3 पॉन ईच, बट ये पॉन्स थोड़े खराब है। एंड आई वाज जस्ट एक्सप्लेनिंग दिस अर्लियर ऑल्सो कि ये रुक पॉन को बचाने पे लगा हुआ है। ये बिशप हट हट हिल नहीं सकता यहाँ पे। बिशप C5 आ नहीं रहा, बिशप B4 पे मैं रुक B5 मार दूंगा। तो ये तीनों पीसेस यहाँ बंद गए हैं सिर्फ एक रुक की वजह से। दैट्स आई थिंक व्हाई हिज पोजीशन इज वर्स। एनी
Great
चांस यू
point.
थिंक
And
ही कैन सेव दिस?
नहीं, I think वो D5 pawn, I mean the central pawns are very strong, white pawns are scattered ऐसे होता है ना, ऐसे मक्खी को ऐसे करते हो तो सारी डायरेक्शन में उड़ती है, वैसे तीन पॉन ऐसे हवा में उड़ रहे हैं ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे। And black a rook on the h file. Let's not forget that, yeah. Has an open
या
file to play with. So I just feel practically with more time, Param Aksulu being the stronger player, and he's way under it. How is he 2692?
he was 273 something, yeah 274 भी था आई थिंक।
274 था, I think.
274 था, हाँ।
So I think it's just an unfair battle for RN Chopra, who didn't have a great Chennai GM as well, if you remember.
Yeah, he didn't have the best match there.
If he saves this will be a great boost to his confidence. But as of now, it's complicated. Yeah, it's difficult to hold this practically. अगर वही B5 pawn उठा कहीं normal जगह होता, maybe E4 and then you trade rook somehow, that would have been okay. But एक pawn की placement can really cost you.
Yeah. So I think we're back to either Arjun or Divya. These are the three games remaining from the Indian players. Please correct me if I'm wrong, if there's any other game that I'm missing.
Yes, I think it's Arjun, Divya, Aditya or Aryan. 4 games.
कोई कह रहा है ड्रॉ इन अर्जुन गेम, या आई मीन आपको पता है या फिर आप गेस कर रहे हो?
नहीं यार, there's no way Arjun agrees. He'll play till the end.
बट यार खेलने को कुछ होना भी तो चाहिए।
Yeah, but he'll play. Like he'll play. I mean, he will not offer a draw, for example, I think.
Yeah, maybe he has already offered a draw, but we don't know.
Possible. भाई कुछ तो होगा, कोई लास्ट टैक्टिक, कोई लास्ट ट्रिक, something to keep the game going. Can't see it though.
So I'll be right back in 2 minutes. Yeah, should I keep this game on, or should I put Divya?
I guess let's keep this game on. कोई बात नहीं यार, दिव्या लगा दो भाई, दिव्या गेम लगा दो। I think वहां पे कुछ क्रेजी हो सकता है। Okay, looking at Divya's game, still no moves. 17 minutes for Divya now, double the time for Abhimanyu. He should be feeling much more confident. What's the difference between 2700 and 2600? I think it's just, 2700 plus players rarely make a big mistake. Like it never happens. And I think Kasparov once mentioned the difference between the strength is usually just 1 or 2 moves per game. So let's say कि आपकी rating 2800 है, 2700 है, 2600 है, 2500, 2400, हर 100 point में, like it's not much of a difference. It's like 1 to 2 moves per game. That's how much difference it can make. And I think 2700 players usually never ever make like big mistakes. Of course, they will make sometimes, but in general, you can expect near perfect play from them if nothing complicated is happening. Like कुछ crazy होना पड़ेगा तभी गलती करते हैं. Normal circumstances में they will never make a mistake. 2600 still would make a mistake, odd mistake here or there. No guessing. भाई guess तो कर रहे हैं भाई, भी guess ही कर रहे हैं, because still no moves from Arjun, still no moves from Divya, still no move from Aryan. सारे सोच रहे हैं भाई करना क्या है. And the only person who has a chance to win this, I think, is Abhimanyu. Maybe Aditya as well, actually. He also has some chances. 16 minutes now. By the way, Arjun has played Rookie 1. I think we'll have that board soon, as long as he's back. Rookie 1 played, by the way, by Arjun.
Okay, so Rookie 1 now F5 is what we were expecting here.
I think has to be played. I don't think he should sit idle, yeah?
You don't want to go Queen B5 भी tempting लग रहा है, but then मैं Queen F3 खेल के ना, I'll give you this pawn and then I can continue the game.
Yeah, I
Because
agree.
it's 4 versus 3 and 1, वो pawn भी थोड़ा पीछे है. I mean दोनों side का chance है, but Arjun का ही ज़्यादा chance है because of his pawn formation. You can always give this Queen F5 check. So F5
Yeah,
ही मुझे लग रहा है यहाँ पे खेलेगा वो. Oh,
yeah. I
wait,
think.
what? Queen B5 played.
Oh,
Masala, let's go.
bhai, I think he's gonna save the pawn. A6 marega, but maybe he'll take with the rook Sahaj, ताकि Queen F5 check ना आए. Queen F3, rook takes A6.
Rook takes A6 and then E5 apparently is very good.
So if you take, then I give a check.
Queen check, King G8 only move, by the way. Why not?
Only
Why is King
move.
H8 bad? King H8 पे
Very.
Rook C1 game over.
Oh wow.
I'm trying to understand what's the difference between G8 and H8. I think probably if you play King G8 and I go Rook C1, I have Rook F6, yeah? And then if you give a check, then King can escape via to F7.
And also, King H8, Rook C1, Rook C6. There is Rook B1 apparently, which wins.
Ooh, very
And
nice.
if the king is on G8, then Rook C1, Rook C6, Rook B1. There is G6 apparently.
Wow, seriously? So Rook in
Why?
this position, King G8, Rook C1, Rook C6, Rook B1, G6.
And saves the
हाँ,
game.
ये भी saves the game, yeah. But yeah,
And
Queen
I
C6
think,
मार के खेल सकता है अभी भी अर्जुन.
boy, this is like super tricky stuff, yeah.
Queen F3 played.
Oh, अच्छा, King H8 पे Queen F8 check आ रहा है ना भाई. King H8
हाँ.
होता तो G6 Queen F8 check. So that's the difference. भाई ये notice करना is almost impossible.
He goes Queen A6. He doesn't go for Rook A6 even. He allows Queen F5 check.
I think वो E5 का डर था उनको. He might have seen
Hmm.
some of these lines like वो मुझे allow नहीं करना. So let me
Hmm.
play allow this check. This is much more handleable than others. But okay, check. Let's give that check, Saj bhai. King G8, let's say.
King G8.
Rook C1 again.
Then Rook E8, I'm guessing.
Rook C6 a Queen D5 check wins, I think.
Yeah, Rook C6 is
So
a very nice point.
Queen D5, so Rook E8. And now I want to play Rook C7, but the bar doesn't like it.
क्यों नहीं, but it's not that bad though. You have Queen E2. Yeah, मतलब but थोड़ा game चल सकता है यहाँ पे. Okay, he has given some chance. But yeah, मुश्किल ही है यार ये.
I have an idea,
Actually,
Saj bhai.
yeah.
What about after Rook E8, E5?
Rook E8 in this position E5.
हाँ.
F5 पे क्या हो रहा है?
And now Rook C7.
I was thinking Rook F8 है ना मेरे पास. Oh, I also have Queen
Okay.
E6.
अच्छा हाँ, Queen E6 आ रहा है.
Queen E6 just spoils your plans. You know what the sad thing about this position is? That even if black, let's say in an ideal scenario, right, you exchange the queens on the board, you take your opponent's A7 pawn. ठीक है, तो assume करो chat कि यहाँ पे 4 versus 3 है, rook versus rook है. जो black का जो pawn formation है ना, this is the most ideal. This is the best formation you can have to defend as black. तो अगर वो position भी आ जाती है तब भी यहाँ पे ये theoretical draw है. Black का pawn H5 पे होता, then it's a different story. Black का pawn G6 पे होता तो it's a different story.
Yeah, this is not easy. I'm thinking, still thinking, can't find a way. Huh?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, maybe
I
queen
think
g6 after rook e8 in that position.
Queen f5, King
King,
g8, Rook c1,
हाँ,
Rook e8.
rook e8, queen g6 maybe.
Okay, you're trying something, but Rook c8 maybe. मैं ना
rook
मैं
c8,
अपना इंजन बंद कर रहा हूँ, so you're playing with me now.
हाँ, rook c8,
Let's
rook
see.
d1.
I'll go Queen e6 probably. I'm thinking.
Maybe just, can I just wait with like king h2?
King h2, अब pawn बढ़ाते हैं a5.
अच्छा.
सिंपल ही है यार ये
Oh,
तो.
wait. Go back one move. Why not e5? Wait, I'll play king h2 anyways. a5 and now e5.
अच्छा, क्वीन e5 पे रुक d7.
हाँ भाई,
नाइस
भाई यही आया तो
नाइस.
है भाई.
भाई बट लेकिन f5 है ना मेरे पास. आई थिंक f5 है मेरे पास.
हाँ.
बच गया मैं, देखा नहीं था मैंने, बट बच गया मैं.
यार. Okay, I think there's not much then यार. फिर तो
बट
मुश्किल है
he played king h8 though, it doesn't go for king g8.
भाई. Okay, so rook c1 हमारा आइडिया टिपिकल. rook e8.
तो रुक c1 खेला उसने अभी. he's still thinking रुक c1 I think is forced basically more or less. And then रुक e8. या
Hmm.
कोई चांस नहीं है इधर. हाँ मतलब यू कैन कंटिन्यू द गेम बट लुक्स हार्ड.
Yeah. Yeah, I think ये draw ही होगा. Meanwhile, no move. Oh, there is one move in the Divya game. I think we should go there and check. So rook c8 last था, and then d6 was played, and now rook e d8.
ओके. I think Abhimanyu looks winning to me. Like I'm just looking at the bar. I'm not looking at the engine. Like मुझको moves नहीं दिख रही हैं, but it looks really bad for Divya now.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think ये एक pawn asset है, but you can't really utilize this in any way. Your king is
Hmm.
just too weak. Bishop on f1. I mean, it's not even participating right now.
Even if you go king b2 or something, some queen f6 check, queen c3, just एक सेकंड के अंदर queen एकदम एरिया में आ रही है.
Yeah. In fact, just bishop e3 you can take after king takes b. Like bishop e3, you can't take with the rook because knight is hanging on c4. If you take with the knight, I pick up the d6 pawn. Khatam.
मतलब बिशप e3 अभी अभी तो बिशप बचा रहा है ना. अच्छा क्वीन e3 भी तो मर रहा है. क्वीन e3 भी तो
Wait,
मर
so
रहा है. यू आर राइट.
there is
या या
wait.
या.
If the d6 pawn falls, I think that resigns.
Hmm.
Because not just the pawn, right? The rook gets an open file to come to d1 or d2. I think that will be the end.
And also she has 10 minutes on the clock, so yeah, looks unlikely that she will save this.
And also, chat, they do get 15 more minutes, but that's on the 60th move. So they are 18 moves away. So I don't think it's going to be easy to play 18 moves in 9 minutes for Divya. Very difficult.
By the way, Arjun ये गेम में रुक d1 खेल दिया गया है. Right here. We were discussing this just now. Rook d1 and rook e8 on the board. We were discussing rook c1, but rook d1 I think does the same job.
Yeah. I think queen is such a nuisance, right? Queen e6 just attacking the e4 pawn, trading the queens. Queen e6 आने
Hmm.
वाला है and you need to stop it somehow. Otherwise, it's just over, I think.
Yeah, queen e6 आने के बाद e4 भी तो मर रहा है आपका, तो you're right. Rook d7 played. Queen e6 I think expected.
So it's going to be a draw, yeah? Queen e6.
Maybe you can go queen g6. हाँ queen g6. Oh, sorry, d7 मर रहा है. क्या बोल रहा हूँ.
Oh,
You're just trying something works, but nothing is working.
maybe he wants like rook a7, queen f5, e f5, and
नहीं
4
नहीं, रुक
versus.
a7 पे queen e4 ना भाई. f5 भी नहीं दूंगा आपको मैं.
Ah.
I'm not even going to give you that. I'm no compensation, nothing.
बिकॉज तो आइडिया था कि भाई किंग कभी h5 में बैठ जाता.
हम्म.
होप करते
अबे
भाई g6 पे आने का सपने में, बट यार सपने भी नहीं मिल रहे भाई. सपने भी हम जीत नहीं रहे यार.
कि
क्या
ब्लैक की
करें
पॉन
चैट.
फॉर्मेशन एकदम परफेक्ट है रुक एंड गेम के लिए. ये स्पेशली अगर फॉरवर्ड एक साइड पे पॉन्स रहते तो दिस इज द मोस्ट आइडियल, दिस इजीएस्ट टू डिफेंड फॉर ब्लैक.
By the way, standings दिख रही है हमें. Gukesh on top, first place after round one. Of course, right now I think they're all tied, but it's still nice to see Gukesh on top. Anish second, Vidit third. But the surprising part is only these two players have won amongst the Indians so far. 11 players on 1 point and only two Indians. Would love to see more there.
I think Abhimanyu has a chance. By the way, Divya did play a move, queen to e5. Not an inaccuracy, at least as far as I can see, not a big inaccuracy. But Divya's time is a big issue here. Once again,
Sag,
8 minutes on the clock.
I think it's a great practical move because queen trade ke baad, at least I'm not getting mated anymore. I can play
Hmm.
remaining moves quickly. So if queen e5, rook e5, okay, you win the d6 pawn, but I can win h5 maybe then. And I
Yeah,
can
you
make a
can
play
hold
on it.
this. You can hold this. Then you channel your inner Gukesh versus Vei wala match with the two knights, and then you just completely,
Win.
win.
Yeah. Yeah, true, true. Okay, I don't know what Maxim Chigaev is waiting for. Is he thinking for a win? Like he's like, okay, I have the pass pawn, let me
ना
push.
ना 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 विन तो क्या ही होगा इधर. विन तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है इधर.
VD game
वो
is over.
क्वीन.
VD has already won. Sorry,
या
sorry.
वो सोच रहा है इस पोजीशन में यार कि क्वीन e6 के बाद मुझे क्या करना चाहिए. दैट्स द थिंग. चैट इफ यू हैव एनी गेम्स दैट यू थिंक आर इंटरेस्टिंग लेट अस नो वी कैन गो देयर एज वेल.
Yeah, for example, Ludo. नहीं भाई, sorry, sorry. Chess best भाई, chess best. Okay, फिलहाल के लिए हम लोग वेट कर रहे हैं.
लूडो
18
खेलो
मिनट्स है.
आप.
भाई नहीं यार, लूडो बेकार है भाई. Okay, 26 minutes for Maxime. I think 26 सेकंड भी चले गए उनको यहाँ पे actually to draw this one.
Sahaj bhai, the talented kid from Turkey is not Gurel. It is. अरे हाँ हाँ, there are two players from Turkey who are basically I think dubbed to be the next, let's say, elite players in the world, and both of them are from Turkey right now. उनमें से एक एडिस गुरेल है और दूसरा एर्दोगमस Khan. I cannot say his full name, but you know what I mean. But yeah. So Rook D7, and this is where we are.
Where are we, Saj भाई? कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है.
अर्जुन के गेम पे ही है भाई.
Because Aditya Mittal's game is now also dead equal. So
बचा लिया उसने. वेरी गुड.
he spoiled his edge there. So it's gonna be a draw as well in that Ruken game. RN Chopra is much worse now. So I
ओके.
don't know, like it's not the ideal start for Indian players, I feel. A lot of them lost
Yeah.
and only two of them won.
Lots of draws, yeah. Lots and lots of draws.
Okay, now Queen e6 has been played in the Arjun game and has been taken by Arjun. So this will be a draw pretty soon. So board number one draw, board number two draw. I think Gukesh will be on board. Oh,
Wait,
he's
wait, wait,
still
wait.
fighting. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, I get it, but yeah, I mean, there's
I
not
mean,
much
even
you can do
without
here.
this pawn, I think it's a draw.
Oh, you can, without the pawn, it's a draw. Yes, it's a theoretical draw, but with the pawn, maybe he's using it as a distraction, but it can work sometimes.
Let's just show chat. Like if let's say rook b6, let's say f3, rook b6, rook takes a7, the bar will not go up much. And
Yeah,
even if you
0-0.
don't even go to b2, yeah, don't even take the second rank, let's say king
मैं रुक भी
h7.
एट भी खेल देता हूँ, अभी भी इक्वल है ये.
It's just completely equal. So Arjun is playing, but I think it's more on hand than brain, yeah.
हैंड एंड ब्रेन होगा यहाँ पे.
Huh.
By the way, Alireza completely winning against Amin Basim. He did turn it around. This was the position. I think some time ago it was equal. जब हम draw कह रहे थे यहाँ पे, but apparently he made a mistake with knight to f8, and Alireza found the correct move: bishop d2, knight g6, bishop a5, putting pressure on the c7 pawn. Knight f4 defends the king. King e4, bishop c7, knight d7, bishop to d6, I guess, and then you push b6 essentially.
Wow. So
So
finisher
he
somehow
did.
squeezing that win, yeah.
Yeah, I think he will win.
How can you crack a joke on your rosy roti? भाई joke crack कर सकते तभी तो रोजी रोटी है भाई. अगर जोक क्रैक नहीं कर पाते तो भाई फिर नॉर्मल नौकरी कर लेते ना भाई, फिर क्या फायदा हुआ? गुड डे सो फार, नॉट सो श्योर। आई वुड हैव लाइक, आई थिंक प्रग अर्जुन का दोनों
एवरेज
का
डे,
ड्रॉ होना, हाँ इट कांट बी अ गुड डे फॉर श्योर। और
एवरेज डे,
स्पॉन्सर भी
एवरेज।
नहीं है वो तो, डेफिनेटली कांट बी। स्पॉन्सर होगा तो कर सकते हैं भाई गुड डे।
What is the worst move possible in Arjun games aside from blatant blunders? So like a move like G6 would be really bad because ये theoretical. I'm sure G6 के बाद भी draw होगी ये position है, but ये theoretical नहीं, क्योंकि आपने रुक को 7th rank पे बंद कर दिया, आपने A7 का pawn दे दिया. It's not a
बाय द
blatant
वे,
blunder like you're not dropping a rook or anything, but G6 is what I would say is a mistake.
A5 played, crucial moment. Let's just put the rook on A7, yeah? You don't want to allow black to play rook A6. That's when it gets a bit
Then आपको बचाना पड़ेगा.
then it gets a bit naughty if not scary. So I think let's just put the rook on A7, control that pawn completely, and then I think it's absolutely fine.
Oh, sorry. ये क्या हो गया?
साहब भाई दोबारा नहीं कर सकते भाई, 7 घंटे की कमेंट्री भाई लगा दो भाई। दोबारा नहीं कर सकते चालू भाई।
So yeah, I think while he thinks, still 18 minutes left. थोड़ा time. Oh, by the way, Divya, no updates. Yeah, still thinking. Abhimanyu still
Oh,
thinking on the
Divya's
same thing.
better. What? How? No, no, no. I think it's
नहीं
just
नहीं नहीं नहीं, better तो नहीं है, यही position
दिखा
है
दिखा
यहाँ.
रहा है।
क्वीन e5 देखा था ना यहाँ पे. He has two moves basically, Abhimanyu. He can take on e5, you can take on d6. Both of them are giving him an advantage. But if he doesn't find any of these moves, then he's worse, much worse actually in the game. So a
And you
tough
know,
moment for Abhi as well.
Abhimanyu has worked with Divya, of course, and like they must be friends to some extent. And playing your friends is never easy for anybody. And
Mm-hmm.
during the game, you're serious, and game khatam hote hi, then you become chill. So, but फिलहाल के लिए Arjun trying his best. If we go back to that game, and his
Yep, king
best
f2
means that
played.
the valuation has jumped from 0.00 to 0.00. कुछ इसमें कुछ नहीं
He's
हो
just
सकता भाई।
hoping for that one mistake. Yeah, yeah. By the way, another Beck has won his game, so you have another player, right? अब Gukesh और Nadir Beck के होंगे board 1 और board 2 पे. You were right. भाई
भाई
कल
मजा
की
आएगा भाई।
पेयरिंग सेट हो सकती है इसमें. Actually, Gukesh
हाँ
might end
एक्चुअली,
up play. Gukesh might end up playing that Erdogmus, Yagiz Erdogmus,
and if
the
he
Turkish
wins
prodigy.
against Gukesh, भाई that will be a big statement.
भाई that player is not, that's not, again, ये वो नहीं है जो भी स्टेबल है. They can do anything. They can do anything. कहीं पे भी कुछ भी कर सकते हैं. बड़ा बच के चलना पड़ता है.
बाबूजी धीरे चलना। By the rook b5 now, maybe king e3, king f4.
G4 G5 कुछ ब्रेक करेगा यहाँ पे. रुक ने यहाँ पे रोक लिया स्पॉन को. अभी A4 वगैरह कुछ आएगा नहीं. But yeah, he's hoping to make some passer maybe with f4 e5 or putting the king on e4, on f4, sorry, and maybe going g4 g5. Both of them are possible, but no, not much. Black can just wait around and play rook b5, rook c5, king h7, king h8. ये जब तक ये फ्री मूव्स है मेरे पास तब तक कोई प्रोग्रेस दिख नहीं रही मुझे.
Yeah, agreed, Saj bhai.
कि rook a8 check, king h7 only move. I think rook 8 check was also a clever move by him because he didn't want the king to go to g8 and ताकि फिर rook check दूं तो मैं king f7 पे ले आऊं, तो
Hmm.
king को कोने में रख दिया. But still king g6 king f7 तो आ ही रहा है, but maybe after king g6 he'll go rook a7 कि आपको f7 नहीं दूंगा मैं. He can be adamant about this. But yeah, not much you can expect here.
Yeah, true. I mean, if you can, let's say, and black can also play h5, right? So, I mean, it's gonna
h5
be
यहाँ,
okay.
बस h5 मुझे ठीक नहीं लग रहा क्योंकि ब्लैक को पता है कि ये सेटअप बेस्ट है, तो पॉन टच करना यहाँ पे सेंस नहीं बनता उतना. बढ़ाने दो उसको
बट
जितना
गोल्डन
बढ़ना
पॉन थोड़ी है साज भाई, टच कर सकते हैं इस वाले को।
है. यार अब तो गोल्डन पॉन तो दोनों ने टच कर दिया.
लाइक h5 के बाद ना, लाइक इट जस्ट काइंड ऑफ फिक्सेस दीज वाइट पॉन्स। थोड़ा मेंटल सिक्योरिटी मुझे मिल रही है कि किंग वाइट का g4 पे नहीं आएगा। सो बट या Why is Arvind not playing this event? Hard to know actually, yaar. I would love to see him play. Not sure why is he not playing. Because he would qualify through some means, right? I think rating se to he would qualify, Saj. I don't know why he's not playing.
Yeah, of course he would qualify, but yeah, I mean, like you said, now before, okay, he wants to conserve his energy and he doesn't want to drop below 2700, and he had a bad event recently. So I think all of them make sense in this regard.
By the way, Queen E5 was taken, I think, by Abhimanyu, and Rook E5 on the board. So we're going to see the endgame soon, where Abhimanyu is slightly better, but it's not winning yet. And maybe वही versus Gukesh Raj भाई वही होगा शायद हो सकता
Yeah, वही लग रहा है मुझे। बिशप D6 तो फोर्स्ड ही है भाई।
है।
बिशप D6 तो मार ही सकता है, बट अनलेस ही वांट्स टू प्ले G6 एंड देन टेक ऑन D6 लेटर ऑन, बट आई थिंक थोड़ा रिस्क है उसमें।
Hmm. Okay, no updates in the other two games as well. 4 Indian games remaining, Chad. I think it is um, Divya against Abhimanyu, Arjun against Maxim Chigaev, Rof against Aditya, and Aryan against Param. I think Aryan against Param is about to be over next.
Aryan versus Param. Okay, we can go there.
I think it's not really over, but I think we have the contours of the position now. It will take some
Acha,
time, of
okay.
course, but
Yeah, 2 pawns up. Oh, sorry, 1 pawn up, but yeah, they should be winning. Just rook a6 or something, defend the d6 pawn. And
yeah.
okay, if you put pressure on f3 somehow, okay, rook d8 खेला उसने. The bishop on a3 is really bad here. The 15 minutes का increment और होगा यहाँ पे, I think.
Yeah,
Yes,
60 moves पे मिलेगा chat. So that's the relief for anybody in time pressure. H5 played by the way in Arjun's game by Black.
Oh wow, nice.
Saj भाई यहाँ पे अब एक ही तरीका है भाई. White F5, Black King H6. I think that's what we have to do. Oh, it's a
There we
draw.
go.
It's a draw. So that is a draw. Draw offered by Maxim Chigaev. Legacy Arjun accepts. And इसका मतलब साज भाई कि इंडिया के टॉप 3 में से 2 आधा पॉइंट ड्रॉप कर चुके हैं.
Yep, 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3 as expected. But yeah, tough game I think for Arjun. He also had to, make some really strong moves to save his game. I think I'm glad he did that. But yeah, 2 draws.
And
So
not to
let's
forget,
move
he
on.
almost blundered, yeah, rookie 3 वो moment. He almost blundered
Hmm,
that, yeah. Opponent देखा नहीं.
exactly.
So he should be pretty happy with the draw there at the end. So that's one more game that ends. I think 3 Indian games remaining. The main one right now, I think the exciting one being Divya against Abhimanyu.
Yep. 45 moves. So 15 more moves until they get an extra 15 minutes for the game. But yeah, I think ये game मुझे थोड़ा dicey सा लग रहा है. I'm not sure if it goes until I think by the time it reaches 60, I think there will be a result. Like there will be a very
Yeah.
clear idea of who's winning. Right now, we're not sure.
Yeah. और फायर हम कह रहे हैं who will welcome me, why is chat so silent भाई वो it's not a case of watching. I think 300 people enough है for keep the chat active. तुम्हें
Hmm.
वेलकम नहीं करना आते फायर हम भाई. I think that's the main problem.
Hmm.
Pragg drew Hari Krishna. I think that is done. So only 3 games remaining, and yeah, I think the major games, the top games are now over. I think.
So now 12 players on 1 point, and right now one plays. Yeah, Gukesh right now will play at Dogmas, and if this was the final pairing,
Wow.
that is a very cool match that I would love to see. But okay, Ali Reza is also winning, so the thoda change hoga abhi bhi. And Abhimanyu also might win.
The youngest GM, where is Avinu Mishra? That's a good question. I don't think he probably qualified to this. Is my guess. I think 26 kuch 100 rating hai. There might be others. Yeah, we saw like I think even some US players, right? Ray Robson and others joining in for the Chennai Grandmasters. Like they They didn't play this one. Very interesting.
Hmm.
Oh, Nelson is playing. My bad. He is playing actually. He drew against Maxime Lagarde. Oh, interesting.
Against Lagarde.
Meanwhile, chat waiting for moves to come in. I think this phase of the game is an advertisement of why maybe the time and it should be limited, maybe 10 minutes max, not more than that. But yeah,
Prediction Levon will win Grand Swiss. भाई ये विशी सर के alt accounts यहाँ पर कैसे है?
man, I don't
विशी
think
सर ने भी
Vishy.
सेम चीज कही थी भाई.
But question for you, Sabe, if Vishy had an alt account, what would be the username?
I think he would probably put like some random generator and he would just go with it. I don't think he will have a specific name for it. I think he wouldn't care about that. कुछ random
Got it.
generator लगा देगा and वो yeah like
Okay,
वो
वो
bot के जैसा
उनका
लगेगा.
got it. And if let's say there was an alt account for Gukesh,
Alt account for Gukesh.
हाँ,
Nadir Bek OP.
नहीं, I don't think so. वो ऐसे कुछ होगा भाई. पहले कैंडिडेट्स तो क्वालिफाई कर. I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Okay. Alt account for Anish.
Um, Spicy, something with spicy. I somehow,
नहीं.
because I asked him what is describe Chennai in one word. ठीक है मैंने उसको रैपिड फायर का राउंड दिया था मैंने बोला कि
हाँ.
you have to answer within like 2 seconds. मैंने उससे पूछा first question was describe Chennai in one word and he thought for like 2 minutes and then he said spicy. वो मेरे को कभी नहीं बोलता.
We took an interview from Anish in the last day, and he had a 2-3 minute dialogue about it's always spicy. मैं अकेला इसलिए आया कि भाई दो लोग का पेट खराब ना हो भाई. Indian food is difficult, भाई. Is it my net or is it?
No, I can hear you.
भाई तो फिर नेट गया, स्ट्रीम गई भाई.
नहीं नहीं चल रही है.
इधर ही है? चल रही है? Really? Then it's my net then.
Actually नहीं, you're right.
वही तो कह रहा हूँ भाई.
No, we're back. I think we're back.
Chat, I think we are back now. क्या? हाँ, we are back. हाँ, got it. हमारे पुलिस ने ऐसे ही वो रिक्सी पे ब्लेम डाल दिया ना. ऐसे मैं गेम हारता हूँ ना. हाँ, वो इंटरनेट डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया था. इंटरनेट डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया था यार. अरे हाँ, वो क्वीन ब्लंडर ऐसे ही गई, वो इंटरनेट डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया भाई. भाई.
सही कह रहे हो भाई, सही कह रहे हो. By the way, takes and rook h5 played by Divya.
भाई पॉन तो मिल गया अब. बट आई थिंक दिस चेक इज इनकमिंग, which is mildly incon I don't know what's the correct word, like mildly irritating at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
Because king e7, knight f5. So maybe king g8.
Forced the king g8 to not allow rook h8. And then you go rook a5, I guess. Bishop c5, only move. Apparently, you have to go rook c5 here. साहिल भाई ढूंढ ले कि rook c5 king b2 just to play this.
But this is not so bad for white, yeah. I don't know, maybe
I
I'm being
would
over.
not play this in a million years. Like, why would I
Really?
go rook c5? Of course not.
I was thinking king b3, king b4, and let's start pushing the a pawn.
दो रुक है यार. I mean,
Ah, but
दो रुक
what
है
do you do?
भाई.
What do you play?
I was thinking rook h5 maybe. I don't know. But can knight
Rook
g4 happen?
h5, let's say h3 for now. For now, I save it.
Ah, maybe you can play this.
We don't
But
have
मुश्किल
like
लग रहा
any
है
of.
decision.
हाँ, मुश्किल तो है. But I think if there's no any of these squares, right? ये तीन square available नहीं है. So my plan is simply to take this pawn and push it.
Hmm. Yeah, could be. Could be. Okay, back to rook h5. Now it's Abhimanyu's time to think.
Sajma, what's the criteria to play World Cup when IMs can play? Why can't you play? Why IMs can't? Can they play in World Cup? I don't think so.
आई डोंट थिंक सो और आई डोंट नो। जोक अच्छा ट्राई
Watch.
किया था आपने बाय द वे। बहुत बहुत हंसी आई सबको। सब लोग देखो चैट में सब लोग क्या हा 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 लिख रहे हैं आपके जोक की वजह से।
भाई वॉचिंग ट्रिपल हो गई भाई।
ट्रिपल हो गई भाई वॉचिंग तेरे एक जोक की वजह से, देख ले भाई।
व्हाट्स टू ईट टुनाइट यार। मैं बीच में 2 मिनट उठा था, मैं डिनर करके आ भी गया उन 2 मिनट में। विश फिशी
हम्म।
फिशी चैंप नहीं भाई। वेयर इज मैग्नस? मैग्नस, I don't know where is Magnus. I think he played Title Tuesdays 2 days back from the Norway studio. I think so. I'm guessing he's somewhere in Norway right now. He's not playing the Grand Swiss, likely not the World Cup either. So I think he just wait maybe and just chill. Online events खेलेंगे, Rapid Blitz खेलेंगे, and so on.
Divya's fighting spirit is commendable. I agree. I agree. I mean, holding someone like Abhimanyu for how much time has it been now, Sahil bhai? 5 hours? More.
It's been 5.5 hours, Sahaj bhai.
Five and a
This,
half hours. Holding him down for 5.5 hours is no joke.
yeah, yeah. Okay, 7.5 minutes for Divya now. I think still 14 moves to go. So I think this is crunch time. G6 played, by the way. No king G8.
Oh, rook h8, rook d8 के बाद अब equal हो गई position. But the question is, does she go rook h8 or does she go rook a5? Because दिमाग में अभी rook a5 ही है उसके. Let's not forget. She took rook a5. I told you.
Oh, that's a
She took.
mistake.
Yeah, she because दिमाग see after rook h5 king g8 के बाद आपके दिमाग में rook a5 बैठा हुआ था, तो g6 के बाद भी आपके दिमाग में rook a5 ही आएगा ना.
Ooh, but I think check. But I think the A5 pawn was hanging anyways with the knight, right?
हाँ, but I think rook c1 check वगैरह अलाउ नहीं करना था. Bishop c5 played by the way. Now is the crunch moment for Divya. This is the moment. If she doesn't find this move, she is basically lost. And that move is rook takes c5. Sacrificing the exchange for basically no compensation. And you are saying king b2, king b3, king b4 karke, I can play for a win. Now, the position is still worse for Divya, but it's holdable if she finds rook
But
c5.
so let's say I play a random move. I don't know, H4, which has no sense in the position. Like, what's
I
the
can
winning move?
go bishop e3, knight e3, and now rook c3 attacking this. My point is that if you go knight c4, I have rook c1 check, and then I take on f1.
I think
Directly
knight
rook
C4,
c1.
rook D1 पे bishop ही मर रहा है, I think.
हाँ, rook c1 नहीं कह रहा था ना, rook c1 rook f1.
अच्छा हाँ,
बात तो एक ही है.
हाँ हाँ.
पर rook c3 खेलना जरूरी है. rook c1 check आप सीधा नहीं दे सकते. This is where I would say the chances of making a mistake by Divya is pretty high.
And she has what, 6 minutes? I think time enough to her to figure out the threat, but I'm not sure if it's enough to figure out the solution. Rook C5,
Hmm.
not an easy move to play actually.
Absolutely not. Any other updates in any other games? I'm just taking a quick look. Okay,
No, I think
Aryan is
still pretty
worse.
same. Oof, this is difficult, yeah.
Aditya is still playing, but okay, it's equal, very equal.
Still waiting for the move chat. Divya Deshmukh under pressure. I think एक चीज है. I think Divya played a bunch of these events where she was like the lowest seed, be it Tata Steel Challengers. I remember a few more as well. I think Prague Masters था या कोई और था. And she got crushed in these events, but then she came back and she crushed in the women events. So playing events where you are like the lowest seed, which is literally the case here, uh, helps you improve as a chess player, I think. So
Hmm.
even if this tournament doesn't go as planned for Divya, it will be a huge, huge boost, a huge step in her learning curve to push forward to 2500, 2550, and so on.
Right. I think completely agreed. But you just don't want to be in that situation जहाँ पर you have one loss, you have two losses, and then you are sort of in that zone. वो momentum एकदम टूट जाता है आपका. then it's sad to play this event. So I'm loving the fight that she's giving here. Really hope that she can get a draw at least. ताकि वो momentum बना रहेगा दिव्या का.
True.
Arey, we are getting super chats. That's so cool. Sahaj bhai, was a
Kick.
pleasure chatting with you. Arjun. Arey, thank you so
Oh
much, मेरे
wow.
भाई.
भाई
Thank you
मैं
so
भूल
much,
गया था
मेरे
कि इस
भाई.
चैनल पे मोनेटाइजेशन हो चुकी है, मैं भूल ही गया था यार एक्चुअली।
Arey, I didn't know this. I didn't know. It's the first super chat that I'm seeing. That's so cool.
ओ
Thank you so
वाह,
much, bhai.
वाह वाह वाह। भार्गव भाई मैं भी था चेन्नई में भाई, बोल देते भाई कि भाई जीए नॉन जीएम्स को भी थोड़ा प्लेजर ले लो भाई, नॉन जीएम से भी, खाली जीएम से क्यों ले रहे हो यार? जीएम से तो क्या प्लेजर दे रहे भाई। Anyways,
बताऊंगा बाद में आपको बताऊंगा.
anyways, I think फिलहाल के लिए नाइस भार्गव भाई, नाइस नाइस, थैंक यू फॉर द सुपर चैट एंड होपफुली इससे कैमरा राइट्स आ जाएंगे भाई अगले इवेंट के, बट या okay, 3.5 minutes. She has to play in the next minute or two now. She cannot wait too long. Come on, come
Yeah.
on.
3 minutes on the clock. सहज आप अभी कहाँ हो भाई? मैं बुडापेस्ट में हूँ. I am back to where I operate from. I was in Delhi like 2 days ago, but I just came back. Basically for this event, yeah. But yeah.
I must time zone में भाई. नहीं actually इसके लिए तो India is also okay. This is one
India
player I
वाला
think.
better है, I think. Much better है यहाँ पे time
What
control.
time does it start for you?
12.
Also decent actually.
No, I would prefer 3:30 any day.
Really?
Of course. I'm a night owl, na. So for me late
Got
night
it, got
easier.
it.
Also. फिर आप you can also do your work in the mornings as well.
Got it. Divya resign, really? भाई ये कौन है जो पहले अपडेट दे रहा है? I don't think she'll resign. She's not even like dead lost. She has one move.
Yeah. That is if she hasn't found rook c5. Yeah. If she plays king b2 or something, then yeah, then it's dead lost. हवा कैसी थी यार? हवा तो बढ़िया थी, बहुत बारिश हो रही थी, तो इट इज हवा वाज नाइस. इट वाज एक्चुअली द इट वाज एक्चुअली रियली नाइस, बट दिस बारिश बहुत थी यार. तो मजा आया. इट वाज फन.
Meanwhile, no updates in the other games also. Hmm. Although they are moving towards the end because Aditya has 7 minutes, Aryan has 3 minutes as well. Also 2 minutes for less than 2 minutes almost now for Divya. She has to play.
Yeah, basically this looks bad.
Come
अब
on.
क्या किया जाए?
King takes
Okay, I
b2.
think.
Actually, I was thinking. Yeah. But I think
हाँ,
उसको
बोलो
problem
बोलो
है.
बोलो.
Bishop e3, knight e3, and rook d2 check.
किंग b2 के
And if
बाद.
king b3, then there's rook c3 picking up the knight.
हम्म.
And if king b1, then there's rook e8, I think. And it's over.
Oh, rook e1, knight c2, and then rook d1 is also there.
Rook
Yeah.
d1.
Any
Okay,
chances of
1 minute.
Divya holding? We'll find out literally in like I think 2 minutes. One less than a minute, we'll find out
Why?
if she has any chances.
Why? She's not playing. She has a minute now.
Yeah, now I think I really doubt if she can save this. With 1 minute, it's impossible.
And 13 moves to go to the next time control. Those 15 minutes come in really handy. 55 seconds now for Divya Deshmukh against Abhimanyu Puranik. She is the lowest seed, but she played some nice chess today. Even like both players had some winning chances, but now Abhimanyu in control.
For sure, for sure. By the way, did Aditya Mittal finish his match? Oh, no, he's still playing. Okay.
No, still playing. He's trying to push. My camera battery has finished. Second battery down now. Maybe we can switch to one commentator scene.
Hello.
तब तक के लिए.
Yeah, that's the position. The top right corner पे आपको दिख रहा है. That's the game that is important. By the way, great news that Vantika defeated Osmak Yulia, I think.
Oh, Divya took on
The blacklist.
B2. Divya took on
Wow.
B2. That's a blunder. That could be game over now.
Yup, that's a huge blunder. I told you Rook c5 is not an easy decision to make over the board. And now I think Bishop takes e3, Knight takes e3, and Rook c3, which we just looked at, means that Abhimanyu is going to take this W. Knight takes c3 and rook d2 check, followed by rook c3 in the next move, and it is over. I think this is it. And also 49 seconds is definitely not ideal to have.
Yeah. Okay, my camera is back, I think.
Yeah, it's
I
back.
think it's back. भाई क्या चल रहा है भाई, कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा यार. So I think Puranik will be the third Indian, right? Abhimanyu will be the only one to win this one as well.
Arey, you got a super chat too. Let's go, Sahil bhai,
Sahil
read it
bhai,
out.
oh, guys only talk to one chess legend. अरे वाह वाह भाई, finally corporate law gig coming to semi-final. अरे thank you भाई. राघव भाई, बट यार आप राकेश भाई की नहीं मिले यार, राकेश भाई से यार, ऐसे कैसे चलेगा भाई?
वो
This is
और
unfair to
सुपर चैट्स
राकेश
ले रहे हैं आपसे. By the way, bishop e3, knight e3, rook d2 check played. So
Oh,
Abhimanyu is not leaving anything to chance here. Divya is
oh,
going to lose this game.
this is over. This is basically over. I think Divya will play king b1, rook e8, and she will resign. I think that's basically going to be the end of the game. She might even resign right now, to be honest.
Yeah, I think. I mean, resign तो नहीं करेगी. Maybe she plays king b1 or king b3 में तो rook c3 check ही है सीधी. You also have to accept the fact that you're losing, na? I mean, that still hasn't settled in. At least for me, it
Yeah,
hasn't.
yeah, true. But I think she's 1 minute on the clock, so there's not much time to settle that fact in, and I think she will have to, yeah, accept the inevitable.
Sahil bhai, you know what this means, right? Means we have to go to Aditya's game, जहाँ पे 4 versus 3 rook ending चल रही है, and it's gonna be a long one.
Also, I think Aryan is still playing, so but okay, that game will end, I think, in the next 10 minutes.
अच्छा,
That's my
okay.
guess.
Okay, so rook d2 check, king b1 played. Yeah, now rook e8 I think is the winning move. Once you play rook e8, then the reality sets in that okay, you're losing one of the pieces. उसके साथ साथ f3 का pawn भी मर सकता है, h2 का pawn भी मर सकता है, and then it's just a matter of pushing the pawns down and it's easy.
Also, rook e8, I think king c1, maybe last try. I can just like maybe play rook f2 or rook h2. Yeah, rook f2 maybe is cleanest.
Yeah, either ways. Sahaj, by serious question, why are there so many male super grandmasters and rarely any female super grandmasters yet? Is it biological or psychological? I think it's statistical, भाई. कितने कम लड़कियां चेस खेलती हैं, कितने ज्यादा लोग चेस खेलते हैं, मतलब कितने ज्यादा, मतलब men they play chess. Women don't play chess as much. उनके
Yeah.
नंबर्स बढ़ाओ, सुपर ग्रैंड मास्टर्स अपने आप बन जाएंगे.
किसने नहीं सुना यार वो लोगन, बेटी खिलाओ, आई थिंक वो भी एक लोगन चाहिए भाई चेस खिलाने के लिए,
Hmm.
कोई खेलता ही नहीं है. आई थिंक देयर वाज दिस पॉडकास्ट विद सम, oh wait,
Just takes, no? Just take
yeah,
and just take and rookie
rookie
one check.
one, yeah,
That's it.
you know, if it's takes, it's a $1 million company, but if it's only take, it's just lost. Yeah, I think this is just done. Hmm.
So yeah, I think a resignation is on the. By the way, she played this move with 4 seconds on the clock, so clearly, some pressure hitting Divya here. भाई 6 घंटे होने वाले हैं almost दिव्या को खेलते हुए. Still, that's very impressive.
That's true.
Also, like a hard-fought game by Abhimanyu as well. I mean, he chose a very shaky line. He of course he had to fight so much against Divya as well. So clearly, it says something about her strength.
I think this
If
is just
Magnus, uh-huh.
so go continue.
इसने बोला if Magnus had a daughter, she would be the first woman super GM. Second by, she would be the second female super GM. There is already one. एंड वो मेरे घर से 10 मिनट दूर रहती हैं, जस्ट सो यू नो.
कोई जोक
Never,
मारने वाला था वो छोड़ो.
never hurts to flex that.
I think it's time to resign. Even rook f2, I think, is just
रुक
begging.
F2 में खेलूंगा ही क्यों, लेकिन आई विल टेक ऑन D5 ना, सिंपल.
Like it just not allows
Why
your king to
complicate?
move. It just ends the game quickly, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I
Ju-
agree. I will just finish it.
Judith Polgar, yes, exactly, Judith Polgar. Okay, still some. Okay, Abhimanyu calculating all of his options. Rook D5, Rook E1 तो दिख ही गया उसको 1 सेकंड के अंदर, but he's trying to figure out कुछ अगर faster way है यहाँ पे जीतने का. आइए
By
Rook
the way,
F2 भी fine also, because Rook D3 पे Rook F3 है आपके पास, वो भी चल रहा है.
Raw from Vidit and Aditya have repeated, I think, once. So that is that is good news.
Rook F.
Then, oh, rook f2
कितने
played.
खुश हो गए साहिल भाई, Rook ending ही देखनी है. But yeah, Rook
Yeah,
F2 played, attacking the E3 knight. White goes Rook D3, then just Rook takes F3, and you're losing the piece again. I would expect
yeah,
Divya to resign here.
yeah. I think we'll see resigns. I don't think she'll play on. It doesn't make sense.
So that would
Yeah,
make,
yeah.
there it is. Abhimanyu becomes the 13th player to win. By the way, in this tournament, so 13 players with 1 point each. तो बड़ा मजा आएगा यहाँ पे. But yeah, a very hard fought win. 6 hours in to defeat Divya. Wait, that's what it takes to beat Divya. Let's go.
Yeah. And also, I think 2 Indian games remaining. One is Raw from Vidit against Aditya Mittal. If we can jump to that game quickly, I think they have repeated once and twice now. So it might end in a draw as well. Let's see.
Yeah. I think because he also has no time, Aditya, because he has 3 minutes on the clock, or maybe he's doing this to gain some moves, because 60 moves ke baad he'll get another 50 minutes extra in this
No,
position.
but
But
King G6 Rook D8 is a draw. I think it's third time repetition
yeah,
already.
but if he
So,
can go Rook C4 check, for example, in this position.
true. Absolutely true. But I think, yeah, he's not risking much. Yeah, he can just give a check and he's really not risking much, honestly. He could just give that check and, yeah. Divya can win this game today. Bhai, game is over. आज का तो नहीं होने वाला. Okay, last thought for Aditya. Also, one more game going on. Aryan Chopra against Param. That is losing for Aryan. So Param will be the 14th player, Sajbhai, I think, to get to 1 point. And apart from the Firuzja will be the 15th one, I think.
Muradli
15?
Muhammad as well, and Rodstein as well. So 18 players or so will be on 1 out of 1.
16.
Oh, see, he plays on. He plays Rook C4 check.
Oh, wow.
He was just gaining
Continues.
time.
Continues the run.
Rook B4 forced dab, Rook D7, you win F7, you are threatening F7 and B7. But यहाँ पे खेल क्यों रहे हो? तो ये तो सीधी ड्रॉ है ना.
ये तो मैंने कहा था. But okay, I think this will end soon though. They're gonna exchange a bunch of pawns. King G7 now, I'm guessing. You don't want to get to the back rank, yeah, in any case.
No, not at all. King G7 played, King G7 just takes and it's over.
Come on. Last tick. I don't think this is any last tick though. So आज में क्या लग रहा है? As start of the event, what was the vibe so far?
I think pretty normal for a first day. First day usually उतना crazy नहीं होता. I think मेरे हिसाब से. I mean, second, third day से players start to feel like themselves, and then you see some real chess. But yeah, I think Gukesh won. That's a great thing. Vidit also won. That's another great thing. But yeah, Pragg or Arjun, they had worse positions from the beginning, and they defended pretty well. And I think it's a good start for everyone. The only thing I think is Karthikeyan's game is what's hitting me the most, because I feel that was a 2 hour loss इट फेल्ट लाइक कोई गेम ही नहीं हुआ बोर्ड पे, सिर्फ प्रेप ही आई बोर्ड पे एंड गेम खत्म हो गया. So
Yeah.
that's the only game that hurts me. Apart from
Let's
that,
go
I
G4.
fine.
Let's go G4. Come on. Rough G4. Right.
शर्म कर लो. Rook
Right.
H2.
That's the quickest end to the game, bhai. That's why I think that will be great for we get 4 Indians on 1 point. So I am in for that. But yeah, not gonna happen. I
पता है
think
वो
G3.
अगर उसने G2 और A5 दे के B5 मार दिया तो F एंड H पॉइंट्स भी ड्रॉ होते हैं, बट दैट्स नॉट एन इजी ड्रॉ दो.
True. Tomorrow Gukesh is in Uzbek. No, I don't think that will happen. जब व्हाइट ने यहाँ जी पॉइंट छुआ होगा, 1 सेकंड के लिए मुंह में लड्डू फूटा होगा, नहीं आदित्य के? है ना?
हो सकता है भाई, बिल्कुल. बट या
Game.
G3. Now all he has to do is push this pawn down, ये रुक पीछे आएगा, and then he takes this, you take the A pawn, and then it's a draw. Philidor position, simple.
Yeah, yeah. B4, A6, okay, 2, rook B4, rook A6, and you exchange, khatam, draw, finish.
By the way, Aryan Chopra also fighting. Looks like it's lost, but Rook Bishop versus Rook का chance है साहिल भाई. What are your thoughts on that?
Bhai, nahi bhai. Because they've just reached 60 moves, by the way. They get 15 minutes each.
Oh, okay.
भाई भाई नहीं भाई, नो
फिर
रुक
तो नहीं
बिशप
होगा,
रुक
फिर
भाई.
तो नहीं होगा.
भाई कि रुक बिशप में हारना ही है. Like it's not really. Although I would like रुक बिशप रुक because it will give him a chance. Like that way I would prefer, because if he was drawn here then maybe no. But I think
Hmm.
अभी completely lost है, so from that angle I would love a रुक बिशप रुक actually. And material भी ऐसा है ना, like it's not really that crazy, like बराबर ही है material technically. This is the advanced pawn.
Okay, Rook B3 played.
जी पॉइंट ऐसे अपन का हाथ लेने का और जी पॉइंट टच कर देने का. आई थिंक इट्स
टच
समथिंग.
देख, तूने टच किया,
हाँ
टच एंड मूव.
हाँ. आर्यन 3 seconds by the way, 2 seconds, 1 second. भाई अच्छा 60 मूव हो गए, सॉरी, माय बैड माय बैड.
यार आप वो दे रहे हो. आई थिंक
क्या दे रहा
रेटिंग
हूँ भाई मैं?
स्पॉट में एक कंडीशन ऐड करनी चाहिए कि मिनिमम 4 टफ टूर्नामेंट विद एवरेज ऑफ 27-20 वन ईयर में प्ले करना चाहिए क्लासिकल के. भाई 27
नहीं.
20 तो बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया भाई.
हाँ, फिर तो कोई
बहुत ज़्यादा हो
क्वालिफाई
गया.
नहीं कर सकता उससे.
मतलब उससे सिर्फ गिने चुने सिर्फ 5 प्लेयर्स क्वालिफाई कर सकते हैं उसमें, जो एलीट टूर्नामेंट्स में इनवाइटेड होते हैं.
I think one good way is to keep it the entire year, like पूरे साल का average लो, because that's also pretty fair. Honestly, even 2 साल का average, why not? Like, because if you're going for a 2-year world championship cycle, ideally it should be the rating average of the entire period, right? Matlab, not
Mhm.
just 6 months. I don't know where the 6 month comes from. So either it should be one day, the final day, like the December 31st, but that's also unfair. Or it should be the
Mhm.
entire 2-year period. Like otherwise, why 6 months? Doesn't make sense.
I think so. That makes sense, yes. The King H3 played. Now again, push the pawn down, take on B5, and offer the draw. दो ही गेम बचे हैं,
मेरे
राइट? देयर इज
हाँ
आर्यन
दो ही game.
वर्सेस परहम
हाँ.
एंड रॉफ वर्सेस आदित्य.
Indian players only 2 games remaining, and Aryan I think has enough time now.
By the way, I was checking the game of Injich, Alexander Injich, the tallest grandmaster in the world, and apparently he was completely winning, but now he's squandered it. Now it looks like he's not. I mean, it doesn't look lost, but it looks very close to it.
Wow. भाई रौनक की तरह जैसी सेंस होना भाई कि the tide is shifting just offer a draw. That was
हाँ
very smart
बिल्कुल.
actually.
बिल्कुल किया होगा, उसने मना कर दिया होगा. बहुत लकी है वो इस चीज़ में कि प्लेयर ने एक्सेप्ट कर लिया. यूजुअली 2500-2600 के प्लेयर्स नहीं एक्सेप्ट करते ऐसे.
Hmm.
वो टाइम की वजह से किया होगा, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है. उसका टाइम 2 मिनट पड़े थे
Hmm.
मोत्सार्ट के पास, तो इसलिए.
Okay, the
यप देयर
pawns
वे.
have been traded.
अब तो ड्रॉ है सिंपल. रुक C5, रुक B5, रुक C5, रुक B5.
Do you think they'll repeat, or do you think white plays on?
Black plays on, na?
Black, sorry.
I mean, I technically should take a draw, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he wants to play until the very end.
Yeah, I mean, oh, okay. Oh,
Oh,
and
there's.
that's very, very, very sportsmanlike. I think he offers a draw, and that's the end of the second last game. So only one game remaining now, Sahaj, among the Indian players, and it is winning for Param Maksulu, unless Aryan can somehow grab hold that G3 pawn, which
Yep,
is very
उठा के
difficult
ऐसे
because
वो जीतरी मार दिया उसने. एंड देन साहिल भाई की शक्ल देखनी है मुझे. टू सी
नहीं नहीं भाई,
रुक
I
बिशप
think
वर्सेस रक.
नहीं, I will take that actually. I will take that right now because उसकी गेम रुक जाएगी. But
Really?
the
You
हाँ,
will?
I will do that. हाँ, of course यार. If he saves half a point, why not?
But it's not guaranteed, right? Bishop versus rook is not a
No, but I
guarantee
think
you will
classical
save it.
में he can hope for it. Yeah, classical में with so much time on the clock, he can hope for it at least. He'll draw that. But I think in this
Maybe.
position, the pawn is going to G2 next move, and the bishop can't stop it. So that's the problem.
Hmm. You have to play rook e2 and rook g2, but yeah, this bishop on a3 and the pawn on b4, they were the problems this whole. ये bishop कब से move नहीं किया है? लेकिन हम मैं ना फास्ट फॉरवर्ड करता हूँ थोड़ा. ठीक है. यहाँ पे हम रखते हैं इसको. ठीक है, ये बिशप a3 आया था मूव 29 पे. ठीक है. अब देखो सारी मूव्स में चल रहा हूँ यहाँ पे, बिशप वहीं का वहीं बैठा हुआ है तब से. देखो ये बिशप तब से मूव नहीं किया है. Like every other piece has moved except for this bishop. It has stayed there the whole time. For it's now been like 31 moves that this bishop hasn't moved.
Agreed. One bad apple spoils the entire pack, whatever it is, and this is the bad apple there. Um,
Hmm.
इस अगर ये बिशप यहाँ पे होता, for example, you can imagine, yeah, white would be chilling right now. So yeah.
Yeah, true. 10 minutes left for Aryan. Has to make a move. Has to choose between rook e2 and rook e1. I'm guessing rook e2 is the
Maybe
only logical move to avoid
maybe rook
g2.
e3, is that possible, Saj? Idea is if king f4,
Then
there's
g2,
bishop
no?
c1.
g2?
G2, rook g3.
Then rook g6, no? यही तो problem है.
Uh,
Just to show everyone in the chat, rook e3, g2, rook g3 and rook g6 and rook g6 and king g6. Now this pawn is the problem. ये pawn ना
हाँ,
होता तो
लिटरली
bishop c5 खेल के मैं बचा
फ्री का
सकता
पाउंड
था.
भी भाई चैट जितने लोग चैट में है ना भाई, सबके सब लोग एक बार हाई लिख दो भाई. देखना है कौन कौन चैट में देख रहा है भाई. ऐसे 200 वॉचिंग. कम ऑन चैट, लेट्स गो. देखते हैं कौन है हमारे हार्ड कोर पीक व्यूअर्स आज भाई. असल असल
चैट भी थक
चैट.
गई है लग रहा है.
भाई लंबा तो है इवेंट भाई, ये तो मानना
लंबा
पड़ेगा.
है
इट्स ऑलरेडी
इवेंट.
6 आवर्स हो
गेट
चुके
दिस.
हैं भाई. 6
हम्म.
आवर्स ऑलरेडी.
ओहो, राकेश भाई इन द चैट, लेट्स गो.
नाइस. राकेश भाई भी तैयारी कर रहे हैं भाई निकलने की देश से. ओ असली साहस वो मुझे लग ही रहा था कि जो सामने बैठा है नकली है आज भाई. लग ही रहा था भाई, एनालिसिस लग रही थी भाई जीएम लेवल की. 24
यू आर
पचासी
नॉट द
रेटिंग.
फर्स्ट वन टू से दैट टू मी.
राकेश भाई राम राम कह रहे थे संजीव. अरे चैट में है रे, काफी लोग हैं चैट में. कम ऑन कम ऑन.
या
आर्यन
रुकी टू.
एंड
E2 या
रुकी टू.
E1 में से एक होगा आई थिंक. E2 ही खेलेगा आई थिंक, और कोई मूव दिख नहीं रही मुझे यहाँ पे.
रुकी टू में भी, रुकी टू में बिशप डी4 में भी, या
Yeah, bishop d4, rook g2, and just bishop f2, and then you bring the king closer and you
ओ
take this. And
वाओ. रुक इज गॉन. खत्म. I think it's resigns in that case. Or rookie to play it. I think bishop d4.
yeah, अभी परम के पास भी आधा घंटा पड़ा हुआ है, आराम से सोच सकता है वो इधर.
पर हम
आराम
जल्दी
से.
खेलेगा भाई, जल्दी खेलेगा भाई. He'll play in one
आराम
minute.
से. We have so
नहीं,
much time. आराम से सोचो.
he'll play in 1 minute. Yeah, because once you're winning, you don't want to delay the victory. You want to taste the victory instantly, Saj bhai. So he wants to taste the thunder right now.
By any chances of having cameras in the future rounds, ऋषभ भाई पूछ रहा है, तो साहिल भाई आंसर करेंगे.
भाई नहीं यार, हमने बहुत कोशिश किया. I can't go into details, but बहुत कोशिश किया भाई. But यार I don't want to blame anyone, but yeah, I mean, I wish कैमरा थोड़े सस्ते होते भाई, मतलब उस हिसाब से. साहब भाई 6 आवर्स नहीं, 5:53 सॉरी भाई, आई अपोलोजाइज. 5 आवर्स 53, करेक्ट भाई. अभी 7 मिनट है. साज भाई, आप ये मुझसे पेन खरीदेंगे?
मैं नहीं,
खरीद लोगे तो कितने रुपए दोगे इसके?
कुछ भी नहीं।
भाई कुछ तो दोगे यार। भाई कुछ तो।
इसका
कुछ
आंसर
तो
है,
कुछ।
बट वो मैं बाद में देता हूँ आपको।
कुछ तो नंबर दे दो भाई, कुछ तो नंबर दे दो भाई। कितने दोगे?
5 रुपए।
नहीं भाई, अब तुम 50 अरब रुपए दो भाई इसमें मुझे।
ये क्या है? ये क्या
ये
है?
क्या था, ये ऐसी
क्या
था
हो
भाई, उसको
गया भाई
समझ
साहिल भाई को?
समझ में आया, उसको समझ में आया भाई, उसको नहीं
रुक
आया,
बिशप,
उसको नहीं
रुक
आया।
रुक बिशप वर्सेस रुक का देख के ना सदमा हो
इतना
गया
ट्रॉमा,
साहिल भाई का।
इतना ट्रॉमा। बात है, कमान कमान कमान, लेट्स गो। बिशप D4। परम, लेट्स गो। 27 तो पहुंचना जल्दी।
अरे यार, ऐसे दिल्ली बॉय के अगेंस्ट ऐसे रूट तो मत करो यार।
अरे उसके अगेंस्ट रूट थोड़ी करवाया, तो आई एम रेडी टू लुक एट रुक बिशप रोक यार, मैं तो चाहता हूँ
हम्म।
जीते, ऑफ कोर्स।
2700 करा रहे हो इस बेचारे की।
Anand Chopra, by the way, is like, I think, jokes apart, like I think he was the GM who became a GM in the least number of tournaments, something like his like, within 32 tournaments, he was like a GM, like phenomenal growth.
वेरी
And then
फास्ट एक्चुअली, वाज रियली फास्ट
uh,
यार।
and then he stopped playing. I think he didn't play as much. जहाँ तक मुझे idea है, didn't see him play as much, I think.
हम्म। के पर हम अभी सोचते हुए, लास्ट गेम रिमेनिंग, एक बार इंजिज का गेम भी लगा ही लेता हूँ यार, दोस्त है अपना।
लगा लो भाई,
Okay,
लगा
this
लो।
was the position queen f5, rook g5. Look at this brilliancy, everyone. Queen takes g5 पे knight e6 check, game over. So he plays queen e4, queen g2, king h7 and rook takes g5. भाई ये तो गई। 4 सेकंड पे खेल रहा है वो, लेकिन ये पोजीशन तो गई ना।
ओवर भाई,
ये तो
खत्म।
ओवर है।
Rook
yeah.
F4, Rook D7 check, intermediate move, game over. So यहाँ पे I think this is the last game. Any other games remaining? I'm
अली
checking.
रेजा का चल रहा है अमीन बासिम के साथ।
Can we have a look at that game? Yeah, it's
Yeah,
completely gone.
yeah, just you play king f4, king e6, king g5, king e6 and you just push d7.
Yeah, bishop against knight. Yeah, खत्म.
Yeah.
By the way, I had guessed कि 10 बजे तक stream चलेगी, and actually में भाई 10 बजे तक ही चली.
I think
Wow.
हर रोज you can expect this, I think more or
Yeah.
less. अभी तो आधा घंटा है पर हम के पास भाई, वो आराम से सोचेगा, डोंट वरी।
Then I think he'll
स्ट्रेस
play
नहीं है।
bishop D4 in like 30 seconds.
एक एक मैगी हो गई।
नहीं यार भाई, गरीब तो मैं कितना 12 मैगी आ गया था भाई मैं। मुझे
कहाँ
वापस
फालतू में कोई मैगी आ गई
भाई
नहीं
दो
थी।
जीता था मैं, याद नहीं है, 10 थे, फिर दो आई वन टू इन 12 हो गया था।
ये राकेश भाई से कंफर्म करना पड़ेगा मुझे।
नहीं नहीं भाई, 12 था,
वही तो
आई
है
वन टू।
मैगी बेट कमिश्नर।
नहीं नहीं भाई, आई वन टू 12 है, मुझे सिंगल डिजिट नहीं जाना भाई दोबारा।
सिंगल कहाँ जाओगे, 11 पे ही तो होगा।
हाँ बट स्टिल लाइक इट्स मूविंग इन द रॉन्ग डायरेक्शन।
को हो भी गया आधा मिनट हो भी गया।
हाँ वही अच्छा किया, नहीं लगा। कम ऑन कम ऑन कम ऑन। परम जी।
राउंड रॉबिन नो, स्विस है भाई, स्विस। टू मेनी प्लेस, दैट्स व्हाई। Taking a look if there is any other interesting position remaining. um सेवियन का तो ड्रॉ ही लग रहा है, अरेजा का ऐसा लग रहा है। दिस इज काइंड ऑफ इंटरेस्टिंग, वी कैन टेक अ लुक। मोहम्मद मुरादली वर्सेस योनस बियर, ये ड्रॉ है क्या, सीधी ड्रॉ हो गई क्या ये? यहाँ पे ही वाज विनिंग, क्वीन ए7 खेला, ये तो विनिंग लग रही है। नाइट किंग एफ3 वाज अ ह्यूज मिस, नाइट एफ6 अपेरेंटली वाज कंप्लीटली विनिंग ऑन द स्पॉट। किंग एफ3 वाज अ मिस, b5 blunder. White had to find f5 here, which I doesn't make any sense to me. ab5 and queen d4 brilliancy by Jonas. Queen d7, queen check, king f2, queen check, king f3, queen check, king f2, queen check. बच गई।
वाह।
What a turn of events. He was completely winning, I think, some time ago.
वाह साज भाई, दैट वाज क्रेजी ब्रो, कैसे हो गया भाई ये, समझ ही नहीं आया
Crazy.
यार। साहब
Crazy.
दोबारा दिखाओ।
Too good. जो कहता है ना अपना दोस्त। Too good.
He's locked in.
This is
भाई, I
बस देखो
I
आज ये
think
समझ आ गया 6 घंटे के बाद क्या होता है साहिल भाई
I think
को।
Sahaj, Aryan Chopra is locked in. He is not ready
लॉक्ड
to
इन।
let go.
यस। इनसेन। रैंडम पेयरिंग नहीं होती भाई, इट्स लाइक जैसे टॉप 100 आप वो ले लो, टॉप 100 प्लेयर्स है रेटिंग के हिसाब से, तो फर्स्ट प्लेयर विल प्ले 51, क्योंकि टॉप 50 का एक सेक्शन होता है, 51 to 100 का एक और सेक्शन होता है, तो फर्स्ट प्लेयर प्लेस 51, सेकंड प्लेस 52, थर्ड प्लेस 53 एंड सो ऑन।
Although Sahaj, it would be so much fun ना if the pairing was just random chits डाले and then random लोगों के मैच हो गए, 7 वाले पॉइंट का 0 से हो रहा है।
फिर तो लक
Like,
हो गया ना, फिर तो लक हो गया ना,
oh,
चेस में
it'll
लक
be
थोड़ी ना है
fun.
भाई।
It would be so much fun, right? It's complete luck. You kind of add luck to chess. Why, this is a
भाई
nice format. I love this.
आई एम ऑल्सो थिंकिंग अबाउट प्लेइंग एन इवेंट अभी, विच इज 24 घंटे ऑफ स्ट्रेट चेस, नो ब्रेक्स।
Oh, nice. ये कहाँ पे है?
बुडापेस्ट में ही हो रहा है, 24 घंटे
Oh,
ऑफ स्ट्रेट, नो नो ब्रेक्स। पहले
nice.
25 राउंड्स आर रेटेड, उसके बाद कोई भी रेटेड नहीं है, खेलते रहो
Nice,
बस।
nice, 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 nice. I think I like this, yeah. As a random pairings, anybody can end up with anyone. Like round one is like Gukesh versus Pragg, yeah, and then round 11, like it is one on leading the event, playing somebody who's like आपने luck factor include कर दिया जिसमें, like it just makes it so much more fun. That will be Sahil
कैन
chess,
बी।
भाई, I think.
साहिल चेस।
Luck fact. उसी में मेरे पास चांस है भाई टूर्नामेंट जीतने का, so I need it more than everybody else.
ऑड नंबर ऑफ प्लेयर्स रहेंगे और साहिल भाई को 7 राउंड में बाय मिलेगा वहां पे।
नहीं, एक में चलेगा भाई, एक में हैप्पी भाई। ज्यादा कभी ग्रीडी नहीं हुए हम भाई।
6 आवर स्ट्रीम के बाद थक गए बट 24 घंटे खेल पाओगे भाई, कौन कह रहा है थक गए भाई? आई एम रूटिंग फॉर रुक बिशप वर्सेस रुक। आपकी शक्ल नहीं देख रही मेरी, कितनी 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 मुस्कुराहट है मेरे चेहरे पे भाई। आई वांट टू सी दिस। आई कैन गो, आई कैन भाई, आई गो एंड प्ले राइट नाउ दिस रुक बिशप वर्सेस रुक। भाई खिलाओ मुझे, व्हाट आर यू सेइंग?
भाई परम भाई क्या सोच रहे हैं, ये समझ नहीं आ रहा है मुझे।
नहीं नहीं, वो भी टाइम है ना, आराम से सोच रहा है वो,
बिशप डी
बहुत
फोर
टाइम
एंड
है।
इफ किंग D3, कैन आई प्ले बिशप G1 और नो?
कहाँ बिशप D4
ऑल्सो
सीधा
लुक्स,
जाओगे या रुक G6?
रुक G6 यू वांट टू प्ले यहाँ पे?
हम्म।
रुक G6 किंग D4।
अच्छा, दिस इज गोइंग इनटू रुक वर्सेस पॉन, बट मेरे को बिशप एक्सचेंज नहीं करना पड़ेगा। हाँ, आई कैन प्ले बिशप B8। तो व्हाट आई वाज थिंकिंग इज, जैसे रुक G6 गया मैं, ओके रुक G2, बिशप D4, किंग D3, बिशप F2, लेट्स से B5, किंग F4। अच्छा आ
भाई
नहीं रही पोजीशन।
कुछ बोल रहे हो आप, सुनाई दे रहा है बट समझ नहीं आ रहा है।
नहीं, मैं कुछ ऐसा सिचुएशन डालने की कोशिश कर रहा था जहाँ पे आई कैन सैक दिस एंड आई कैन प्ले बिशप C5 और समथिंग एंड गो इनटू सम रुक एंडिंग, बट वो भी पॉसिबल नहीं है, तो सोच क्यों रहा है इतना, ये मेरे को समझ नहीं आया।
That's a good question, Saj bhai. I've been asking myself that question for the past 10 minutes. 15 actually now.
लॉट्स ऑफ रिजल्ट्स पॉसिबल बाय द वे इन ऑल ऑफ द गेम्स, जो भी 5 गेम्स बचे हुए हैं अभी टोटल, उसमें से 3 में रिजल्ट, 4 में रिजल्ट एक्चुअली, आउट 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 ऑफ 5, सो लुक्स क्रेजी। बाय द वे दिस इज
How,
अली रेजा's पोजीशन आफ्टर बिशप F2, वो अभी भी सेम पोजीशन में सोच रहा है।
Amin Basim, by the way, was 2700 as well. Yeah, also falling down a bit.
हम्म।
Time control is too long. Yeah, I think so too. I think eight time control maybe is good, and that should also be 15 minutes. I think 90 plus 30 or whatever, and then I think in classical maybe Norway chess is the best format. There are no draws. Yeah, if you draw, you go back to the drawing board and play rapid chess. That's
हम बट
for me.
उससे आप कैंडिडेट्स नहीं कर सकते ना यार, क्योंकि
But
कैंडिडेट्स का क्वालिफिकेशन और वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप का क्वालिफिकेशन क्लासिकल फॉर्मेट से ही होना चाहिए। लाइक यू
हाँ,
कैन
true,
नॉट ऐड
true,
रैपिड
true,
एंड ब्लिट्स देयर बिकॉज इट्स अ क्लासिकल वर्ल्ड चैंपियन, तो
true, वो
या
भी है। तो क्लासिकल में भी डाल दो भाई फिर रैपिड क्विज, हर गेम विल बी डिसाइडर।
फिर वो क्लासिकल वर्ल्ड चैंपियन नहीं हो, फिर वर्ल्ड रैपिड जो चैंपियनशिप होती है, वर्ल्ड ब्लिट्स चैंपियनशिप होती है, फिर वो अलग क्यों होती है? दैट्स अनदर
उसका
क्वेश्चन ना।
टाइम ब्रेक क्लासिकल कर देते हैं भाई। टू इक्वलाइज मैटर्स।
भाई
तो
स्ट्रीम बंद
वर्ल्ड
करो,
ब्लिट्स
हो गया बस।
वर्ल्ड ब्लिट्स रैपिड हो गया लास्ट में भाई। नेपो और कार्लसन क्लासिकल खेल रहे हैं भाई सडनली डिसाइड करने के लिए। स्टिल बेटर देन द दोनों का चैंप।
राइट राइट
बट
राइट।
एनीवेज अभी भी चल
बाय
रहा
द
है
वे
स्ट्रीम,
बिशप
हाँ भाई।
d4, बाय आफ्टर 10 minutes of thought he plays bishop d4. Let's go.
नाइस मूव, नाइस मूव। एंड आई थिंक इट जस्ट इज अ ग्रेट मूव बिकॉज
ओ
बिशप F2 आने वाला है।
ओ ओ ओ ओ किंग d3 बिशप f2 में रुक f2 है ना मेरे पास, या नहीं?
नहीं है,
gft
आई डोंट थिंक सो।
हाँ, you have rook a6 apparently. Oh, look at this, rook c6, king f2, rook c3. How nice is this?
हाँ
That
नाइस
is so
नाइस
nice.
नाइस।
ये pawn जो है ना, यही pawn मतलब this is the biggest problem in his position.
नाइस नाइस।
Did Divya lose chat? Yes, she lost. She lost her game after like 6 hours of fighting chess. But yeah, Abhimanyu got the better of her.
यू नो दिस इज नॉट चेस बट यू नो भाई, वो कॉमा सही जगह। डिड दिव्या लूज कॉमा चैट भाई, ऐसा लगा चार्ट कहीं से खो गया दिव्या के हाथ से, मतलब यू नो जस्ट
हम्म।
इंग्लिश बट यस। 6 आवर्स के बाद यही होता है भाई।
कहाँ बैठ गया मैं यार?
इंग्लिश लेसन भाई मुझे खुद को आती नहीं बट सिखाने में बड़ा मजा आता है,
कहाँ
सेम
मैं
लाइक
घर
चेस।
पे हो
बाय
सकता
द वे
था
अभी
अभी,
मैं
अपनी मम्मी के पास हो सकता था मैं अभी।
भाई अभी तो आधा घंटा और करना है भाई।
हो
ओके
तो गया
मीटिंग में
है।
आओ।
किंग d3, बिशप f2। आई थिंक ये तो देख लिया होगा उसने।
यू कैन आल्सो गो रूक E6 apparently, that's the best move।
अच्छा हाँ, रुक e6 इज वेरी नाइस एक्चुअली।
बिकॉज अगर आपने ट्रेड कर दिया देन द पॉन क्वींस, इफ यू गो रूक G2 देन आई ब्लॉक इट विद रूक F2। एंड अगर आपने रुक मूव कर दिया बिशप B6 बैक एंड आई हैव द परफेक्ट स्क्वायर फॉर द बिशप।
हम्म। या रुक e6 इज गुड। हाँ
भाई
यार, उसी को
भाई
ही बुला लो। भाई तू
भाई
आ जा।
आप आ जाओ भाई, मैं चलता हूँ।
भाई आज नहीं नहीं, राकेश भाई को बुलाओ यार, आ जा भाई तू। सो या किंग
ओके।
d3, बिशप f2 देखा था हमने, एंड रुक d6 इज अनदर मूव, रुक e6 इज अनदर मूव, ऑल थ्री ऑफ देम आर विनिंग।
हंसी आ रही है बस पता नहीं क्यों। ओके 7 minutes नाउ आई फॉर आर्यन चोपड़ा। Sahaj bhai, who will win with between a match in a match between Divya and Harshit?
Who will win a match between Divya and Harshit?
Hmm.
Uh, s- I don't know. That's a very close call, but I I don't know actually. I think Divya is more in form, but Harshit की peak ज़्यादा थी. I think at least I'm not sure. कितनी है हर्षित की peak? I would love to check this actually. Wait a second.
I don't know bhai।
I'm just checking. अच्छा, ये तो काम भी नहीं कर रहा। फिडे का जो वेबसाइट है काम नहीं कर रही अभी।
जो करती है उसको
नहीं नहीं, नहीं कर रही,
सर्च
नहीं कर
करना
रही। सर्च नहीं कर रहा
पड़ेगा।
अभी वो, पिछले 2-3 दिन से ऐसा ही है।
मैं वही कह था, आई थिंक इट इज लाइक 2535 और समथिंग जहां तक मुझे याद है।
नहीं, 2535 तो नहीं है।
अच्छा
ही
वो नहीं है
वॉज
क्या?
2522।
हाँ okay।
तो पीक आई थिंक उसकी ज़्यादा है दिव्या से, बट आई थिंक दिव्या इज मोर इन फॉर्म, तो वेरी क्लोज मैच आई वुड से, बट आई वुड स्टिल गिव हर्षित बी आई वुड स्टिल से हर्षित इज अ स्लाइट फेवरेट।
Oh, Rukish is played, नाइस मूव बाय परम
नाइस,
मकसूदू।
वेरी नाइस।
इसलिए वो समय ले रहे थे थोड़ा बहुत।
क्या बात है। हु विल विन बिटवीन सहज राकेश? भाई तू आ ही जा यार तू। ये ऑलरेडी मसाला क्रिएट कर रहा है बैठे बैठे, कीबोर्ड वॉरियर।
बाप रे भाई।
The answer is the better player on the day. There you go. See.
Wow. If only we had some time, we could be in all in one place and कुछ time मिला होता ब्लिट्स खेलने का, तो आंसर होता
It
इस
was
क्वेश्चन का साज
not
भाई।
fair. It
साज
was
भाई,
very different situations.
साज भाई, आई थिंक ऐसा कुछ हुआ होता तो वी वुड हैव द आंसर, बट ऐसा कुछ हुआ
Yes.
ही नहीं तो वी डोंट हैव द
Yes,
आंसर
exactly. नहीं
अनफॉर्चुनेटली।
हुआ तभी तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
हाँ, ऐसा हुआ नहीं कुछ। हुआ होता तो वी वुड नो, वी वुड ऑल नो,
हाँ.
चैट वुड नॉट नो, आई वुड नो, राकेश
It
वुड नो,
is, I
एवरीबॉडी
know
वुड,
what you're
बट
saying, but it is
चैट
not,
वुड नॉट,
it's
चैट वुड
not the
नॉट नो।
same thing. It's not the same thing. Also understand, I was playing you for like 5 hours. पता है आपके साथ 5 मैच खेलने के बाद क्या होता है बंदे को?
भाई, मैं कहाँ से आ गया भाई इसमें?
बट यार
बताओ भाई यार, बताओ 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 यार। भाई गजब बेइज्जती है भाई, इन्हें रोस्ट हो रहे हैं भाई
भाई,
फालतू
अब तो
में।
करना पड़ेगा यार. अब तो मैच कराओ आप.
भाई, भाई चलो भाई करवाते हैं भाई, जल्दी, बहुत
कराओ
जल्दी।
भाई, कोलैब करो, कोलैब.
बाय द वे, रुक E6, आई थिंक रुक G2 पे बिशप F2 है, सो दैट्स द प्लान। व्हाट एल्स, रुक C2 मे बी, बट देन
रुक C2 में भी बिशप F2.
बिशप F2 एनीवेज, या नॉट मच इज
किंग को ले
हैपनिंग।
आओ पर.
द ओनली प्रॉब्लम इज लाइक G2 पे रुक F2 इज चेक, दैट्स द ओनली इशू।
रुक G2 में बिशप F2 लुक्स स्कैरी है. 4 ही मिनट है तो ज्यादा तो सोच नहीं सकता है. चेस बॉक्सिंग मैच बिटवीन बोथ. फिर चेस बॉक्सिंग में तो हर्षित हरा देगा यार. ही इज वेरी फिट.
रियली? आई थॉट यू विल
Yeah.
विन इन चेस बॉक्सिंग मैच। It's not about
हर्षित इज,
fitness now. If we can land a punch, like,
आई मीन इट्स अबाउट, बॉक्सिंग इज अबाउट फिटनेस मेरे भाई.
but like if you can land just
50% of
land.
it is footwork. Like it's all about your footwork. It has nothing to do with your arms.
अच्छा, my bad then, yeah.
मतलब
मेरे को
उधर, I
लगा,
mean, I'm not sure if he has done boxing before, but it's I mean, I would say he has a good chance.
मेरे को लगा ग्लव्स हाथ में है तो भाई हाथ की तो वैल्यू होगी, but I'm wrong.
अरे भाई मुक्का सीधा, लेट्स गो.
और क्या भाई?
साहिल भाई विद 10 मिनट्स, सहज भाई विद 3 मिनट्स. कौन जीतेगा भाई? कोई भी नहीं, आई थिंक.
भाई अगर ये मैच देखना पड़ रहा है तो भाई फिर हम
हाँ
सभी हार
यार,
रहे हैं
फिर तो यार
भाई।
6 घंटे से ज्यादा हो गए भाई. बहुत हो गए.
अगर इतना ही जाना है तो भाई 500 येलो वर्सेस 2800 येलो देखने में ज्यादा मजा है भाई। और लकी फॉर यू हमने रिकॉर्ड करी है वीडियो भाई, चेस कॉम इंडिया के चैनल पे देख सकते हो तुम।
बहुत कम लोग हैं जो अपने बॉस को 500 एलो की तरह से रेफरेंस करते हैं, बाय द वे. साहिल भाई.
भाई वही तो है ना भाई, काफी क्रेजी भाई, कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं भाई, दैट्स द
और
क्रेजी
यार
पार्ट।
क्या बात है, नो फिल्टर, लेट्स गो. क्रेजी.
वेट सहज ग्रोवर, यू हैव नेवर प्लेड अ रेटिंग मैच हर्षित दादा। हाँ भाई, इंडियन चेस में सारे एक दूसरे से खेले नहीं होते भाई, ऐसा नहीं है कि भाई रेटिंग के लिए पहले सब इंडियन प्लेयर से खेलना है।
There are many grandmasters who have never played against each other. I mean, हर्षित मेरे जनरेशन का नहीं था ना. तो I think by the time he became a stronger player, I was already in the US. I think that's what happened. So I never played him.
एंड देन ही लेफ्ट टू द यूएस, यू लेफ्ट टू बुडापेस्ट, तो लाइक
हाँ.
भाग रहे हो एक दूसरे के
पीछा
पीछे।
कर रहा है मेरा वो, अभी भी बुडापेस्ट आ रहा है वो 12 तारीख को.
नाइस। By the way, rook c2 played, so I guess bishop f2, I don't know.
नहीं नहीं, अभी 10 मिनट और सोचेगा ना यार. अब सोचने दो उसको. क्या फोर्स यू, अब जल्दी जल्दी कर रहे हो उसको. He has to think.
I think bishop b6 डायरेक्ट ही खेल दो भाई, फिर किंग को लेके आओ एंड इट्स ओवर।
हम्म. बिल्कुल 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 सही बोला आपने. बट वो सोचेगा ना अभी वो आराम से. He has to deep
नहीं
thinking.
अब
By the
पता
way, bishop
सोच
b6
के।
के बाद you also have rook e3 check as a threat. So I don't
हाँ
understand.
अरे, मतलब द पॉइंट इज सोच के तो कोई भी चेस खेल ले भाई, बिना सोचे खेलो तो असली स्किल है यार। मैंने कहता
Hmm.
है इंट्यूशन इज एवरीथिंग,
Bishop b6
दैट्स मोर
played.
इम्पोर्टेंट। देखा, ये हुई ना बात,
यार
मकसूद
आई
तो भाई
विश
नोज
पर
भाई।
हमको कोई बोल सकता होता भाई तू 20 मिनट के 20 मिनट ले यहाँ पे. Just to see your reaction.
नहीं, आई थिंक ग्रेट मूव बिशप b6, काफी लॉजिकल, रुक e3 आ रहा है एंड
Yeah, you have to play bishop c1 or something, but then there's g2. Oh, sorry, not g2.
ऑल्सो बिशप
Rook
c1 पे
g6.
रुक d6 चेक विंस।
Bishop c1 पे. अच्छा
रुक,
हाँ, because king e2 पे there is g2. Right, right,
हाँ, सो
right.
यू कांट प्ले बिशप c1, बिशप b2 में भी, बट चेक
सेम है
एनीवेज,
ना.
या
सेम है ना रुक d6.
Yeah, it's over then, I think. Not much to do, honestly. You can't push the pawn, rook e3 check. You can't move the bishop, rook d6 check.
Oh, rook a2 played. चाले
Oh,
देख रहे हो,
wow.
rook c2 and then rook a2. नहीं, सीधा भी तो आ सकता था rook a2.
एक चेक दे दो रुक d6, किंग को और मूव कर दो एंड देन रुक
यार
g6
किंग को
मिलेगा.
ले आओ ना, अब तो किंग g4 किंग f3 एंड जस्ट g2.
हम्म. ट्रू, ट्रू, ट्रू.
पर हम टाइटल ट्यूजर्स में बहुत सही खेलने लगा यार. नहीं, आई थिंक ही गॉट हिज बिग ब्रेक आई थिंक इन दुबई ओपन. लाइक आई कांट रिमेंबर द एग्जैक्ट ईयर. 2019 हो सकता है या 2021 हो सकता है. आई कांट रिमेंबर द एग्जैक्ट ईयर. बट कुछ तो वहाँ पे 7 out of 7 कुछ तो उसने स्कोर किया था एंड देन ही एंडेड अप विनिंग द टूर्नामेंट एंड दैट्स वेयर ही गॉट हिज बिग ब्रेक. तो क्लासिकल में ही स्टार्ट किया था उसने लाइक ग्रो करना पहले. इट वाज फर्स्ट इन क्लासिकल एंड देन ही started playing you know at the same level in other formats.
Yeah, super exciting game, but waiting for the final few moves.
मेरे को सच में लग रहा है कि जान भाई सिर्फ 2 गेम बचे हैं पता है. देयर आर ओनली 2 games लेफ्ट इन द इंटायर इवेंट. वी
Hmm.
हैव भाई
And that is
इंडियंस
gonna
नहीं, हम
end
सब
first,
खत्म कर
actually.
चुके हैं.
ये आखिरी गेम हो गया, आई थिंक. यार
नहीं नहीं, रॉडस्टन का अभी भी चल रहा है.
नहीं, बट वो पहले खत्म हो जाएगा, आई थिंक. उसमें G2 आ चुका, आई थिंक. Although I
अच्छा
don't
अच्छा
know.
अच्छा.
Although I don't
पीस
know.
अप है ना उधर, तो वो खेलेगा अभी भी. अपोनेंट के पास 14 मिनट है उधर.
As a 1200 player, this seems completely draw to me. Yeah, material-wise it's equal. Yeah, rook, rook, bishop, bishop, king, king, pawn, pawn. The problem is कि भाई ये pawn रुक नहीं रहा है. This
दिस पॉन
pawn
इज.
will, yeah, and this bishop is out of play. Yeah, like it can't stop this pawn. अगर ये bishop के बदले pawn दे दे, white would take this opportunity with like four hands. It's just not possible.
So yeah, rook g6, rook e3, king f4, king g4, rook d6. All of these moves are winning for black.
Hmm. What happened to Divya game? Anybody? It was a loss for Divya against Abhimanyu. क्या हो गया भाई? हंस क्यों रहे हो यार?
मैंने
इतनी
कमेंट पढ़ लिया था
भाई
भाई.
इतनी एक्साइटिंग गेम चल रही है
गजब
साथ भाई यार.
बेइज्जती
लेट्स
है.
लेट्स नॉट डू दिस. पहला भाई क्वेश्चन मार्क रॉन्ग यूज किया उन्होंने. करेक्ट करो उसको भी. नहीं नहीं, आई थिंक ही मेंट कॉमा. आई अंडरस्टैंड हिम यार. वो पहला वाला भी समझ नहीं आ रहा था भाई. मैंने कहा चार्ट कौन खा रहा है भाई. एनीवेज, स्टिल नो मूव्स.
पहले तो इतना फास्ट खेल रहा था यार. पहले 10-10 मिनट लगा रहा है, अब यहाँ पे भी 10 मिनट. क्रेजी.
भाई रुक ई3, रुक f3, रुक f2 खेल दो. दैट इज द सिंपलेस्ट, नो?
नहीं नहीं यार, अब और कॉम्प्लिकेट नहीं करना मुझे. साहिल भाई, what would you do if he plays rook e3, king c4 and then g2?
आई थिंक आई बी वेरी हैप्पी एक्चुअली. आई एम रेडी
g2,
टू.
rook g2, rook a3.
आई एम ऑल इन. इफ इट सेव्स हाफ अ पॉइंट भाई, आई एम ऑल इन. फिर तो बढ़िया है. आई विल टेक दैट 100%.
You'll take it.
हाँ. और अगर ये ड्रॉ होती ना, एंड देन इट गोज इनटू रुक बिशप, दैट इज ट्रॉमेटिक. बट इफ यू
और
सेव अ
अगर
पॉइंट,
रुक
देन ऑफ
बिशप
कोर्स.
वर्सेस रुक में आर्यन हार जाता तो.
नहीं, but he's losing anyways. Like the point is, if he's losing already, then it's a improvement, upgrade. But if he's already drawing, then you don't want to see rook bishop rook, because उसमें फिर लंबी भी और हारने के चांसेस बहुत हाई.
Hmm.
यहाँ पे तो he would gladly take it, yeah, if he would swap off both these pieces. Still no moves. Gukesh has crossed Arjun, by the way. He's world number 5 again. I don't know if anybody's counting, but yeah.
Crazy.
ओके, पर हम डाउन टू 16। साजा की बात सुन ली उसने, पूरा टाइम इस्तेमाल ही करेगा। 10 बज गए भाई।
15 मिनट अभी भी है लेकिन मेरे भाई 15 मिनट अभी भी है।
वर्ल्ड नंबर 345। साजा वर्ल्ड नंबर 345 हो गया।
मी नो नो नो, आई विश आई एम लाइक वर्ल्ड नंबर 500 समथिंग। अब 500 से
345
भी
होना है
नीचे
भाई।
अब तो 500 से भी नीचे करके आऊंगा मैं, बिकॉज मेरी रेटिंग 24 हो गई है।
तो हु 345 जो चैट में लिख रहा है? या तो उसमें 2 जीरो मिसिंग है, फिर मैं हो सकता हूँ, बट अदरवाइज आई एम नॉट श्योर।
हम्म।
मुकेश इज अड्डू मस्त टुमारो। भाई जो भी हो, मुकेश धोएगा भाई। आई थिंक जीत गया ना आज वो। ही इज अ गाय हु कैन विन लाइक 7 8 इन अ रो, यार। सो वंस ही गेट्स हिज फ्लो ही डजंट स्टॉप। सो नॉट
बिल्कुल।
रियली वर्ried about that one.
भाई
But
ऑल्सो चैट में जस्ट सीरियसली क्वेश्चन, मेरे को बहुत सारे ऐसे क्वेश्चंस आते हैं मतलब स्ट्रीम के की शुरुआत में। साहिल भाई को भी ऐसे बहुत क्वेश्चंस आते हैं स्ट्रीम की शुरुआत में, लाइक स्ट्रीम के बीच में जब गेम चल रहे होते हैं, लाइक कैसे इम्प्रूव करें क्या करें। अगर वह उस तरह के अगर कुछ क्वेश्चंस आपका तो अभी पूछ सकते हैं आप, क्योंकि अभी गेम्स
हाँ,
में कुछ ऐसा कुछ हो नहीं रहा है। इफ यू वांट टू आस्क
हाँ,
दिस रिलेटेड क्वेश्चंस, फील फ्री टू आस्क।
अभी पूछ लो अभी।
अरे
भाई
बैठो
भाई।
ना यार, अब क्या कर रहे हो।
भाई टीकू जी इज वर्ल्ड नंबर 420 ब्रो। इफ आई वाज तो मैं चिल कर कहीं खेल रहा था भाई, फिर 420 वुड बी ऑसम।
1300 से ऊपर कैसे जाएं? कहाँ, chess.com पे और फीडे पे? दोनों डिफरेंट है। chess.com पे खेल खेल के अपने आप 1300 से ऊपर हो जाएगी। ये दोनों के सेम क्वेश्चन कैसे है, हाउ टू इम्प्रूव फ्रॉम 1300? कोई जोक है क्या साहिल भाई?
अभी 1300 इज द न्यू 1000 यार। लोग अटक रहे हैं 1300 पे।
अच्छा, इज दैट अ थिंग chess.com पे?
नहीं भाई, तो चैट पढ़ के बता रहा हूँ, मुझे क्या पता।
भाई
राकेश
अनिशा
भाई आई
गेम ड्रॉ
थिंक
नहीं हुआ, आई एम सॉरी, यू आर वेरी लकी ही इज नॉट रीडिंग दिस राइट नाउ
राकेश राकेश भाई आई थिंक कल से यू शुड बी देयर फॉर द लास्ट 2 आवर्स भाई। आई थिंक दिस इज द क्रंच ऑफ द गेम राकेश भाई। मजा आता कमेंट्री नहीं साज भाई। वी कैन हैव ऑल थ्री ऑफ टुगेदर।
हम्म।
रुक जी 6 प्लेड। ओके नाउ रुक जी 2
खेल
या।
दिया रुक जी 6, लेट्स गो भाई फाइनली। अब रुक जी 2 के बाद वो 10 मिनट और सोचेगा यार।
नहीं भाई, किंग जी 4 प्लेड
अच्छा
इन अ
चलो हो गया।
सेकेंड।
ठीक है भाई, हो गया, खत्म। तो किंग जी 4 भी बनेगा, वो केयरफुल हो रहा है किंग F4 पे कहीं बिशप D6 चेक ना आ जाए I don't want to lose rating but improve how bad? Nobody wants to lose rating, but it's a part of life, it's a part of chess. um you will lose some, you will win some. I mean, ये मत सोचो कि रेटिंग लूज नहीं होनी चाहिए, मत सोचो कि किस रीजन से आपकी रेटिंग लूज हो रही है और उसको फिक्स करो, सिंपल। Why don't you leave the stream for last 2 hours and let Sahil suffer all? Because आप हो ना यहाँ पे। अगर अगर हमारे मॉड्स यहाँ ना होते तो छोड़ भी देता उनको, आपके साथ अकेले थोड़ी ना छोड़ूंगा उनको मैं, ये होती है लॉयल्टी भाई।
Somebody wants to teach his pet animals chess. I don't think pet animals chess खेल सकते हैं यार। I really doubt it. Or
ओके।
resigns, and it is over. So Param Maksudlu has won his game, and that was, well, I think a harsh one for. I don't think King E5 was the final move. वो उन्होंने resign ही कर दिया after rook to g2, I think king g4, and that means the match is over and the entire round one is over. Sahaj bhai, yeah, all the games are finished.
Basically, yeah, he was the last one to finish in the entire game. It's crazy. By the way, we have 17 players on 1 out of 1. So I can quickly tell you who will Gukesh play based on stats. He's gonna play, I think, either Boris. He's gonna play Boris Gelfand tomorrow.
Or at Dogmas, right?
Boris Gelfand, force है।
Because
17
white black
प्लेयर्स
भी
है ना
होगा ना
तो
साज भाई। व्हाइट
नहीं नहीं,
ब्लैक भी होगा
7,
ना।
बता रहा हूँ ना, 17th प्लेयर होते हैं तो। अच्छा हाँ, वाइट ब्लैक हो सकता है।
व्हाइट ब्लैक भी
क्या
होगा
कलर,
ना, सो इट
क्या
कुड
कलर थे
इट
इसके?
आई डोंट नो एक्चुअली।
He was white, Gukesh was black, हाँ। He'll play Boris Gelfand. So the
चलो
student meets the
लेट्स सी।
master
Let's see. I'm still hoping he plays like somebody even I don't know if he
at
can play
Dogmas.
Vidit. Vidit tomorrow. That will be crazy to
Vidit
watch.
तो not
But
possible. Vidit is in the upper half, so he's not going to play him. But
हाँ,
17th को downfloat किया जाएगा. That is Ivan Zemlyansky. तो top
उसका
16 के
प्लस से
बीच में
होगा.
होगा. Top 8 होगा तो first will play 9 ना. So he might play actually a Dogmas as well.
Yeah, wait. I think
Dogmas से
anything
कह
is
सकते हैं. That will
possible.
be a very cool match to see.
Depends on the colors also. I think बहुत सारी चीजें हैं. So it will be
No,
very interesting. But
I'll
I
buy.
think कल का
Dogmas is
हाँ.
also playing from the white pieces, and Gukesh was black, so that's a perfect pairing.
That will be crazy actually. Gukesh can crush him tomorrow. That will be a statement. So, chat, this was day one. I wouldn't say this was the best day because I think only 3 Indians managed to win. And also among the top 3, 4 players, it was just, let's say, Vidit and Gukesh who won. Arjun drew, Pragg drew, and Nihal drew, and so on. But yeah, I think it's just round number one. And last time, Sade 8 pick, I think Vidit won the tournament. 8 was enough to qualify for Hikaru as well. So 8 points is the goal. And we are still within range for that. So Saj bhai, thank you for joining in today. I think this was day number one. And kal hoga day number two, another long stream tomorrow.
Let's go. Let's go. See you tomorrow, chat.
See you chat. Take care. Bye bye and good night.